Son Goku's disciple Naruto. Chapter 1. Konoha Year 47, Summer. Deep within an abyss-like cave, an old man, his long hair spilling around him and his back pierced by vine-like tubes, instructed a young man. His breathing was heavy, his chest rising and falling weakly, signaling that his life was nearing its end. Beside them stood a black humanoid figure and two white ones, resembling pitcher plants. "Go," the old man rasped. "Take my eyes. If you can find a worthy successor for them. Nurture him, teach him, guide him. Now it's up to you if you want to achieve our dream, whether from shadows or you can step into the light and overturn this decaying shinobi world. The tens of thousands of white Zetsu, and the embodiment of my will shall serve you loyally from now on. They will assist you. My ninjutsu, my experience, my weapons, everything I have gathered over the years belongs to you now. You have inherited all I possess, save for my eyes. From this day forward, you are Madara Uchiha, the Azura of the shinobi world. Remember your mission. When I return, the world will be cleansed." Konoha Year 48, Autumn. The autumn night sky stretched vast and desolate. A few scattered stars flickered faintly before being swallowed by the darkness, a black expanse like spilled ink. A blood-red full moon hung high above, casting an eerie glow upon the pale earth below. A blood moon, a harbinger of misfortune. Within the Uchiha compound, Fugaku Uchiha, now a man in his 30s, stared up at the crimson moon, a knot of unease tightening in his chest. "Why do I feel so uneasy?" Fugaku paced his courtyard, the ominous feeling growing stronger with each passing moment. Given his strength, such premonitions were rare. The last time he'd felt this way was over 20 years ago, during the Second Shinobi World War. "Just days ago, Minato and I discussed the Uchiha's future," he mused. The outcome seemed promising. Thanks to his wife Mikoto's close friendship with Kushina, the Hokage's wife, Fugaku, as head of the Uchiha clan, had successfully forged a connection with the fourth Hokage. Their similar ages meant they had plenty to talk about. Fugaku admired the fourth's character, while Minato respected Fugaku's composure, forging a close personal bond between them. Few could find fault with the fourth Hokage's gentle nature and exceptional skill. Could the third Hokage have rejected my proposal? Or is someone interfering? The council? Danzo? Fugaku frowned. Even so, the Uchiha's future should be bright, as long as Minato fully secures his power as Hokage. As long as Minato is Hokage dash. Boom! Before Fugaku could finish his thought, a deafening roar tore through the air, the very ground shaking beneath him. Fugaku whipped his head towards the source of the sound, freezing instantly. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking to pinpricks, his face twisting in sheer disbelief. He had no time to dwell on it. Now he understood the source of his unease. Before him raged a colossal beast, dozens of meters tall, a monstrous, nine-tailed fox cloaked in crimson chakra. 9 tails. Roar. A hateful bellow echoed through Konoha. Damn it! Kushina. Fugaku realized instantly. His pupils flared blood red, 3 black tomos spinning fast within them, the Sharingan. All Uchiha who haven't awakened the Sharingan, evacuate the elderly and children immediately. Escort them to safety. Elite Sharingan users, gather here now. Fugaku acted swiftly, organizing his clan while summoning his best shinobi, intending to provide aid. Knowing his bond with Minato, Fugaku understood how much Kushina meant to the fourth Hokage. He would protect her, even at the cost of his own life. The fourth Hokage was the Uchiha's only hope. He was the only one in Konoha's leadership who didn't mistrust the Uchiha clan. Nothing can happen to him. Just then, over a dozen figures in black cloaks and animal masks rushed before Fugaku. The leader, twin sword strapped to his back, blocked Fugaku's path, his voice as cold. Clan head Fugaku. By order of Danzo-sama, all members of the Uchiha clan are forbidden from leaving the compound. And take account for the whereabouts of every Uchiha immediately. The masked man's pause before continuing, anyone who fails to comply will be designated a missing nin and executed on the spot. No exceptions. What is the meaning of this? The command struck the gathered Uchiha like cold water hitting hot oil, igniting instant fury. Why target us? Just because you're ANBU, one Uchiha spat, his hand tightening on his kunai. Others glared, radiating hostility, ready for battle. Fugaku-sama, several Uchiha stepped forward, seeking permission to engage. With a single word from their clan head, they would tear these masked shinobi apart. But Fugaku wasn't listening. He stared blankly towards the village center, towards the rampaging Ninetales. A sinking feeling emerged in his stomach, as his hands felt numb. Bitter understanding washed over his face. The eyes of the Ninetales, they were unmistakably Sharingan. Someone was controlling the beast with the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai. And the entire shinobi world knew only the Uchiha possessed the Sharingan. It was impossible to explain away. The proof was obvious, even if innocent. No one would believe them now. Fugaku-sama, the masked leader pressed with an undisguised threat. Are you defying Danzo-sama's orders? The air grew thick with tension. Fugaku knew these weren't the Hokage's Anbyu. The masks, the cold efficiency, these were root shinobi, Danzo Shimura's private force. They were known to be more ruthless, more cold-blooded, and often more powerful than standard Anbyu. He raised a hand, signaling his clansmen to stand down. Though displeasure flickered across their faces, the Uchiha obeyed, lowering their weapons but not dispersing. They gathered closer, a silent, simmering confrontation with the root operatives. Fugaku realized with dawning horror that Root must have already been near the compound, they couldn't have arrived so quickly otherwise. He couldn't tell if Root had always been nearby, monitoring them, or if their presence tonight was part of a larger, orchestrated event. If the former, Root was spying on the Uchiha. If the latter, it was a conspiracy aimed directly at his clan. Neither possibility boded well. Danzo. Fugaku's eyes narrowed. Trust Minato, he told himself desperately. Right now, I can only trust Minato. Meanwhile, the very man Fugaku placed his trust in, 4th Hokage Minato, had just used the Flying Thunder God to evade an attack, countering with a Rasengan that slammed a masked man into the ground. Catching his breath for only a moment, he vanished again using his spatial ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. Beneath an altar, a blonde baby struggled to open his eyes. Where am I? He thought hazily. So cold, so tired. Wait, what? His vision cleared, focusing on a horrifying sight, a gigantic fox head, steaming breath fogging the air, fangs bared, looming impossibly close. His mind reeled, a single, frantic thought consuming him. Is the Ninetales? Chapter 2. Konoha, Year 50. A lone, tiny figure darted through the bustling streets of Konoha. Instantly, the once lively thoroughfare turned desolate. Men, women, and children alike recoiled, avoiding the small child as if he were carrying a plague. Faint whispers followed him, like shadows clinging to his heels. It's here again. Seeing him is such bad luck. Every time I do, I get sick. It must be stealing your life force. Why doesn't the freak just die already? The 4th Hokage died because of him. Die. Die. Vicious words mingled with cold indifference, disgust, and an almost palpable hatred. 3 years had passed since the Ninetales rampage. Konoha had lost much in the chaos. Countless shinobi perished beneath the Kyuubi's devastating rampage. Countless others lost fathers, mothers, children. Minato Namikaze, Konoha's hero, the 4th Hokage, the man who had faced Iwagakure army alone rather than concede defeat, had also fallen that night, sacrificing himself to seal the demon fox. Few knew his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, had died alongside him. Even fewer knew the fourth Hokage and his wife had left behind a child. Or perhaps, many did know. But for reasons unspoken, complex and varied, no one ever mentioned it. It was taboo. A taboo understood by almost everyone. The small figure finished weaving through the hostile crowd, quickly crossing the street and vanishing down a wooded path. Behind him, the street slowly returned to its bustling rhythm, the tension easing as if a storm cloud had passed. Let's see what I've caught today. Having crossed the street and followed the forest path, the small boy finally stopped by a stream. He bent down, reaching into the cool water. His reflection shimmered back, golden hair framing a small, determined face. He lifted a segmented fish trap, crudely resembling a cage, from the water. Anyone familiar with foraging along riverbanks would recognize it, a simple net placed strategically to catch fish and shrimp. Sometimes, though, it caught stranger things. Naruto's treatment in the series wasn't this bad as I am experiencing. Am I an AU or did the editors censor it? Konoha really sucks. Especially as an orphan, I still remember their faces, even as Kurama's claw impaling him, he had such a brilliant smile. Kushina was looking down at me with gentle warmth. If I had known that would be last time someone truly cared about me, I would have appreciated it more. It's been 3 years since I arrived in this world. The villagers are absolute assholes. 6 months ago, I left the little apartment they gave me and moved out here. The longer I'm here, the more memories from my past life surface. Naruto stood, glancing back towards the bustling street he'd just fled. I hate it there. And they really don't like me. Yet I am not strong enough to run away. I prefer it here. It's peaceful, surrounded by nature. Living off the land is tough, sure, but at least the food is normal. No mold. No sour stench or rot. No, strange, ingredients. Naruto picked up the fish trap, carefully inspecting his haul. He'd found the net discarded by the river, tattered and useless, and painstakingly repaired it himself. Looks like grilled fish and crab for lunch, he murmured, a rare smile touching his lips. 3 small fish, each about 10 centimeters long, and 1 palm-sized crab. Paired with some foraged wild vegetables and a bit of rice, it would make a decent meal. He tipped the remaining small fry and shrimp from the trap into a simple pond he'd constructed from stones and mud, a makeshift larder to keep his catches fresh. Nearby sat a small, cultivated patch where he transplanted edible greens and roots found deeper in the woods. A tiny wooden hut, barely 5 square meters, housed a simple bed and a few changes of clothes. This meager setup was the entirety of Naruto's possession. He efficiently killed, gutted, scaled, and began grilling the fish over a small fire. After finishing 2 fish and the crab, just as he reached for the last small fish, Naruto froze. He sensed a faint prickle of malice approaching from the distance. It was a very, very faint malevolence, tinged with other, more complex emotions. Malice sensing. It was an innate ability Naruto possessed in this life. He discovered early on that his physical senses were exceptionally sharp, eventually developing this uncanny perception, the ability to feel the hostility directed towards him by nearby living beings. It was the primary reason he'd moved out on his own at the tender age of 3. It was why he couldn't stand being in the populated areas of Konoha. The sheer weight of the villagers' hatred felt suffocating, crushing him. An old man wearing the red and white robes of the Hokage, a distinctive conical hat perched on his head and a pipe clenched between his teeth, slowly came into view. The third Hokage. "Hello, old man Hokage," Naruto greeted him with an artificially sweet smile and a childlike voice. The smile, however, felt practiced, rehearsed. "Naruto," the Sandaime acknowledged, taking a puff from his pipe. He returned the smile, his eyes crinkling, though his cheerfulness seemed just as rehearsed as Naruto's. "I came to see how you were doing." Naruto felt the faint malice emanating from the Hokage's umbu hiding nearby intensify slightly. Along with slight anger emanating from Hokage as well. "He's not happy I moved out," Naruto noted silently. Grandpa, try this. Naruto held out the remaining grilled fish, tilting his head with a troubled expression. It came out a little bitter, but it's still pretty good. Hokage's expression softened, and the anger receded fractionally. So, Naruto, the third Hokage began, taking the fish and nibbling on it, his tone carefully casual, why did you decide to move out here? Well, everyone dislikes me anyway, Naruto mumbled, lowering his head, his expression suddenly crestfallen. So I figured I should just leave. The casual words, that lost expression tinged with a hint of resentment, were designed to tug at heartstrings. Feel guilty, Naruto thought, watching the Hokage closely. Go on, feel guilty. As long as you feel guilty, maybe you'll let me live like this a little longer. Predictably, the Hokage reached out, patting Naruto's head with a touch of pity. The anger surrounding him lessened further. Just as the Hokage opened his mouth to say something more, a dark-clad figure wearing an animal mask flickered beside him in a swirl of leaves. The Umbu agent leaned in, whispering urgently in the Hokage's ear. His expression shifted, hardening almost imperceptibly. He immediately stood. I must go, Naruto. With his enhanced senses, Naruto strained to catch the Umbu's words but only managed to grasp a few indistinct syllables before the third Hokage turned and departed, the agent vanishing as quickly as he had appeared. Later, in the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen, we cannot allow the Jinchuriki to remain outside our direct supervision for so long. The Nine Tails is the village's ultimate weapon, an old man stated, his voice raspy. Bandages covered half his face and one arm, his single visible eye narrowed, his hand gripping a cane. We can't afford any complications. Danzo Shimura. Konoha Elder. Master of the Root Organization. If you lack the resolve, Hiruzen, then hand the boy over to me. My root will shape him into the perfect instrument. The Jinchuriki will not be handed over to you, Danzo, the Hokage interrupted sharply, his voice firm. He is a child of Konoha, not your tool. Hiruzen. Are you truly planning to monopolize the Jinchuriki's power for yourself? Enough. Hokage slammed his hand on the desk, cutting Danzo off again. Some lines will not be crossed. His gaze was steely. Do not forget, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo stared back, his single eye narrowed into a slit, the silence stretching taut between them. Finally, he spoke, his voice dripping with cold certainty. You will regret this, Hiruzen. With a sharp turn and a flick of his sleeve, Danzo swept out of the office. Chapter 3. Shortly after visiting Naruto, the third Hokage issued an order across the village, no one was to speak ill of the boy. It was a strange thing about people, Naruto thought bitterly. Tell them not to do something, and it only made them want to do it more. They'd even find ways to twist the rules, to convince themselves they weren't really breaking them. He knew this the moment he returned to his small hut after hunting. He stood frozen, speechless, staring at the wreckage. His fishing net, torn to ribbons. The small fish pond he'd dug, smashed open, the fish and shrimp crushed into the mud. The crops he'd carefully planted, ripped out by the roots. And the hut itself, just a pile of splintered wood. Inside, foul-smelling yellow stains smeared his clothes and bedding. Everything he'd painstakingly built over the last half-month, simple, yes, but warm, his own little space, was gone. My home, he thought numbly. It's gone. The villagers wouldn't dare defy the Hokage's order directly, wouldn't gossip behind his back. But, accidentally, passing by the demon fox's den. Inadvertently, destroying it. That was apparently acceptable. He could almost feel unseen hands fanning the flames of hatred. He'd sensed it earlier, how the malice directed at him seemed to have doubled after his meeting with the third. A Jinchuriki is a tool, after all, something to be kept under control. And I actually felt guilty towards the old man. Put hope in him. So naive. In the Hokage's eyes, what truly mattered wasn't Naruto Uzumaki. It was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The village's weapon versus the fourth Hokage's son. Two labels for the same body, but worlds apart. Disappointment? Anger? Should he try to find the ones who did this? No, he decided, the fight draining out of him. What's the point? He took a deep, shuddering breath and let it out slowly. I never knew, he whispered, his voice rough, that people could be so vile. To do this, to a kid who hasn't done anything. His small fists clenched at his sides. I really hate this place. His voice cracked. This village. Konoha. He looked up at the empty sky. Minato, what exactly were you protecting? Naruto moved back to the apartment he'd lived in before, a small place, just a living room and a bedroom. It wasn't much, but it was 4 walls and a roof. Though it was an apartment building, supposedly full of people, his floor remained empty. No neighbors. Just him. Even here, inside, he could feel the constant weight of their animosity pressing in from all sides, a suffocating presence. He walked to the dusty mirror and looked at his reflection: blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker marks. I'll stay here for now, he murmured to the boy in the glass. Just gotta get stronger. In the ninja world, strength was everything. That much was clear. Living in the village had one advantage over the wilderness: he didn't have to hunt for food. And thanks to the third Hokage's order, the food wasn't being tampered with anymore. Still, beyond buying basic necessities, eating at restaurants was out of the question. Almost every shop turned him away. Ichiraku ramen was the sole exception. If he couldn't cook, he'd be stuck eating instant noodles and drinking milk. Thankfully, he knew his way around a kitchen. The days settled into a monotonous routine. Training felt pointless, no matter how much he trained. Without proper guidance, all he could manage were basic taijutsu exercises. He knew about things like water walking, tree climbing, even the Rasengan, but he lacked the fundamental skill needed for any of it. He didn't know how to control out his chakra. Without chakra, all those techniques were just empty words. He wasn't old enough for the ninja academy yet. And besides, he doubted they'd let him in even if he was. Too dangerous to let the Jinchuriki run wild. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water echoed, pulling Naruto from his thoughts, or perhaps from sleep. He blinked, his eyes slowly adjusting. He was lying on a cold, damp-looking floor in what seemed like a vast, dark sewer or basement. This is it. His eyes flew wide, a surge of excitement chasing away the gloom. Finally. I can finally get here. This had to be the seal space inside him. Where the Nine Tails, Kurama, was imprisoned. He couldn't train himself properly. But if he could get help from Kurama, that was the key. The fox would know how to access chakra. Naruto scrambled to his feet. He paused, noticing something odd. He touched his clothes, looked down at the floor where he'd been lying. It looked wet, but he was completely dry. Weird. The light was dim, casting long, distorted shadows. He could barely make out his surroundings, mostly vast, empty space with water pooling on the floor. There seemed to be only one path forward. He followed it, his footsteps echoing eerily, until he reached a colossal set of iron bars, like a gigantic cage door. In the center, a single piece of paper was stuck, covered in complex symbols he couldn't decipher. A seal. Knew it, he breathed, trying to tamp down the giddy excitement bubbling in his chest. He'd thought about this moment, planned what he'd say. His cheat, his path to power, was finally within reach. The strongest of the tailed beasts, Kurama, the Nine Tails. Squinting through the bars into the darkness beyond, he saw a figure stirring, slowly moving closer. Naruto took a deep breath, wanting to make sure he was heard, and yelled with all his might. Hey! Fox! Time to pay the rent. The figure emerged fully into the faint light filtering from somewhere above. Naruto stared. This wasn't the monstrous, nine-tailed fox he'd expected. It was a man, looking maybe 20 or 30 years old, with wild, spiky black hair. He wore a bright orange-yellow martial arts gi. And strangest of all, there was a glowing halo floating above his head. "Who are you?" was Naruto's first stunned thought. Followed quickly by, "Wait. I feel like I know him from somewhere." A powerful sense of déjà vu washed over him. "Yo!" The man raised a hand in a cheerful greeting. "I'm Son Goku." He grinned broadly. "Haha, been waiting here ages. Didn't think anyone else was around. Kinda thought this was the afterlife, you know." He rubbed his stomach. "So, this is what the underworld looks like now. Where's King Yema? Hey, you got anything to eat? I know dead guys don't gotta eat, but man, my stomach's still rumbling." The man kept talking, a cheerful torrent of nonsense spilling out. "Son Goku. What is he doing here?" Naruto's mind raced. "How did you get here, Kakarot?" "Huh." The name Kakarot make Goku frown, looking slightly put out. "Only my brother Raditz had called me that," he muttered, before correcting Naruto more firmly. "Why you calling me that name like that too? I'm not Kakarot. I'm Son Goku. A Saiyan raised on Earth." E/N, conversation between Goku and Naruto even when happening in his head would be encased in double quotes like, speech, and when Naruto talks to Goku he doesn't speak it out loud, like an idiot. Thought I would clarify. Chapter 4. A. Saiyan Jinchuriki. Naruto's mind reeled, the damp, sewer-like environment fading as impossible questions flooded his thoughts. Am I in Dragon Ball? Or some Naruto crossover? Where am I supposed to be? He forced himself to focus, trying to grasp the reality of the figure standing calmly behind the massive iron bars where a monstrous fox should have been. Okay, science, what do I know? He dredged up fragmented knowledge, likely absorbed from some forgotten corner of his past life's memories. Science, a warrior race, obsessed with strength, fiercely proud. They served an emperor, Frisia, until he betrayed them, destroyed their planet, leaving only a handful scattered across the universe. A universe where destroying moons was trivial, done casually by fighters like Master Roshi and Piccolo. Where planets could be shattered with a single energy blast, solar systems threatened, and reality itself felt fragile. Compared to that, the strongest shinobi here, wielding techniques that could at most seal Moon, felt terrifyingly outclassed. Moon destruction was early stuff, Naruto recalled with growing unease. Later, Frisia wrecked planets. Then came threats to solar systems, even the universe, one mistake and poof, everything gone. He shuddered. Against that scale, even the Hokage seems small. A random soldier from Frisia's army could probably wipe the elemental nations off the map. His gaze snapped back to the present, the immense cage dominating his mental landscape. But where's the fox? He scanned the dim expanse beyond the bars again. Nothing. No colossal, nine-tailed beast radiating malevolence. Just Goku. Panic began its cold crawl up his spine. How can Kurama be gone? Did Goku vaporize him because that furball pissed off Goku? Did Goku eat him? He eats dinosaurs, right? Kurama was supposed to be my power. My cheat. Naruto began, voice hesitant as he gestured awkwardly towards the figure. Mr. Goku. Have you, seen a really big fox around here? Nine Tails, super angry. Goku scratched his head, his expression one of genuine puzzlement. A big fox? Nope. Haven't seen one. Though I wish there was, it's been so long since I have eaten. He tilted his head, pointing a thumb towards the faint halo hovering above it. It's just me in here. Well, he corrected himself cheerfully, a dead me, anyway. See the halo? Everyone gets it when they die. Hey, how come you don't have one? Right, Naruto thought dryly, because I'm not dead. Just trapped in my own mindscape with a dead alien martial artist instead of a tailed beast. This was getting weirder by the second. So, how did you end up in here, Mr. Goku? Naruto pressed, desperate for some kind of explanation. Beats me. Goku shrugged, looking around the sewer-like space. 1 minute I was training like crazy on King Kai's planet, the next, bam. Here I am. He suddenly adopted a fighting stance, throwing a few light air punches that whistled faintly. Anyway, gotta keep training. There are these two really strong guys, other Saiyans, heading for Earth soon. I'm really looking forward to fighting them. Man, he paused, flexing his hand, the gravity here is way too light compared to King Kai's place. I'm gonna get rusty if I slack off. Goku kept muttering about training, Saiyans, and Earth. King Kai's planet, 2 Saiyans coming, he died fighting Raditz. Naruto's mind raced, piecing it together. This must be right after that. When he was traveling Snake Way in the afterlife. Early Dragon Ball Z, before Vegeta and Nappa arrived. Hey, Mr. Goku, Naruto interrupted, pointing towards the gaps between the massive bars. Kurama was far too large, but Goku. Can't you just slip through? Logically, Goku looked small enough to easily pass between the bars of the seal that was meant to hold a mountain-sized fox. Goku walked up to the gate and pushed against an invisible barrier. He frowned, looking more confused than concerned. Nope. I have been trying that for a while, seems like something's stopping me. He crossed his arms, looking slightly put out, like he'd stubbed his toe. Something stopping Goku? Naruto stared, stunned. Even back then, his power level was huge. At least 4,000, maybe more after King Kai's initial training boost. Enough to blow up small planets, probably. Since when is the 8 trigram seal strong enough to contain that? He paced again, a growing sense of dread replacing his earlier panic. He searched fruitlessly one last time for any sign of the Ninetales. Nothing. Defeated, Naruto slumped onto the damp, metaphysical ground. Okay. So, no Kurama. He desperately tried to find a silver lining. I'm still an Uzumaki. My own chakra reserve should be massive. Maybe not having the fox's volatile chakra interfering will actually let me grow faster. Control my own power better. A tiny spark of hope flickered in the gloom. Hey, kid, Goku's voice broke the silence. What's up? You looked all sad for a second, now you look kinda happy, it's weird. His stomach suddenly let out an enormous growl. Man, I'm starving. Got anything to eat? Food? You're dead, stuck in a seal, and you're still thinking about food? I've got my own food issues, thank you very much. Naruto sighed inwardly, shooting a half-exasperated, half-disbelieving glare at the figure behind the bars. Great. So I'm a Saiyan Jinchuriki. Does that mean I can go Super Saiyan eventually? But Saiyans don't even have chakra, they're not even from this dimension, let alone this planet. His eyes drifted over Goku's orange gi, lingering on the round, turtle, symbol on his chest and back. Wait a second. Goku. The chakra cheat is gone. The thought snagged, twisting into something new. But I got an even better cheat. His gaze snapped back to Goku, wide with dawning realization. I lost one power source, but didn't another one just land in my lap? The main character from Dragon Ball Z and couple others. He went from a nobody with a power level of single digits, step by step, with blood, sweat and his enemies' tears, until he became one of the strongest beings in the universe. A martial arts master from a universe with a completely different, arguably far more potent, power system. Someone who punched the Emperor of the Universe, kicked android ass, surpassed the Supreme Kai, and beat Majin Buu, then fought God of Destruction. Then fought even stronger beings in the sequel and games. After images, sensing energy, the Kamehameha. Flight. The Kaioken, the spirit bomb. Naruto's heart began to pound like a war drum. Even this early version of Goku possessed skills that were practically god-tier compared to most shinobi techniques. If I could learn even one of those, just the basics, my strength would skyrocket. I could potentially become stronger than anyone in the village and this planet. Forget dusty old scrolls or grumpy teachers. He had a universe-class martial arts grandmaster literally living inside him. Naruto scrambled to his feet, eyes shining with the intensity of someone who just discovered an infinite ramen coupon valid for life. He faced the sealed gate, took a deep, steadying breath, and bowed deeply a perfect 90 degrees, filled with reverence and desperate hope. "Mr. Goku," he yelled, his voice ringing with newfound determination. "Please, teach me. Take me as your student." Goku blinked, startled by the sudden shift in the kid's demeanor. "Huh?" He stared at the small, blond boy bowing so earnestly. For a fleeting moment, the image flickered, another kid, bald this time, arriving on a tiny boat, asking something similar of Master Roshi years ago. "Huh. Kinda nostalgic," Goku thought idly. "He looks about the same age as Gohan, too. And Krillin and Bulma will use the Dragon Balls to wish me back when those Saiyans show up anyway. Plenty of time until then, might as well do something." Without overthinking it, as usual, he just grinned his typical carefree grin. "Okay. Yes." Naruto pumped his fist, absolutely beaming. "Thank you, sensei." Goku waved a hand dismissively, scratching the back of his neck. "Yeah, sure. Sensei, feels kinda weird, though." Naruto's mind was already racing, possibilities exploding like fireworks. Who needs to be a fragile ninja dodging kunai? I've discovered a truth, ninjas have limits. Therefore, I reject my ninjahood, Sasuke. He could almost picture it, soaring through the sky, energy blasts erupting from his hands. Flying around, throwing ki blasts like asterisk pew. Pew, asterisk this is gonna be awesome. Creators. Chapter 5. The roar of the waterfall filled the air, a cascade plunging into a seemingly bottomless pool below. Naruto craned his neck, eyes wide, and swallowed hard. His throat felt tight. "Sensei," he began, his voice small against the thundering water, "do we really have to?" Goku's affirmative echo resonated in his mind, leaving no room for argument. So this is it, Naruto thought. Taking a ragged breath, he yelled, "Here goes nothing," and launched himself forward. Splash! The icy shock of the water jolted him, the current immediately tugging at his small frame. This was Goku's way, learned from Master Roshi himself, the turtle school style. It wasn't just about fighting, it was a philosophy. Train with everything you have, push your body past its limits, break through them, and then rest completely. Let the mind and body recover fully, soaking up the gains before pushing again. Master Roshi put it simply, train hard, study hard, play hard, eat well, and rest well. Sounds easy enough, but living it? That was the real challenge. Life always found ways to interfere. It demanded focus, a pure dedication that was hard to maintain. Eating, playing, resting, it wasn't just downtime, it was all part of honing the mind, stripping away distractions until only the essentials remained. Simple. Pure. Back to basics. Goku, shaped by Roshi's teachings through countless battles, was a true master. Yet the basic turtle school training remained deceptively simple: swimming, milk delivery, studying, plowing, and construction work. Mundane tasks, seemingly. Any worker could do them. But the turtle school way was different. Swimming wasn't just laps, it was crossing lakes, sometimes with sharks giving chase. Milk delivery meant outrunning dinosaurs. Plowing wasn't done with tools, but with bare hands tearing through earth. Construction wasn't teamwork, it was one person doing the job of an entire crew. Mastering these built the foundation. Body and mind, forged together. That was the secret. And right now, Naruto was swimming. Since Konoha lacked lakes and sharks, Goku had adapted. The waterfall provided the resistance, its powerful current and crushing pressure forcing Naruto to fight, to adapt, to survive. Goku knew that survival instincts unlocked incredible power. And that power would fuel Naruto's growth. Sometimes, you needed a push. Remember what I told you, kid, Goku's voice echoed in Naruto's head, steady and calm amidst the roaring water. Use your breathing. Coordinate it with your movements. Don't just flail around with brute strength. These weren't mindless endurance tests. Raw power had its limits. Ignoring technique, ignoring your own body, that was just asking for trouble. Each exercise had specific breathing patterns, unique ways to generate force without breaking yourself. Naruto forced himself to calm down, pushing the panic back, recalling Goku's lessons from the quiet space within the seal. Deep breath, focus the energy, left hand forward, push. He was immediately swept away by the churning water. He was still too small, too light to fight this kind of force head-on. Just before the current could hurl him over the edge, a figure flickered nearby. A black-clad ninja, face hidden behind a fox mask, snatched him by the back of his collar, lifting him clear. Umbu. Always watching. Naruto had sensed them nearby, knew they wouldn't let the village's Jinchuriki actually drown. It was the only reason he'd dared to attempt something so reckless. Thanks, mister. Naruto offered his brightest, sweetest smile, ignoring the wave of coldness rolling off the masked ninja. All he got in return was a sharper glare. He was used to it by now. Yeah, figures, Naruto thought, hiding his anger. Whatever. Hate me all you want, you still gotta save me. He felt a flicker of defiance. Go ahead. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Day after day, Naruto threw himself into the turtle school training. No milk routes. Fine. He practiced precision throwing by lobbing large stones onto the roofs of those villagers who glared the hardest. No construction sites. He'd single-handedly relocate the roof of someone who'd muttered curses at him. No fields needing plowing. He'd volunteer a particularly hostile shopkeeper's back garden for some bare-handed tilling. Naruto privately called it spreading affection. To outsiders, the training Naruto did under Goku's guidance looked like nothing more than being naughty, mischievous, causing trouble, and playing pranks. Complaints flooded the Hokage's office. They achieved nothing. As long as Naruto wasn't actually hurting anyone, the old man seemed content, perhaps even amused. He'd occasionally seek Naruto out, offering kind words or a small treat, clearly trying to foster dependence. Naruto played along, giving the Hokage the respectful, eager responses he seemed to expect. It might have even worked, if not for the faint, almost hidden trace of apathy Naruto sensed beneath the Hokage's kindly facade. Faced with the villagers' anger, the Hokage remained non-committal. No clear support for Naruto, but no condemnation either. This lack of resolution only deepened the villagers' resentment towards the boy. But the Hokage's unspoken decree held, no one was to physically harm Naruto. Not that many could. Even at 4 years old, fueled by turtle school training, Naruto was surprisingly strong and ridiculously resilient. He learned not to care what they thought. Being perfectly behaved wouldn't lessen their hostility anyway. Spring turned to autumn. Training became Naruto's entire world, an addictive cycle of exertion and recovery. A year flew by in a blur of sweat, strain, and small, hard-won victories. Like lifting weights, the constant push, the feeling of getting stronger, it hooked him deep. Another lovely morning, Naruto muttered to his reflection, sensing the familiar undercurrent of animosity from the village beyond his window. Gonna be another fun one. He grinned, a flash of defiance in his eyes. His constitution was uncanny. No matter how utterly exhausted he was the night before, a full sleep left him buzzing with energy, ready to go again. It was probably the only reason he could keep up with the relentless pace Goku set. "Alright, little guy," Goku's voice sounded in his mind, "starting today, we're doubling the intensity." Compared to Goku's 5 foot 9 inches, 175 centimeters, frame, the 3.5 foot, 106 centimeters, Naruto is a little guy. But Naruto didn't like the nickname. "Okay, sensei." He strapped on the familiar light purple turtle shell that now lived on his back outside of sleeping hours and trotted out the door. Weight training. Another pillar of the turtle school. After the swimming, the spreading affection, the studying, the plowing, and the construction work, the shell went on. Its weight increased incrementally as he grew stronger. Right now, Naruto's shell weighed 100 kilograms, 220 pounds. He suspected he could handle more, physically. But he worried it might stunt his growth. He had a nagging suspicion that Krillin's short stature might have had something to do with hauling that shell around as a kid. Goku, being a Saiyan, didn't count, different biology entirely. Wonder how much weight Rock Lee carried during the Chunin exams. Naruto mused, a competitive glint in his eye. As long as he kept growing taller, he figured he'd surpass Lee's weight soon enough. E/N, for those wondering why Naruto doesn't just remove the seal and release Goku, it's because he needs to have sufficient strength to release it, for his body to be able to handle the strain, and Naruto isn't Goku's Jinchuriki, he isn't getting any ki from Goku. If opened the seal as he currently is, he would die. MC does plan to release it after he gets stronger and older. There's also selfish reason that MC fears that if he releases the seal, Goku might get pulled into afterlife, and he won't meet Goku again. Chapter 6. Inside Naruto's mind, Goku's thoughts drifted. Time flies. Wonder if those Saiyans made it to Earth yet. How are Krillin, Gohan, and the others doing? They were supposed to revive me or teleport me before Saiyans arrived. I hope it's not too late. Goku paused before shouting, "King Kai! Can you hear me?" Sighing, Goku muttered, "Still nothing." Naruto sat cross-legged on the grass, eyes closed, following Goku's instructions. Goku's instructions were simple, perhaps overly so. If Naruto had only the words to go by, he might never have grasped it. But having Goku within the seal was different. Goku could sense Naruto's internal energy directly, guiding his awareness towards the feeling, nudging him in the right direction. Naruto sat cross-legged, eyes closed, sinking into the meditation state Goku had taught him. Mind empty. Distractions fading. Just stillness, and the quiet instruction echoing within. He focused solely on that inner search, feeling his way through sensation and intuition. Time stretched, unmarked. The sun climbed, arced, and dipped below the trees. Days blurred into one another. Naruto remained motionless, his breathing slow and even, like an old monk lost in contemplation. He seemed both present and absent, blending into the sounds and stillness of the forest edge. "Captain." An Umbu operative perched silently in a nearby tree, wearing an owl mask, murmured to his partner. "The target hasn't moved in days. Should we report anything?" He gestured towards Naruto's still form. The Umbu captain, wearing a fox mask, shook his head slightly. "No abnormalities observed. Standard procedure is to monitor unless there's immediate danger or deviation." He paused. "And his name is Naruto Uzumaki." "Yes, Captain." The fox-masked captain continued watching the boy. "Sensei's son." He thought silently. "There's definitely something extraordinary about him." This was a new Umbu team assigned to Naruto following the incident on the main street. They had no ties to the previous watchers, who were made to take extra training. Umbu weren't meant to have opinions. If they failed again, then they would be retired. Peaceful retirement is only allowed for those Umbu who successfully complete missions. A few small birds, emboldened by Naruto's stillness, chirped and fluttered down, landing tentatively on his shoulders. Naruto didn't react. The birds seemed to accept him as part of the landscape. One even briefly considered his spiky blonde hair as a potential nesting site before apparently deciding it lacked structural integrity. The sun finally vanished, replaced by a sliver of moon hanging in the darkening sky. Slowly, Naruto opened his eyes. For a moment, his gaze seemed distant, ethereal, holding a clarity untouched by the world. Then, a spark ignited within them, a flicker of understanding, and his focus sharpened. He looked down at his own hands, flexing his fingers, a look of profound disbelief spreading across his face. "I felt it," he whispered, his voice rough from disuse. "Is this ki?" A faint, warm current hummed beneath his skin, a feeling entirely new yet somehow familiar, controllable. He could direct it, shift it, almost as easily as flexing a muscle. Incredible, Goku's voice held genuine surprise. To grasp it this quickly. Took me ages to get the hang of ki back at Kami's lookout. A familiar note of complaint crept in. "Seems you've got a real knack for this ki stuff, little guy. If only your physical training showed the same talent." He sounded almost eager. "Maybe fighting you will be interesting someday after all." Naruto knew Goku wasn't exaggerating. Mastering ki had taken Goku years, and even prodigies like Vegeta had struggled initially. For Naruto to sense and manipulate it, even crudely, within a week, it was astounding. "Guess everyone's got their own talents," Naruto muttered, stretching stiffly. "I wish the seal would pass on, Saiyan genes too. Sadly, it is made for Kurama and I don't think I am getting anything from Goku. Wait. Some of Sensei's ki is leaking through. That's why I had easier time sensing ki," he added silently. Rumble. Just as he stood up, intending to shake out his cramped muscles, his stomach let out a deafening roar. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over him. Whoa. How long was I out here? He felt utterly drained, and ravenous. "I'm starving. Let's see, 1, 2, 6, 4, about 7 days, give or take," Goku calculated, managing to get the number right despite mixing up the order. Naruto groaned. 7 days. No wonder. I feel like I could eat a whole cow. Just one. Goku sounded genuinely unimpressed. Your appetite's still pretty weak, little guy. Chapter 10. Spring gave way to autumn, and another year slipped by. October 10th arrived, Konoha calendar year 53. Naruto turned 6. For once, Naruto skipped his relentless training. Instead, he spent the morning preparing a small feast, laying it out on his table. Birthday. Goku's voice echoed in his mind, "Happy birthday, kid. I used to celebrate those with Chi-Chi and Gohan. As I never knew what day mine is, as Grandpa Gohan didn't used to celebrate birthdays. So I used to celebrate mine with theirs." Goku mused, tried to keep his tone light, but there was some sadness evident. Like Naruto, Goku had lost his parents young, his planet destroyed. He'd landed on Earth, hit his head, and forgotten even their faces. He'd had Grandpa Gohan, who'd loved him, until Goku looked at the full moon, transformed, and accidentally killed him, and now he has no way of meeting his only family left, his wife and a son, separated by universe apart. Thinking it out, Goku's past sounded almost as bleak as Naruto's own. "Let's celebrate it together, happy birthday, sensei," Naruto said, raising a cup of homemade grape juice. "Haha. Happy birthday to you too, kid," Goku replied. Naruto turned towards the window, lifting his cup slightly higher. "Happy birthday to you guys out there," he said out loud, addressing the unseen Umbu guards. Outside, the leaves on a nearby branch rustled slightly, a silent acknowledgement. After a year, the Umbu captain watching him wasn't surprised Naruto could sense his presence. Minato-sensei's kid, and the Jinchuriki, bound to be exceptional, the captain likely reasoned. Naruto felt a measure of ease towards this particular guard. Unlike almost everyone else in Konoha, this Umbu radiated no malice towards him. Naruto even had a quiet suspicion about who might be behind the mask. He reflected on the short list of people who didn't direct that familiar chill his way: Tuchi and Ayam at Ichiraku, Nikoba, Hinata, Mikoto Uchiha and her serious husband, and now, maybe this Umbu captain. 6 people. It wasn't many, but it was something. In another week, Naruto was scheduled to start at the Ninja Academy. Konoha regulations required all children with ninja potential to enroll at age 6. The decision hadn't come easily. Konoha's leadership had clashed over it, predictably. Danzo still pushed for Root to take Naruto, to mold him into a weapon for Konoha. Hamura and Koharu, the advisors, chimed in, Danzo is right. Hiruzen countered, insisting Naruto needed bonds, needed to experience village life and learn the will of fire, just as his mother Kushina had, finding her own connections, and Minato, at the academy. The advisors, of course, agreed, the Hokage is right. Typical of the two, offered their usual measured agreement with whoever spoke last, contributing little substance. Danzo wouldn't relent, convinced Hiruzen's path would waste the Jinchuriki's potential. But Hiruzen held firm, reminding everyone that Kushina, despite her own immense power and tragic past, thrived within the standard system. The argument ended, as many did, with Hiruzen playing his trump card, I am the Hokage. Danzo's resentment, particularly towards the Hokage title he felt was rightfully his, deepened. And so, Naruto had his admission notice. The first day at the academy wasn't quite the festival some parents made it out to be, but the grounds buzzed with activity. More students milled about than at a typical school, parents anxiously fussing over their children. Konoha only had one academy, after all. Almost every child had an adult escort. Except Naruto. He approached the registration table, handing the form Hiruzen had given him to the Chunin instructor stationed there. The man had a distinctive horizontal scar across the bridge of his nose and gravity-defying brown hair pulled back. Irika Yumino. Irika glanced at the name, then looked up at Naruto, his eyes widening slightly. 9 dash, he started, catching himself. A faint flicker of darkness, that familiar coldness Naruto knew instantly as malice, emanated from the instructor. Naruto knew the story. Irika's parents had died during the Ninetales attack years ago. The wound was clearly still raw. Can I register, sir? Naruto asked politely. Yes, Irika replied, his expression tight, the flicker of malice intensifying slightly. Go on inside. Thanks, Naruto replied, politely turning toward the academy without a backward glance. Naruto offered a polite, thank you, and headed towards the academy building without a backward glance. He wasn't here to fix Irika's issues. If the teacher came around, fine. If not, whatever. Frankly, if the third hadn't insisted, he'd rather be training. The turtle school exercises were addictive, he felt the pull of getting stronger with every session. As he walked, ignoring the whispers and pointed fingers from other parents registering their children, Naruto occupied himself with his newfound ability, sensing ki. He could get a rough feel for the energy signatures around him, the subtle differences between individuals. He knew it wasn't a perfect measure of combat strength, technique and experience mattered hugely, but it was fascinating. He started mentally scoring everyone he saw. That one's a 30. Starfish head bringing a kid with a big forehead. That one's an 85. Big chubby guy, bringing a little chubby kid. That one's a 66. Pineapple head with a mini pineapple. That one's a 75. Kinda handsome for an old guy, bringing a little girl. That one's a 70. Shaggy-haired ant with a dog bigger than she is. That one's a 40. Just a regular ninja. That one's a 28. Wait, that one's 1, 2, 3. 77. Keys fluctuating all over the place. A guy with big pair of sunglasses bringing a kid with little pair of sunglasses. Parents without strong clan ties generally felt weaker, below 50. Those from established clans felt stronger, mostly above, though there were variations. The kids his age. Most felt like baseline 5s, barely registering. Then, one signature spiked sharply, distinct from the others. Whoa. 99. No, maybe higher. Naruto glanced over and saw him. Itachi Uchiha, the same older brother he'd seen at Nikoba's, registering Sasuke. He's that strong. Okay. Naruto raised an eyebrow and shifted a few steps to the side, casually. It wasn't that he was scared of Itachi. The guy was just nuts, so best to keep his distance. Being strong wasn't scary. Being crazy wasn't scary. But being crazy and strong at the same time. That was a whole other level. He didn't want to catch whatever Itachi had. Chapter 11. The academy classroom was already bustling when Naruto pushed the door open. He recognized a few faces from the registration area, the girl with the wide forehead Sakura, the chubby kid already munching on snacks Choji, the boy with pineapple-shaped hair slouched in his seat Shikamaru, and the blonde girl chattering nearby Ino. The moment he stepped inside, the ambient hostility spiked. A familiar chill settled over the room as whispers erupted. Thankfully, not everyone radiated that coldness. Ignoring the stares and murmurs, Naruto scanned the room, his gaze settling on a small figure hunched near the back, the owner of those clear, pale eyes he remembered, remarkably free of the malice that usually greeted him. He headed straight for the empty seat beside her. The whispering intensified as he walked. Great, we're in the same class as him. Why's that thing in our class? Talk about bad luck. Didn't Kitano almost get skinned alive last year? He's still not right in the head from it. Serves Kitano right for messing with him. You know he's the one who threw my dad's valuable and costly pumpkins into the river, right? That's nothing. He plowed up old man Kenji's entire back garden with his bare hands. You think that's bad? He tore down the roof of our house during rainy season. We had to sleep in neighbor's house for 2 weeks. Look, he's sitting next to the Hyuga girl. Think she's in danger? Is he gonna, eat her? Why don't you go stop him then, tough guy? Not my problem. Not everyone joined the chorus of negativity. Troublesome, the pineapple-haired boy muttered, frowning at the gossip but making no move to intervene. He shot Naruto a brief, indifferent glance before slumping onto his desk, seemingly asleep. Crunch, crunch, beside him, the chubby kid remained oblivious, utterly focused on his bag of chips. Sakura. Did you hear? Sasuke-kun is going to be in our class. Really? Oh, that's amazing, Ino. The forehead girl and the blonde girl were lost in their own excited conversation, their attention fixed solely on the Uchiha boy Naruto had seen earlier. They giggled, oblivious to the tension surrounding Naruto. Naruto? Who's that? For them who could compare to Sasuke-kun? I am so sorry, Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered as Naruto sat down beside her. She kept her head bowed low, unable to meet his eyes, her pale lavender gaze hidden. A faint mist seemed to gather there anyway. Her face flushed crimson, and she nervously twisted the hem of her simple tunic between her fingers. Her heart pounded as she continued, about what happened, that day. I wanted to find you, to apologize, but Yoichi and he was punished by the clan elders too. And father, he confined me to the house. Today is the first day they let me out. Her voice trembled, thick with unshed tears. I tried to sneak out, several times, but they always caught me. She finally looked up, fresh tears spilling over and tracing paths down her cheeks. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She choked back a sob, terrified he would blame her, hate her for abandoning him after he'd helped her. He must hate me now, she thought miserably. He probably thinks I'm awful. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, she felt a gentle weight settle on her head. A warm, small hand rested there, and a quiet voice reached her ear. It's okay, Hinata. Naruto gently smoothed her dark hair, his touch surprisingly calming. He slid off his seat, kneeling beside her chair so he could see her face better. He carefully took one of her hands, gently prying her fingers loose from where they were strangling the fabric of her clothes. He looked directly into her tear-filled eyes, his own expression softer than she'd ever seen it. "I know," he said softly. "What happened that day wasn't your fault. I was never mad at you." He paused, a small, almost shy smile touching his lips. "I actually tried to find you too, but getting past the Hyuga compound gates isn't exactly easy. Especially," he added silently, "when everyone inside has X-ray vision and has strict guard rotation after Kumo incident. You went through a lot, trying to sneak out from under the gaze of a bunch of Byakugan users." His simple words, his gentle touch, worked like magic. Hinata's frantic breathing slowed, the tears gradually subsiding. "So," Naruto continued, still holding her gaze, "can we be friends?" He waited. When she didn't answer immediately, just stared at him with wide, wet eyes, he started to pull back slightly. "Or, maybe you don't want to." "I do." Hinata blurted out, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. Her face instantly flushed an even deeper shade of red. Naruto smiled, a real, genuine smile that reached his eyes. "She's a nice kid." He hadn't smiled like this ever in this life. Then it settled, he said cheerfully, continuing with a bow, "Looking forward to getting to know you, Hinata-chan. Please take care of me. My first real friend in this world," he thought, a warmth spreading through his own chest. "And Naruto-kun," Hinata stammered, still flustered but managing a watery smile back. Please, take care of me too." The moment wasn't quite as smooth as it seemed. Hinata's crying had, in fact, alerted the other students. Young and idealistic, plenty of them were eager to play the hero, punish Naruto, and rescue the damsel in distress. But before they could make a move, Naruto, sensing their intentions, scared them off with a single glare. Even without the nine tails, the pressure and intensity of his ki he'd honed through training was more than these academy kids could handle. Think of Master Roshi taking off his sunglasses. That intense look mixed in with ki is completely different from his usual goofy persona. Restraint and combat, two different sides of the same coin. Complete control. That was the essence of the Turtle School. A stark contrast to the Crane School, which reveled in displaying raw power. Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered again from his desk, cracking an eye open before seemingly going back to sleep, though his attention lingered briefly on the pair. More students filed in, Sasuke Uchiha, radiating a cool boredom that already captivated half the girls, Kiba Inuzuka, swaggering slightly with Akamaru perched on his head, faint red fang markings on his cheeks, Shino Aburame, hidden behind dark glasses and a high collar, his key signature still feeling oddly unstable to Naruto's senses. Soon, Iruka entered, clapping his hands for attention. "All right everyone, settle down. My name is Iruka Umino, and I'll be your homeroom instructor this year." He smiled warmly, though Naruto still felt that faint undercurrent directed his way. "Let's start with some simple introductions. Tell us your name, something you like, and what your dream is for the future." One by one, the students stood up. Kiba Inuzuka. "I like dogs, obviously." And Akamaru. "My dream is to be Hokage someday." Shikamaru Nara. Likes, watching clouds, naps. Dream, marry a normal girl, have 2 kids, retire, and play shogi. Anything else is too troublesome. Sasuke Uchiha. "I don't particularly like anything. My dream is I will restore my clan's glory and become strong ninja." He added silently, "Strong like Nissan." "I'm Sakura Haruno. I like. My dream is to become a great ninja like Tsunade-sama." Hinata Hyuga. "I like pressed flowers. My dream is to become strong and kind." Finally, it was Naruto's turn. He stood up, glancing briefly at Hinata before facing the class. Naruto Uzumaki. He paused, thinking. I like ramen, and people with kind eyes. Another pause. My dream. He looked towards the Hokage monument visible through the window. Is probably to become a great person like the fourth Hokage. Chapter 12. The Ninja Academy droned on. Mostly theory. Dry lectures about things that felt distant from anything real. Was the theory useless? Not entirely. Sometimes, knowing the history of a conflict can be extremely useful for diplomatic missions, or the supposed properties of a medicinal herb for emergencies might matter. But useful? When the instructor started explaining the parabolic arc needed to assassinate someone with a kunai from 50 meters. Naruto tuned out. Who had time to calculate trajectories in a real fight? By the time you finished the math, your target was gone, or you were dead. It always seemed to circle back to the same thing: kids with clan techniques, with bloodline advantages, were the ones who survived. The bookworms, the ones who aced the written tests. They often didn't last long outside the village walls. It felt like the whole system was rigged from the start. Sure, some practical skills were taught: wilderness survival, basic first aid, how to identify common traps. Useful stuff, maybe, for kids who'd never camped out or fended for themselves. Naruto already knew most of it the hard way. They covered ninja tools, types, uses, weaknesses. And hand seals, endless drills on forming the precise shapes. But watching fights, seeing real shinobi in action, did anyone actually use basic kunai past a certain point? It mostly seemed to become flashes of light and elemental chaos. And hand seals. Felt like everyone powerful eventually just willed jutsu into existence with a clap or a grunt. Beyond that, the only potentially useful things were the three basics: transformation, substitution, clone jutsu. Naruto's quick assessment. Clone jutsu, pointless weak genjutsu. Anyone decent used shadow clones, or elemental ones. This was a waste of chakra. Substitution jutsu, cool for show early on, touted as the first step to spatial ninjutsu. Then they retcon it into just a fast switcheroo, a trick of the eye. Transformation jutsu, okay, this one had some potential. Good for infiltration, maybe. But easily seen through by sensor types or anyone with sharp eyes, unless you could somehow mimic it perfectly like things he probably shouldn't know about yet. Unless you're as good as a white zetsu, it's useless. Though harem jutsu and reverse harem jutsu, based on it, caught Kaguya off guard, so there's that. So, yeah. The academy. Great for kids with no background, giving them a crash course. For clan kids, maybe a refresher. For him, mostly a waste of precious training time. Time he could be spending getting actually strong. If only I had shadow clones, he thought, slouching as Iruka-sensei launched into another lecture about the will of fire, his voice earnest but making Naruto's eyelids heavy. A real clone, one that could train alongside him, learn, fight, even sit through this class for him. That would change everything. Dragon Ball has clone-like techniques, sure. Tien Shinhan's multiform technique splits his power into 4, and each one's a solid body. But that's Tien Shinhan's move, and Goku doesn't know it. So, shadow clones remained out of reach. The problem? Nobody's going to teach me. In the canon timeline, original Naruto learned it by stealing the scroll of seals during the graduation exam. I'm years away from that. Besides, even if I did graduate, I don't plan on stealing anything. 'Cause I don't think this third Hokage would be as lenient. Still, things weren't all bad. Since he'd mentioned wanting to be like the fourth Hokage during introductions, the Umbu watchers had vanished. Maybe the third Hokage figured he was safe now, or maybe it was something else. Either way, it was a relief. Less scrutiny meant more freedom. As long as he watched out for the old man's crystal ball jutsu, he could finally start working on the real turtle school stuff. Kamehameha. Flying. Ki blasts. Things that mattered. Drip, drip, drip. The sound, familiar yet strangely out of place, pulled Naruto from a deep sleep. He opened his eyes not to his small apartment, but to the vast, echoing space within the seal. Water pooled ankle-deep across the floor, reflecting a dim, murky light. He frowned. He hadn't been here, truly present like this, in a long time. His training pushed him to exhaustion daily, sleep claimed him instantly. And since Goku-sensei could just talk inside his head, there hadn't been much need to visit the seal itself. But this wasn't right. He'd consciously reshaped this space months ago, replacing the damp, oppressive feel with grassy fields under a clearer sky. Now, it felt like it had reverted. Back to how it was when he first arrived, lost and confused. And cold. Where was Goku-sensei? I haven't heard his sensei's voice in, how long had it been? Sensei. Naruto called out, his voice swallowed by the immensity of the chamber. Unease prickled at him. He pushed off the ground, rising into the air, ki lifting him effortlessly now, and flew towards the towering gate at the far end of the space. The massive iron bars loomed, the seal tag still slapped defiantly in the center. Everything looked the same, except, the familiar figure in the orange gi, usually leaning against the bars or meditating nearby, was gone. In his place, sprawled behind the gate, was a colossal shadow, mountain-sized and indistinct in the gloom. What the? Oi! Kid! Get over here. I got something for you. The shadow stirred, a deep rumble echoing through the space. It shifted, dragging itself closer to the gate. Slowly, agonizingly, features resolved in the dim light. Orange fur. 9 flowing tails lashing behind it. A massive fox head, jaws lined with teeth like daggers, peered through the bars, eyes burning with ancient malice. Naruto froze mid-air. That face, he knew that face. The very first thing he'd seen when he woke up in this world. The 9 tails. The one who'd vanished. My cheat, is back. The thought barely registered before another slammed into him, then where's Goku-sensei? I want him. Scared speechless, are you? The 9 tails grinned, a terrifying sight. It lowered its head, peering down its long snout at him with utter contempt. Weak little human whelp. The shock began to fade, replaced by a cold clarity. Naruto rose higher, meeting the tailed beast's burning gaze levelly. He snapped his fingers. Let there be light, he murmured. Instantly, the oppressive gloom vanished, replaced by a clear, steady light filling the entire chamber. The 9 tails blinked, startled. Interesting, it rumbled, reassessing him. This vessel might not be so boring after all. Mr. Big Fox, Naruto said, his voice steady despite the tremor he felt deep inside. Pleasure to finally meet you properly, I guess. The fox scoffed, a puff of hot air escaping its nostrils. Spare me the pleasantries, brat. What do you want? Naruto didn't hesitate. Where did you go? For the past 2 years. He needed to know. What happened? Where was Goku-sensei? The question felt heavy, vital. The 9 tails just stared at him, head tilted slightly, a flicker of genuine confusion in its eyes. Its next words confused Naruto even more. What are you talking about, runt? I've been right here the whole time. Chapter 13. Naruto sat up in bed, chin resting on his fist, thinking. He could sense the 9 tails chakra now, clear as day. But before, nothing. Just Goku's ki, and now that was gone. Vanished. He'd arrived without warning and left just the same. If Kurama was always here, like he says, then who was the Goku I met? What was the point of the last 2 years of training? A chilling thought surfaced. Was it all a dream? 2 years, just a dream. He tested the idea, even though it felt wrong. No. That's impossible. A ball of light flared in Naruto's palm, not a Rasengan, just pure ki. He flicked his wrist, sending a small ki blast zipping across the room. ZZZT. The Goku Sensei's training, ki, it was all real. I couldn't dream things into existence like that. Those 2 years happened. But where did Goku Sensei go? He had no answers. He had a feeling he'd see Goku Sensei again, though. He was stronger now, knew all those techniques, Kamehameha, flight. And Kurama was back, lending his power. He should be celebrating. But there was a hollowness inside him. He lost the only father figure he had for past few years. He wondered how Goku Sensei was doing now. It had been 2 years since Goku Sensei was stuck in his seal, if the time flow was same between universes. Hopefully didn't Z fighters get rolled over by the Saiyans, and Vegeta hadn't already blown up the earth. Days passed. Whenever he got a free moment, Naruto dove back into the seal. This time, though, his focus was on the current tenant. Hey, Kurama. Know anything about Shadow Clone Jutsu? Naruto asked, poking the giant fox. Kurama cracked open one eye and glared down at him. I'm not human. How should I know ninja techniques? Okay. What about chakra nature transformation? I told you, I'm a tailed beast. I don't do that stuff. So how do you fight? A black sphere began gathering in Kurama's maw. A tailed beast bomb. Naruto scoffed. TCH. What a waste of chakra. Tailed beast bomb. Exactly what it sounded like. A tailed beast move. Powerful, sure. One shot could level a small village. But the principle was embarrassingly simple, cramming chakra together, compressing it over and over, then unleashing it all at once. The power was undeniable, but the waste was criminal. Only a tailed beast, with their absurd chakra reserves, could pull it off. No ninja in their right mind would burn through that much. Why not just learn the 5 transformations? Like a basic ki blast versus the Kamehameha. Same amount of energy, vastly different output. Raditz with a power level of 1300 could only deal 1300 damage with a ki blast, while Goku, at only 400, could deal 900 damage with a Kamehameha. That was the difference. Kurama bristled. Is it my fault I have chakra to spare? He scoffed. Among tailed beasts, only pathetic runts like Shikaku bother learning your human tricks. Ninjutsu, sealing techniques, it's embarrassing. He added with a sneer, that's why he's the weakest of the 9. Naruto didn't know about weakest, but he knew asking Kurama would always get the same answer about Shikaku. Those two had bad blood. Okay, then do you know how to dash? Shut up. Shut up, shut up. Kurama roared, cutting him off. I don't know any of that. I know the tailed beast bomb. That's it. TCH, lived for centuries and you don't know anything useful, what have you achieved with your life? Naruto muttered. A vein pulsed on Kurama's forehead. He shot up, planting one paw on his hip, the other jabbing towards Naruto. Hey! Don't get cocky just 'cause you beat me in arm wrestling, brat. I let you win. You're the one who said you could win with one hand, Naruto shot back, not backing down an inch. You even said you could win with one finger. Then you cheated after losing 3 times. Kurama hadn't thought much of Naruto at first. He'd even planned to crush Naruto's hand during the arm wrestle. Turned out, Naruto was stronger than him and left a deep impression on him. Mostly because he lost, and was forced to tell Naruto his real name. I was caught off guard. Caught off guard. Kurama roared, sputtering denials. He'd never admit he lost to Naruto. Otherwise, I could crush you like a bug, no matter how many of you there are. Wanna go again? Naruto grinned, already rolling up his sleeves. No holding back this time. No way. Kurama folded his arms. Not a chance. As long as he didn't compete, there was no way Naruto could win. TCH, boring. Naruto wandered over to the edge of the sealed space and kicked the wall idly. The whole dimension shuddered, dust raining down from the non-existent ceiling. Kurama's eye twitched. If the kid broke the seal from the inside, he didn't fancy being the first-tailed beast buried alive. Watching Naruto, Kurama grumbled, "Sometimes I wonder if you're even human. Your body, it's almost like ours. Even the tailed beasts didn't have physical strength like that." "Not even close," Naruto said. "Compared to my sensei, I'm small fry." He remembered Goku's assessment, his physical progress was just average, his talent with ki was better. "Impossible." Kurama scoffed. "Absolutely impossible. A body like that? I've lived 1,000 years, brat, I've never seen anything like it. Not even the old sage of 6 paths." "TCH, lots you haven't seen," Naruto retorted. "Lived 1,000 years and you still can't use ninjutsu." Kurama blew a fuse. He jabbed a paw at Naruto, ready to explode. "Brat, today I'm going to teach you a lesson." Naruto rolled his sleeves up further. "Come on then, big guy. Still not happy with how things turned out?" "I'm not fighting you." Kurama yelled back, refusing to move. Chapter 14. Konoha, Year 55. Winter hung heavy over the village, the sky a flat, uniform gray. Naruto, 8 years old now, felt the gloom sink into his bones. It had been a year since Goku left, a year since the Ninetales returned to its cage inside him. The anniversary did nothing to lift his spirits. Even walking Hinata back to the Hyuga compound, her quiet presence beside him usually a small comfort, couldn't shake his distraction today. He felt listless, adrift. He'd hit a wall. That was the problem gnawing at him. His training, which had once brought such clear, satisfying leaps in strength, had slowed to a crawl. Gone were the days of explosive growth. Now, he was lucky to see even a sliver of improvement after days of work. Part of it was his age. He was growing, and his body was funneling everything into physical development. His ki growth had slowed with it. He needed time. A few more years until his body settled. Then he could expect real gains from training. Forcing it now wouldn't do much good. The bottleneck had him on edge. Sure, he could toss the Ninetales over his shoulder now, sure. The fox didn't even try matching him physically anymore, forced to rely on chakra bursts just to keep up. Still, it wasn't enough. Fear comes from weakness, Naruto thought grimly, echoing a sentiment he'd heard somewhere. And right now, he felt weak. Being stronger than the Ninetales wasn't anything special. Plenty of people were stronger than the fox. The fact that Kurama had been sealed in the first place proved that. Besides, the Kurama inside him was only half of the beast. He had been defeated and sealed at his full strength. He had to learn from Kurama's mistakes. He had to get stronger. Then stronger again. Since his ki and physical power were stalled, he'd have to find another way. Which brought him back to chakra. The power of this world, the foundation of being a ninja. Chakra, the lifeblood of this world, the foundation of any ninja. Time to learn chakra control, he decided. Properly. Since no one in Konoha seemed willing to teach him, he'd just have to ask someone who wasn't exactly human. With newfound resolve, Naruto shifted his focus inward, his surroundings dissolving as his consciousness appeared inside the seal space. He walked towards the towering iron gate, ignoring Kurama's wary, pained gaze. "Hey! Brat! What do you want now?" the Ninetales bellowed, scrambling back slightly as Naruto approached. "I'm telling you, my stomach feels off today." "Really?" Lately, whenever Naruto got bored, he'd show up here looking to spar, leaving the fox reeling until he finally stopped. It wasn't just the beatings, the kid was relentless, annoying, a walking barrage of questions that grated on Kurama's nerves, even in his chakra form. He might be first-tailed beast to die from stress. He was genuinely starting to dread these visits. 8 years old, that bratty age everyone hated. Foxes included, apparently. Kurama watched Naruto's path, realizing with a flicker of relief that the boy wasn't heading directly for him. But then his eyes followed Naruto's gaze to the seals plastered across the gate, and a cold dread washed over him. "You wouldn't dash," he gasped. Naruto reached for the paper seal. "Stop. Kid, I mean it. Even if you tear that thing off, I'm not going anywhere." Kurama frantically slapped one massive paw against the gate, using the other to try and shove Naruto back. It was useless. Naruto pushed forward effortlessly against the fox's strength. "Don't try to sweet-talk me. I said I won't leave. I'm staying right here. I won't budge. Go back. Just go back." "Okay, fine, I'll give you my power. I promise I won't trick you this time. I am really sorry for trying to trick you last time." Naruto ignored him, fingers closing around the edge of the seal tag. "Stop. No. Stop. Don't even think about going one-on-one with me." Amidst Kurama's desperate cries, Naruto's hand tightened on the seal. Kurama squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable. Just as Naruto began to tear the paper, a warm, large hand covered his own, stopping him gently but firmly. A figure shimmered into existence behind Naruto. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a handsome face etched with resolve. He wore the distinctive white haori, flames licking its hem. The sight of him radiated a warmth, a sunny, reassuring chakra that filled the bleak seal space like a sunrise. It felt safe, calming, as though his mere presence could resolve any problem. It was a stark contrast to the usual energies found in the ninja world. The figure settled lightly, the haori swirling around him. 5 characters stood out starkly on the back: 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, Konoha's Yellow Flash, the youngest Hokage, husband to Kushina Uzumaki, the previous Jinchuriki, teacher to Kakashi Hatake. A legend whispered in awe by allies and dread by enemies, enemies who were told they could abandon their mission without penalty if they ever encountered him. Even the official record spoke of the Yellow Flash who cut through the darkness, soaring through space-time itself. He was, also Naruto's father. Perhaps perfect as a husband, ninja, Hokage, and teacher, but as a father, Minato fell short. Minato's gaze softened as he looked down at Naruto, then sharpened incredibly as he turned towards the cage. "Nine Tails," he began, his voice low and dangerous. "Are you trying to lure Naruto?" "Minato?" Seeing the 4th Hokage, Kurama's panic turned instantly to desperate relief. He didn't even register Minato's words, just pointed a massive claw past the bars at Naruto. "Minato, hurry. Stop your kid. Don't let him tear off the seal." Minato blinked, looking from the terrified Ninetales back to his son's hand, still frozen on the seal tag. Chapter 15. Minato. Inside the seal space, Naruto and the 4th Hokage sat facing each other. Kurama, seeing Naruto wasn't actually about to tear the seal open, decided to retreat for a nap. The whole ordeal had been unsettling, any more stress and the great Ninetales feared he might actually snap. The first-tailed beast in history to suffer a nervous breakdown. He wanted no part of the 4th Hokage's family drama and retreated into the deepest recesses of the seal. "What exactly happened between you and the Ninetales?" Minato asked, breaking the silence. "I've never seen him want to get away from someone that badly. Not even when Kushina had crucified him on a giant boulder." "Nothing much, just played a few games with him," Naruto said, brushing the question off. "He didn't want to get into it." "Oh." Silence fell again, heavy and awkward. The two just looked at each other. Minato felt a headache coming on. This was his first time, being a father. He had no experience, no idea how to talk to this boy who was his son. Did Naruto even know who he was? Had he understood what the Ninetales had let slip earlier? Guilt gnawed at him, the irresponsible father. The words, "I'm your father," lodged in his throat, refusing to surface. This suffocating quiet was worse than facing down an army of IWA ninja. Naruto, honestly, didn't know how to talk to the fourth Hokage either. He couldn't say he liked or disliked this man who was technically his father. He'd grown up alone, never knowing Minato, so there was no real emotional connection. Goku-sensei felt more like a father to him than Minato. His impression was based purely on stories and history: sunny, incredibly strong, devoted to his wife. And that was it. If Naruto hadn't hit a wall with his ninjutsu training, he never would have intentionally summoned him like this. So, Minato finally ventured, "You did all that, to summon me? You know who I am?" Naruto simply nodded. "Yeah. I sensed your ki in the seal a long time ago." Ki? The word was unfamiliar, but Minato sensed he didn't have much time left to dwell on it. "Then, what do you want?" he asked, choosing his words carefully. Seeing the legendary fourth Hokage looking almost apprehensive was faintly amusing to Naruto, but he answered plainly. "To learn ninjutsu." "Learn ninjutsu?" Minato looked stunned. He'd thought of a lot of reasons, accusations, anger, anything, but never that Naruto would summon him for that. "If you want to learn ninjutsu, you can ask Sandim-sama. Someone will teach you, you don't need to dash." "No one in Konoha will teach me," Naruto cut in, his voice suddenly cold, a mocking edge sharpening his features. The brief flicker of connection vanished. Who would teach him ninjutsu? Who would teach him ninjutsu? The Konoha villagers who hated him the most? Those few loyal Hokage guards that Minato trained, who vanished? His own student, Kakashi, barely holding himself together after his own losses, kept going on suicidal missions in hope that someday he would get unlucky. He couldn't even look after himself, how would he look after Naruto? The toad sage, Jiraiya, who hadn't shown his face once. The hypocritical third Hokage, Hiruzen. Or Danzo, the snake hiding in Konoha's shadows. No, Naruto thought bitterly. No one. I've always been alone in this village. Minato looked taken aback. How could that be? You don't believe me? Naruto raised an eyebrow, his blue eyes fixing on Minato, searching, probing. His gaze held a complex mix of weariness and challenge. Knowing the future, Naruto didn't actually hate Minato, but he couldn't deny the bitterness. Anyone else living his life would have broken, turned vengeful long ago. Even with his older perspective, sometimes the pressure felt unbearable. Not everyone could just turn the other cheek and smile. "Do you want to see it?" Naruto offered suddenly. "My past. Everything I've lived through." "Minato," Kurama's voice rumbled from the depths of the seal space. "If I were him, I'd have leveled this pathetic village full of hatred ages ago. It's a miracle he's held on this long. Probably because he values the village you protected with your life." That furball acted like he wasn't gonna interfere in their family stuff, but in reality, he'd been eavesdropping the whole time. Minato started. Naruto's words gave him a bad feeling, and Kurama's words made him even more uneasy. Naruto's situation seemed a lot different from what he'd imagined. The desire to understand, to truly see, overruled his apprehension. "Yes," he said quietly. "Show me." "All right," Naruto said, his expression unreadable. "If you want to see, I'll show you." He held out his right hand. A ball of light emerged, pulsed, then exploded softly, scattering motes of light like fireflies. The familiar, stark landscape of the seal space shimmered, twisted, and reformed into a series of scenes. At the center of it all, a young Naruto. Ki had the power to share and sense emotions. Goku had once sensed their battles on Namek had gone by touching Krillin's head. Besides, this was Naruto's seal space. He could change its appearance as he pleased. Showing the past was even easier. Age 1, a blurred image of someone forcing something scalding hot down his throat. The memory of searing pain, of choking, nearly being mute forever. He'd survived, thanks to the Kyuubi's healing, but the damage left his voice with a permanent, distinct hoarseness. Age 2, being roughly handled, punished harshly by a caretaker for some minor infraction, left dangling until the third Hokage coincidentally passed by. Another brush with death averted by sheer luck, or perhaps calculated intervention. Weaning onwards, food that was never just food. Sand, dirt, weeds, small stones were routine finds. Insects weren't uncommon. Sometimes, worse things he tried not to remember. The third Hokage's decree prevented villagers from calling him Demon Fox. They settled for that thing. They were forbidden from direct violence, so the cruelty became insidious, shunning, cold shoulders, muttered curses. Parents poisoned their children's minds, encouraging them to torment him, to throw stones, to chase him. This only eased when Naruto grew strong enough that none of the other kids could physically hurt him anymore. Malice was the air he breathed. Yet, somehow, Naruto pushed through it, masking the hurt with a defiant grin. It wasn't just stubbornness, it was the awareness from another life that kept him from shattering completely. Refusing to eat the tainted food provided, he struck out on his own at age 3, learning to cook for himself. No shopkeeper would sell to him, so the meager allowance from the village piled up, useless. He scavenged materials, built a small, crude hut by the woods with his own hands. Taught himself to farm a tiny patch of land, to fish, to hunt, storing what little food he could gather. He imagined a quiet life, self-sufficient, away from the hate. Until that home, the simple shelter he'd poured his heart into, was destroyed by fearful, hateful hands. No one saw the wreckage of more than just wood and earth. They saw the destruction of a shack. They didn't see they were tearing down the last fragile walls around Naruto's heart. Chapter 16. Minato, he didn't understand the human heart. The hatred Naruto endured from childhood was 10 times worse than anything Kushina had faced. At least Kushina had Mito Uzumaki looking out for her when she was small. Naruto had no one. When he was hungry, he had to find food himself. No one checked if he'd eaten, or eaten well. He couldn't sleep, surrounded by hostility, and no one cared when he finally drifted off. He cried himself to sleep some nights, clutching his blanket, and no one knew how exhausted he was. When he fell, he had to get up on his own. No one tended his scrapes. He came home aching from training, and no one saw the effort he poured into it. No one. Ever. Naruto was utterly alone. And then, even the one link he should have had, his identity as the fourth Hokage's son, was stolen. They hid it, claiming it was for his protection, to shield him from his father's enemies. All they really cared about was whether he was obedient. Whether the Jinchuriki was stable. Whether he might develop a rebellious heart towards Konoha. They treated him like a weapon, not a child. Only later, as Naruto got a little older, did the third Hokage start appearing occasionally. An old man stopping by, pretending to care, trying to win his trust, sometimes even taking the few grilled fish Naruto had managed to catch for himself. He's just a child, they must have thought. He won't remember. He's alone. It felt like charity, tossed his way. But Naruto remembered. He remembered everything, from the moment he was born until now. Every detail, crystal clear. As these images flashed before Minato's eyes, he fell silent. His usual sunny expression clouded over, replaced by a grim intensity. It was clear his mind was reeling. He and Kushina had given their lives to protect Naruto and the village. He'd sealed the 9 tails into his own son, believing the village would see him as a hero. Instead, they treated him like a curse. He wasn't just disliked, he struggled for the basic necessities of life. The disconnect was staggering, almost impossible to accept. The villagers' coldness. The third Hokage's failure to act. Even Kakashi the disciple he had entrusted his life to, his Hokage guard platoon he spent so many months training, where were they in Naruto's memories? Where had they all gone? Sandim-sama. But why? Minato whispered, a tremor in his voice, clinging to a shred of hope. He'd trusted the third. Trusted him enough to leave Konoha's reins largely in his hands even after becoming Hokage. Trusted him enough that his dying act was to place Naruto in his care. Because he respected him. Because he trusted him. And it seemed that trust had been misplaced. Utterly. Naruto's childhood was nothing like what he'd envisioned. Why had the path he laid turned out so wrong? If Naruto could have answered, the words would have been simple, because you died. Loyalty fades when the leader falls. It's an old, hard truth. Minato might have been brilliant in every other way, a gifted ninja, a master strategist, sunny, charismatic, the perfect Hokage in many eyes. But he didn't understand the human heart. People change. Their hearts change. Faced with power, with self-interest, even a respected elder like the third could become hypocritical. Even loyal guards, men he considered brothers, could choose self-preservation. Never test people's deepest natures, you won't like what you find. Naruto's next words shattered whatever hope Minato had left. I am a Jinchuriki, Naruto stated flatly. The strongest one. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It seemed unrelated, almost a non sequitur, but it struck at the heart of the matter. Blunt, but true. Minato had become Hokage, he wasn't naive about politics. He understood instantly. His final request, his entrustment of Naruto, it paled in comparison to Naruto's status. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The ultimate strategic weapon. Konoha's greatest deterrent. Control the Jinchuriki, control the tailed beast. Control the tailed beast, control immense power. It was why Danzo had been so obsessed with getting Naruto into route. Minato knew his own rise to Hokage wasn't just about his skills. A crucial, undeniable factor, he was married to Kushina, the previous Jinchuriki. If Naruto hadn't been the Jinchuriki, if the Nine-Tails wasn't sealed inside him, then his identity as the fourth son wouldn't have needed hiding. The third might have kept his promise, raised Naruto as Minato had asked. Maybe Naruto's childhood would have been like Minato dreamed, celebrated, cherished, like a hero. A happy childhood. But the lure of the Nine-Tails was too strong. When power struggles consume a village, its destruction isn't far behind. Just as Orochimaru had said, a rotten village, a rotten Konoha, better to burn it down. Where leaves dance, flames burn. The fire's shadow illuminates the village, and new leaves sprout. It sounded profound once, but it felt like nonsense now. Fire just burns the tree. It doesn't bring life. The fire's shadow illuminates the village, and burns it to ash. That felt closer to the truth. Only when the rotten tree falls, decays completely, and becomes nourishment can new life truly grow. I'm sorry, Naruto, Minato choked out, guilt raw in his voice. His eyes flickered, unable to meet his son's identical blue gaze. I didn't know. It's okay, Naruto said, his voice unnervingly calm, as if discussing someone else entirely. I'm used to it. Those words "I'm used to it" hit Minato harder than any physical blow. Heartbreak and guilt twisted inside him. His son. His and Kushina's only child. The boy who carried all her hopes, trampled like this. If Kushina knew, she'd tear Konoha apart to avenge him. Minato's chakra, usually as warm as sunlight, grew cold, heavy. People saw the fourth Hokage as pure sunlight, the perfect leader, gentle and kind. That's how Konoha knew him. But the brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. Ask the ninja of Iwa or Kyumo. To them, Minato Namikaze was death incarnate. The name Yellow Flash wasn't earned through pleasantries. It was earned with speed that defied sight, with battles won in heartbeats. Annihilating 50 IWA Jonin instantly, moving through enemy lines like a phantom, he had struck fear across the nations. Minato was no stranger to ruthlessness. He was a ninja. The only Hokage from common birth, clawed up from the blood and chaos of war. His sunshine was reserved for his own people. Chapter 17. Some people might dismiss Naruto's suffering as simple indifference, claiming he faced no real harm, just the pouting of a lonely child, and as he great regenerative ability due to Ninetales, most wounds don't affect him permanently. That view couldn't be more wrong. Naruto was an orphan. His father died moments after his birth, and the villagers, consumed by their grief and fear from the Ninetales' attack, turned their hatred onto the child who unknowingly carried the beast. Every father, mother, child, sibling, relative and friends lost, every home destroyed in that disaster, all that bitterness, perhaps even magnified, landed squarely on Naruto. Humans need connection. Even now, isolation can feel unbearable. Naruto faced the cold shoulder, the exclusion, the whispers, from an entire village. It was more than just loneliness, it was a constant, grinding pressure that could break an adult, let alone a small boy who understood none of it. He faced that for 8 years. Tsukumo Hatake, an elite jonin with a son, couldn't even handle it for more than couple months before abandoning his kid and taking his own life. To tell Naruto to simply forgive, to just get over it, one would have to have never known such profound rejection, such deep, unending pain. Naruto felt like the Minato's ki had shifted. No longer the warmth of the sun, but something off. A hint of darkness. He couldn't quite place it, but after seeing what he'd been through, Minato-sensei's aura had changed. Not necessarily for good or bad, he was still the fourth, but his ki was different. Ki reflects a person's state of mind. You hear it in Dragon Ball all the time, that evil ki. It's subjective, sure. What can I do? Minato closed his eyes, a tightness in his chest. He felt lost, the gulf between his hopes for Naruto and the crushing reality almost too much to bear. When he opened his eyes again, they were unfocused, haunted. He looked at Naruto, his voice strained. Naruto, how can I possibly make this right? Before he could continue, Naruto cut him off, his voice sharp. I don't need you to make it right. It's not you who owes me, Naruto thought fiercely. It's Konoha. No, I mean. Minato stumbled over his words, the usually composed Hokage awkward and uncertain before his son. It wasn't fear, but a desperate need to offer something, anything. What should I do now? Teach me ninjutsu, Naruto said, his voice decisive. This was the reason he'd brought his father here. Minato sighed softly. I might not be able to help much with that. My time here, it's limited. He looked away, a wave of dejection washing over him. Finally, a chance to do something for Naruto, and he was constrained. If I stay too long, Kushina might not get her chance to speak with you. He trailed off, frustrated by his helplessness. He figured he only had about an hour left. Don't worry about that, Naruto replied casually. He knew his father's time was borrowed. He stepped closer to Minato, extending his right hand. A soft, milky white light gathered in his palm. Gently, he pressed it towards Minato, and a faint white halo enveloped his father's form. It was ki. Naruto was sharing his own ki. What is this power? Minato looked down at himself, surprised. He could feel it, the fading sensation lessened, the time he had left seemed to be stabilizing, even extending. Natural energy, he wondered. No, it feels similar, but it's different. It's ki, Naruto stated simply. Minato was curious about this ki, a power system totally different from chakra. But seeing that Naruto wasn't offering any explanation, he kept his questions to himself. The magical thing about ki in Dragon Ball is that even though it's life energy, it can affect the soul. Frieza, with half his body destroyed and on death's door, sprang back to life after Goku gave him ki, even managing a sneak attack. Ki works on the dead as well as the living, with the same effect. Ki really is something. As the first Hokage not born into one of Konoha's elite clans, Minato Namikaze possessed a deep understanding of ninjutsu theory and fundamentals, alongside masterful practical skills. He excelled in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even had a grounding in genjutsu. With chakra affinities for fire, wind, lightning, yin, and yang, nearly everything but earth and water, his breadth of knowledge was vast. While perhaps not quite the professor the third Hokage was, Minato could execute techniques up to A rank with ease and had even created his own signature A rank jutsu, the Rasengan, requiring no hand seals at all. His teaching ability was exceptional. Receiving personal instruction from the fourth Hokage was an incredible opportunity. Even for Naruto, whose raw power was already immense, Minato's guidance could sharpen his skills significantly. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a familiar poof of smoke, an exact copy of Naruto appeared beside him. The Shadow Clone Jutsu. A B-rank technique developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It created solid clones using chakra, each capable of independent thought and action. They carried the user's skills and knowledge, and crucially, their memories and experiences returned to the original user when dispelled. It was said they possessed all the user's abilities, limited only by the amount of chakra allocated to them. As long as they weren't hit with a decisive blow, they could persist. Naruto looked at his clone with satisfaction, the clone mirrored his expression, then started mirroring his actions. It was a strange sensation, the same mind, the same thoughts, yet perceiving the world from two different points, having two separate sets of immediate feelings. Fascinating. So, how does it feel? Stop copying me. Stop copying me. I'll pop you if you don't stop. Alright. Geez, let me have a bit of fun. Naruto and his clone laughed. For most shinobi, shadow clones were auxiliary tools useful for diversions, scouting, or gathering intel. Tobirama had originally designed it for espionage. The chakra drain and relative fragility of the clones usually prevented them from being a primary combat force. But for Naruto, it was different. He immediately saw the potential. For a taijutsu-focused fighter like himself, the Shadow Clone Jutsu was revolutionary. The fact that clones remained solid unless struck decisively was incredibly powerful. Genjutsu users relied on illusion, ninjutsu users on powerful techniques. Clones could only mimic those to a degree. But taijutsu users relied on their physical prowess, their speed, their strength. And the shadow clone perfectly replicated the user's body. Imagine how scary that is. Imagine Goku fighting Raditz, but Raditz is facing several Gokus. Even if it only takes one hit to pop them, Raditz would still have a hard time. Raditz had 3 times Goku's power at that point. By learning Shadow Clone, Naruto's combat power could double, easy. It's like a jutsu made for Naruto, the taijutsu master. A few guys who can beat the Nine Tails with their bare hands, now that's something. Chapter 18. If the Shadow Clone Jutsu could effectively double Naruto's combat strength, the next technique promised an even greater leap. It was the jutsu that became synonymous with him in another life, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto threw a sharp punch at the clone he'd just created. The clone crossed its arms, blocking defensively. Thud. The impact echoed dully, the force of the blow scattering nearby leaves. The clone flickered, unable to withstand the hit, and vanished in a poof of smoke. A portion of its chakra flowed back into Naruto, while some simply dissipated. He closed his eyes for a moment, absorbing the fleeting sensations, the clone's final instant of existence. He opened his eyes and glanced down at his right elbow, the spot where the clone had blocked his punch. A faint throb lingered there. No visible injury, but a phantom ache remained, a ghost of the impact carried back through the dispersed chakra. Naruto frowned. That was the technique's drawback. The returning memories didn't just bring information, they brought the echo of sensation, including pain, exhaustion, even the shock of dispersal. It seemed minor now, but in the heat of battle, a sudden jolt of phantom pain, even for a fraction of a second, could be fatal. Mastering this jutsu meant learning to filter that feedback, to push past the mental static, even if a clone met a violent end. And the multi-shadow clone jutsu would only amplify that effect. It was the shadow clone technique pushed to its extreme. An infinitely scalable version, limited only by the user's chakra reserves. Theoretically, someone could create countless clones, an overwhelming army springing from a single person. If one clone's dispersal caused a phantom ache, imagine hundreds being wiped out simultaneously by a wide-range attack. The sudden influx of disorientation, pain, and shock could be mentally overwhelming, potentially incapacitating the user. Without strong regeneration, series of sharp cracks. He silently hoisted the weighted turtle shell heavier now than ever onto his back. Then, settling into a familiar rhythm, he began the monotonous, grinding work of basic training, the foundation upon which everything else was built, day after day, year after year. Time to train. Chapter 19. Konoha, Year 53, Autumn. Old man Hokage told me I'm starting at the academy tomorrow. He said there are lots and lots of kids there, and I can make real friends. I'm really looking forward to it. Grandpa was right. I did make a friend at the academy. A lot of the kids don't like me or want to play with me, but she doesn't mind. Her name is Hinata Hyuga. She's really cute and nice. I'm glad I listened to him. I'm so happy I made a friend. This was a really good day. Grandpa came to see me again today. I'm happy. Konoha, Year 54, October 10th. Old man Hokage hasn't come to see me in a week. Did I do something wrong? Is it because I was bad? Today's my birthday. Grandpa even got me a big cake. It was the first time I ever had cake. I only ever heard other kids talk about it. It was really sweet. But I couldn't eat something that good all at once. I wanted to save it and eat it slow. The cake went bad. He told me cake doesn't last long. He said you need a fridge to keep it longer, but I don't have money for one. Too bad. But old man Hokage said he'd bring me cake next year, too. I'm really looking forward to it. Konoha, Year 55, Summer. Old man Hokage. The diary was filled with simple entries about daily life. Some were just a sentence, others a single thought. At first glance, it seemed like meaningless rambling, recording the simple joys and sorrows of a young child. Old man Hokage was mentioned the most. His name appeared constantly, filling nearly 2/3 of the pages. More than half the entries mentioned listening to old man Hokage, a third mentioned missing him. Reading the diary, it painted a picture of a lonely child starved for affection, latching on to the one person who showed him kindness. If you only looked at the diary. Third Hokage nodded, satisfied, and gently closed the notebook. He tiptoed over and slid it back into the drawer where Naruto kept it. Gazing at the sleeping boy, his eyes held a look of affection. Then, whoosh, he was gone with the body flicker technique. He left Naruto sleeping soundly, a thin line of drool escaping the corner of his mouth, lost in dreams. Quiet settled over the small apartment. Moments later, Hokage reappeared, checked on the still slumbering Naruto, nodded again in satisfaction, then vanished once more. But the instant Hokage vanished from the hut for the second time, Naruto's eyes snapped open. He sat up, his gaze fixed on the spot where the Hokage had been only moments before. ANBU surveillance, the crystal ball jutsu, even third Hokage's own stealthy visits. Third Hokage was never outside Naruto's awareness. As a child who had grown up under constant watch, Naruto had developed uncanny counter-surveillance instincts. Between sensing malicious intent and detecting chakra signatures, no one could approach him undetected. No one. Every move the third Hokage made was under Naruto's observation. His range and methods of detection surpassed even the famed Byakugan of the Hyuga main house. He glanced at the drawer where the diary sat, a smirk twisting his lips, a smile full of mockery and contempt. Who even writes a diary these days? He'd known all along that the third Hokage would come. He'd predicted it. He'd prepared 10 different versions of the same drivel, so that the third Hokage would find them at different times, in different places. He'd written the diary contents on purpose, too. So deliberately forced, so over the top, he almost wrote, "I love old man Hokage the most," on his forehead. If any other Konoha ninja had written such a thing, third Hokage would have been instantly suspicious and likely believing them to be either honeypot or a spy. But this was Naruto. The sheer obviousness of it made third Hokage believe it was genuine. He was only 8, after all. An orphan, shunned by the village. Why wouldn't he cling to the one person who showed him any kindness? Naruto is just a child, third Hokage likely thought. What harm could an 8-year-old possibly intend? Just, the complete destruction of Konoha. Third Hokage thought he saw the surface, Naruto controlled the depths. Was it right, scheming so elaborately against an old man? Was it fun? The answer, of course it was. You started this game, Naruto thought grimly. If you want to play, then let's play it out. How very interesting. Meanwhile, everything third Hokage did was observed by the presence sealed within Naruto the fourth Hokage. And Minato's aura shifted once more. "And Naruto-kun, thank you for walking me home every day," Hinata Hyuga murmured, her voice barely louder than a whisper. She fidgeted with the hem of her clothes in front of the Hyuga compound gate, her face flushed. At the academy, Naruto kept to himself. He attended classes, was never late, never left early, his only deviation being walking Hinata home. He maintained almost no presence otherwise. The instructors, adopting a "less trouble is better" approach when it came to Naruto, tended to overlook him. Naruto, for his part, never caused trouble or sought attention, acting like a quiet, unobtrusive child. Eventually, the other students grew accustomed to this quiet Naruto. His knack for avoiding trouble while clearly being unafraid of it also discouraged potential bullies. Mostly, though, it was his eyes. They were unsettling. Even the academy teachers found his gaze hard to meet. A subtle pressure they believed to be leakage from the Nine-Tails chakra, seemed to emanate from him, quelling any thoughts of confrontation. Soon, even mentioning Naruto Uzumaki felt uncomfortable, something others avoided instinctively. As a result, Naruto's presence in class became as low-key as Shino Aburame's. "I like spending time with Hinata," Naruto said with a gentle smile, reaching out to softly pat Hinata's head. His eyes seemed warm. "Is that okay?" Hinata felt her heart leap, and his words echoed in her mind, "I like spending time with Hinata." She completely missed his question. "And Naruto-kun, like spending time with me?" Hinata's face bloomed crimson, heat rising from her skin like steam. "Naruto-kun, I dash." Just as Hinata finally worked up the courage to say something to Naruto, a cold voice cut her off. "Hinata-sama, what are you doing lingering at the gate?" It was a boy with the same pale eyes as Hinata, his features sharp beneath long, dark hair. His gaze held a faint mockery as he looked at her. "It's time to come inside. The clan head Sama was asking for you." "Niji and I-san," Hinata said, suddenly deflating like a punctured balloon. Naruto turned to leave, but the boy stopped him. "Wait." Naruto turned back to face the long-haired Hyuga. "I've heard of you," Niji stated coolly. Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 20. Didn't expect I'd be famous. Naruto thought, puzzled. He hadn't exactly been causing trouble. How had his name gotten around more than the prank-pulling original? Even upperclassmen knew who he was. Niji Hyuga. From the branch house of the Hyuga clan. His father, Hisashi, was Hayashi Hyuga's twin brother Hinata's uncle. Because Hisashi was born mere moments after Hayashi, he was relegated to the branch house, destined to serve the main house under the caged bird seal. He had ultimately taken his own life to protect his brother and fulfill his duty. Niji, unaware of whole story, blamed Hinata and main house for his father's death and him getting branded with caged bird seal. Niji crossed his arms, intending to look down on Naruto, but found himself nearly half a head shorter. He subtly shifted back half a step, positioning himself on the stair behind him to gain the height advantage, taking high ground advantage, tilting his head back slightly. "Stay away from Hinata-sama," he said coolly, his voice laced with the arrogance of the Hyuga. "The heiress of the Hyuga clan is not someone you should associate with." Naruto sized him up, unfazed by the posturing. Due to actually eating properly, he'd shot up and was noticeably taller than Niji. "Oh. Okay," Naruto replied evenly. "Anything else?" Niji blinked. "That's not how this was supposed to go. Normally, the other person would argue, get angry, maybe spout some nonsense about destiny and proving people wrong. He'd been ready for a confrontation. His fists were clenched. And this was the response? Just agreement? So pathetic and spineless. Niji scoffed inwardly. A dead last is a dead last after all. Someone abandoned by fate. Don't let me see you near her again. Alright, Naruto said easily. The next day, Naruto walked Hinata to the Hyuga gates, just like always. Niji stood there, watching. Did he just ignore everything I had said yesterday? The two boys watched in silence as Hinata slipped through the gate. Just as Niji opened his mouth to speak, the world blurred. A strong gust of wind, and then a sharp pain in the back of his neck as darkness swallowed him. Naruto looked down at Niji's unconscious form sprawled on the ground and shrugged. Well, if he's unconscious, he can't see me, right? Problem solved. The third day, Naruto walked Hinata home again. Niji stood waiting, face flushed with embarrassment. How could I fall asleep outside the gate yesterday? Must have been too tired from training. What a disgrace. He resolved himself. This time, I'll teach him. The moment Hinata stepped through the gate, thump. Niji was out cold again. The fourth day. Unbelievable. Fell asleep 2 days in a row. This time, no matter what thump. Niji crumpled. The fifth day. A flicker of suspicion crossed Niji's mind. Something isn't right. This time, he decided to strike first. Chakra gathered at his fingertips. Gentle fist before he could launch the technique, he was on the ground again, facing another knight unconscious by the gate. The sixth day. Niji grit his teeth. You thump. Before he could finish the word, you, he was out like a light, and spent the night sleeping on the paving stones. The seventh day. Niji hit the ground before he could even form a thought. He lay stiffly through the night. A month later. Niji, looking haggard and near the end of his rope, saw Naruto approaching with Hinata and immediately held up a hand. Stop. Seeing Naruto pause instead of instantly knocking him out, Niji let out a shaky breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He tried to regain his usual cool composure. Why? He demanded, his voice strained. Why are you doing this? Naruto answered matter-of-factly, you told me not to let you see me again. If you're unconscious, you can't see me. A guy's gotta keep his word, right? Is that what this is about? Niji felt a surge of frustration. He stared hard at Naruto. How are you so strong? You're supposed to be the dead last. Do you even know what dead last means? Naruto asked, tilting his head. His written test scores were garbage, sure, but his practical skills were top tier. Every classmate he'd sparred against, except Hinata, had ended up soundly beaten. Especially the girls' one solid hit usually sent them crying, at least that taught those girls to not screech loudly at me for beating their precious innocent Sasuke-kun. Being a ninja means facing gender equality. That kind of record didn't exactly scream dead last. But Niji wasn't listening. His frustration boiled over. Are you trying to defy fate too? He spat, his voice rising. It's impossible. Fate is decided the moment you're born. A dead last should act like one. Recently, Niji had accidentally injured a main house member during sparring, and they'd used it as an excuse to activate his caged bird seal as punishment. The physical agony combined with his circumstances had pushed him near his breaking point. Want to know the answer? Naruto asked calmly. If you do, meet me at training ground 99 tomorrow before sunset. Niji opened his mouth to retort, but felt that sickeningly familiar sharp pain at the back of his neck. His eyes rolled back. Thump. Keeps talking about dead lasts, Naruto thought, annoyed. The first time, okay, maybe he gets a pass since I know he can change. But the second time? Nope. And so, Niji spent another night keeping watch over the Hyuga gate from the ground. The next day, Niji arrived at training ground 99 long before sunset. He scanned the area but saw no sign of Naruto. The only person there was a figure in the distance, drenched in sweat, relentlessly practicing basic exercises. Squats, jump rope, push-ups, punches. Over and over, a monotonous, grinding routine. TCH. Niji sneered at the distant figure. Training like that won't change anything. You can't fight destiny. He wasn't sure if he was mocking the other boy or himself. He recognized him, Rock Lee, one of his classmates. The one with no talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu, doomed to mediocrity, never truly becoming a shinobi. Another pathetic bug abandoned by fate, Niji thought bitterly. Just like me. Think he's wasting his time? Niji jumped, startled by Naruto's voice suddenly appearing right behind him. When did he get here? Shock jolted through him. How could someone approach him undetected, especially with his Byakugan lineage? Naruto walked casually to stand beside him. I've been here since you arrived, he said simply. Mind reading? Nope, Naruto replied, glancing at him. Your thoughts are just easy to read. It's written all over your face. Right. Like I believe that. Believe it or not, doesn't matter, Naruto said, his gaze shifting back to Rock Lee training relentlessly in the distance. What's important is, what do you think of him? Dead last, Niji said instantly, disdain coloring his voice. Only in commoner trains like that. What makes someone a dead last? Or ordinary? Or a genius? Naruto asked quietly, not waiting for an answer. Seems you don't think much of him. Niji shook his head firmly. He lacks the talent to be a ninja. He's different from us. Heh. Us now? Naruto chuckled softly. How about a bet? He held up one finger, waving it slightly in front of Niji's face. 1 month. Give me 1 month, and I'll train that guy myself. He locked eyes with Niji. 1 month from now, I'll make him strong enough to surpass you. What? Are you joking? Niji scoffed, rejecting the idea outright. That's impossible. Train a talentless commoner, someone abandoned by fate, to surpass him, a Hyuga prodigy, in just 1 month? Ridiculous. Not even the Hokage could manage that. What's wrong? Naruto pressed, a challenging glint in his eyes. Is the great genius Niji Hyuga scared? Afraid Lee will actually surpass you in a month? Niji's pride flared. Fine. You're on. Chapter 21. 1 month later, at training ground 99. Naruto, Niji, and Rock Lee gathered as they'd agreed. Niji tilted his chin up slightly, looking at Naruto with familiar arrogance. Let's get this over with. He felt ready. For the past month, Niji had pushed himself relentlessly, training every spare moment. His dedication had been so intense that even his uncle, Hayashi Hyuga, had noted it with surprise, wondering privately if the caged bird seal punishment had been that much of a motivator. Lee! Naruto called out. Yes. Naruto-sensei. Lee snapped to attention, then turned to face Niji, settling into a ready stance with his right hand extended. Rock Lee. Humph. Niji merely snorted, not bothering with a formal acknowledgement. In his mind, Lee stood no chance. This was the confidence of a Hyuga genius. The spar began instantly. Lee exploded forward, closing the distance with surprising speed, unleashing a rapid series of kicks aimed low, towards Niji's sides. He moved with fierce determination. Niji, however, remained composed. Chakra flowed smoothly to his hands as he shifted from fists to open palms. Using the fluid principles of the gentle fist, he deftly deflected Lee's barrage. "You're strong, Niji," Lee commented sincerely, pausing after his initial assault was parried. Niji met the praise with cool indifference. Is that all? If this was Lee's limit, the match was already decided. He felt a surge of confidence. Lee's expression sharpened. Okay, he said seriously. Time to get a little more serious. He attacked again, launching into a flowing combination. A sharp knee lift, followed by whipping kicks powered by the turn of his waist, the arc of his foot and shin slicing through the air towards Niji. High, middle, low he targeted Niji's head, chest, and legs in quick succession, finishing with a powerful, spinning sweep kick. The assault was relentless, each move flowing into the next without pause. Byakugan. Faced with such ferocity, Niji had no choice but to unleash his trump card. Chakra surged, causing veins to bulge around his eyes, forming a web-like pattern. The Byakugan. The Hyuga clan's Kekkei Genkai. Known for its 360-degree field of vision, the ability to see chakra points, and the flow of chakra. With its X-ray vision, telescopic sight, and incredible observational skills, it was considered the best dojutsu in the ninja world for surveillance. And Niji could amplify it even further, extending its range to a kilometer, E/N, 0.6 miles, 1,093 yards, 3,280 feet, 9,842 hands. I'll stop now. With his Byakugan fully active, Niji tracked Lee's movements, predicting the trajectory of each strike. He met the fierce attacks with the gentle fist, deflecting and redirecting Lee's force. Such strength, such speed, Niji thought, shaking his slightly numb arms. He was shocked by Lee's improvement, but he wouldn't show it. Is that all you've got? He taunted. If this was truly Lee's full power, Niji would still win. The gentle fist was inherently superior against pure taijutsu users. Victory might be harder earned than he initially thought, but it was still inevitable. I admit, Niji said, a stiff smile touching his lips, your progress this past month is impressive. Your speed and power are almost enough to push me. He paused for effect. But almost isn't enough. Against anyone else in our class, maybe you would have won by now. Unfortunately for you, you're facing me. Niji Hyuga. A genius. I've seen your fate clearly, Lee. You are destined to be defeated by me. Truthfully, seeing Lee's advancement, a grudging respect for Naruto sparked within Niji. To take the dead last Lee and elevate him to this level in only a month, it was almost unbelievable. If my strength could improve like that. He thought fleetingly. Could destiny really be changed? Naruto-sensei said you were strong, Lee said, ignoring Niji's pronouncements of victory. He looked at Niji with unwavering seriousness. He was right. You are very strong. To show my respect, I've decided to use my full power. You're saying, that wasn't your full power? Niji stared, incredulous. Is he bluffing? Lee reaching this level was already shocking. Anything more seemed impossible. Taijutsu took years of dedicated, cumulative training. Surpassing Niji's level in a single month? It would make Niji's own years of effort meaningless. Impossible. He has to be bluffing. Lee seemed unaware of Niji's internal turmoil. He glanced solemnly at Naruto, who gave a slight, affirmative nod. Then, Lee reached down and began unwrapping the bandages around his calves. What is that? Niji's eyes widened disbelief. Beneath the white wrappings, were heavy training weights. Thud, thud. The weights hit the ground, kicking up small clouds of dust. Niji realized his Byakugan had been focused entirely on Lee's chakra flow. He hadn't perceived the physical burden Lee carried. Weights that heavy. Niji doubted he could even move properly wearing them, let alone fight with such speed. And Lee had been keeping pace with him while burdened like that. Lee, now free of the weights, bounced lightly on the balls of his feet, loosening his joints. He took a deep breath, his gaze locking onto Niji with renewed intensity. Niji, he said earnestly. Here I come. Then, he vanished. So fast. Even with the enhanced perception of the Byakugan, Niji could barely track Lee's movements, catching only blurred afterimages. Lee's weights might not have been as ludicrously heavy as the ones he would later use in the Chunin exams, but Niji wasn't Chunin level strong yet either. He didn't know rotation, nor the 8 trigrams palms techniques. Gentle fist. Facing Lee's blinding speed, Niji fought with desperate focus, pouring all his skill into his defense, trying to leverage the gentle fist's disruptive power against pure taijutsu. The Hyuga style was terrifying, capable of injecting chakra to seal an opponent's tenketsu points, shutting down their chakra network. It was said that any ninja caught within range of a Hyuga master, be they taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu specialist, was doomed. But his opponent was Rock Lee. Stronger, and now overwhelmingly faster. If Niji possessed techniques like the 8 trigrams palms techniques or rotation, perhaps he could have held his ground. Unfortunately, he didn't. It didn't matter how potent your techniques were if you couldn't land a hit. Speed ruled the taijutsu battlefield. Niji threw punches and palm strikes, a flurry of desperate movements, but none connected. Lee evaded effortlessly. Meanwhile, every blow Lee landed sent jolts of pain through Niji, forcing grunts past his clenched teeth. He was losing. He was being thoroughly outmatched. Against Lee's full speed, Niji had no answer. He was completely overwhelmed, his vaunted gentle fist rendered useless. Lee battered him relentlessly, treating him like a training dummy. Finally, bruised and battered, Niji collapsed. A decisive, crushing victory for Rock Lee. Niji Hyuga was defeated. Chapter 22. Is this fate? Niji murmured, lying broken on the ground. Fate chose him, and abandoned me. It's not about fate, Naruto said, walking slowly towards him. He looked down at Niji. And you haven't been abandoned, either. Fate never existed. No, Niji countered, pushing himself up with tremendous effort, gritting his teeth against the pain. Everything is preordained. He looked Naruto square in the eye. Like you defeating me just now. His stubbornness drew a dry chuckle from Naruto. If everything's predetermined, Naruto asked, then why train so hard? If it's all decided anyway, why bother trying? Why not just give up? He leaned in slightly. You talk constantly about how destiny can't be changed, but you're the one who wants to change it most, don't you? Naruto cut straight through Niji's defenses. His deep blue eyes seemed to pierce right into the Hyuga's heart. What are you waiting for, Niji? What are you expecting? What are you hoping for? Waiting for someone to beat you? Expecting someone to point out your mistakes? Hoping someone will come along and fix you? Heh. Naruto gave a short, humorless laugh. You're no princess trapped in a castle. No prince on a white horse is coming to save you. The only one who can save you is yourself. So there's no such thing as fate. Naruto clenched his fists, his voice hardening with conviction. Even if there is, my destiny is in my hands. It was why he trained so relentlessly. Why he always felt like he wasn't strong enough. He remembered the searing powerlessness he felt watching his parents die. He refused to experience that ever again. Fate. Since the day he was born into this world, there was no such thing. The only one I believe in is myself. You can't change the past, Naruto continued, his gaze unwavering, but you can change the future. Use your own hands to shape it. In that moment, Naruto radiated a confidence that was almost dazzling. To Niji, it was like seeing a golden sun rise behind him. Naruto extended his hand. Niji Hyuga. Want to take control of your own fate with me? Humph. Niji scoffed, but his hand reached out, grasping Naruto's firmly. Fine. Let me stand by your side and see just how far you can really go. Naruto Uzumaki, Niji thought, feeling the strength in Naruto's grip. Your eyes see clearer than mine. Don't let me down. The days that followed fell back into a familiar rhythm, training, and more training. Only this time, Naruto wasn't always alone. Two other figures often trained alongside him now. Rock Lee. And Niji Hyuga. Konoha Academy, Ninja Tool Target Practice Range. A Konoha instructor stood with a white notebook, taking notes. Alright, listen up, the instructor called out. Today's assessment is shuriken accuracy. You need 6 hits out of 10 to pass. He scanned his list. First up. Sasuke Uchiha. The black-haired boy, the Uchiha clan's fan crest stark white and red on his back, strolled forward, one hand casually tucked in his pocket. He drew a handful of shuriken from his pouch and, without seeming to count, sent them flying towards the targets in a single, fluid motion. Exactly 10 flashed through the air. What's with the sloppy throw? Kiba scoffed from the sidelines, Akamaru perched comfortably on his head. The boy, known for the distinctive red fang markings on his cheeks and his clan's partnership with ninja hounds, looked unimpressed. Humph. Just watch, I'll show everyone real skill later. Just as Kiba finished speaking, the airborne shuriken spun violently. Asterisk clink. Clink, asterisk they ricocheted off each other in pairs, suddenly changing trajectory, striking the wooden target posts from impossible angles. Thank. All 10 shuriken struck dead center. Perfect score, the instructor announced. Sasuke Uchiha, full marks. Sasuke coolly put his hands back in his pockets and walked off the range without a backward glance. Humph, Itachi and I taught me this shuriken jutsu, he thought, a flicker of pride mixing with dissatisfaction. Though, it's nothing compared to his 5 shuriken ricochet. Mine only hitting in pairs is still far off. Kya. So cool. That's Sasuke-kun for you. Amazing. A chorus of sighs and squeals followed Sasuke's retreating figure, the girls in the class practically swooning. The perfect score and the fangirl reaction left Kiba flushing slightly. TCH, what's so great about that, he muttered, though his voice trailed off, lacking conviction. Hitting the bullseye wasn't beyond Kiba, but not with Sasuke's nonchalance, and certainly not ricocheting 10 at once. Flashy, a voice drawled nearby. Kiba turned, eager to find an ally, right? You think so too but froze when he saw who it was. It was Naruto. You take that one of the girls started, ready to leap to Sasuke's defense, but the assembled Sasuke fan club faltered as they realized who had spoken. They huddled together, shrinking back as Naruto approached, suddenly resembling a flock of nervous quails. Whispers erupted as he passed. It's the bully. Why don't the teachers do anything? Shoo. Quiet. Remember last time? He made Sakura-chan cry with one punch. He even hits girls, he's awful. TCH, he even beat up Sasuke-kun. Naruto ignored them, walking straight over to stand beside Hinata. She immediately averted her gaze, nervously fiddling with the hem of her jacket. To onlookers, however, it looked less like companionship and more like intimidation. "See? I told you," one girl whispered urgently. "The Hyuga heiress must be scared of him." "Exactly. Hinata-chan is so gentle, why would she willingly stand next to?" The whispers died instantly. Naruto hadn't said a word, hadn't even looked directly at them, but a palpable chill emanated from him, silencing them like cicadas in winter. His reputation preceded him, anyone who crossed him in sparring, even Sasuke, usually ended up regretting it, those who badmouthed him often ended up crying. "Humph," Sasuke snorted from where he stood, arms crossed. The memory of being brought to tears by Naruto's punch still stung his pride, and he jumped at any chance to cut the blonde down. "Don't just talk big. If you think you're so good, let's see you do it." Chapter 23. You looking for a fight? Naruto raised his eyebrows, tugging at his sleeves. Sasuke glared, looking like he faced an unbeatable foe. "Let's settle this with skill." "My throws are perfect," Sasuke countered. "Since you're so strong, why don't you go first?" "Oh." Naruto grinned, sizing Sasuke up. "Trying to bait me? Look at you, using your brain. Your head must be hurting from thinking too much." Sasuke's face flushed red. He wanted to beat Naruto up right then and there. If he could, sadly for Sasuke that hasn't happened even once. But Sasuke couldn't win against Naruto in fight, nor even an argument. Ugh, so annoying. "Alright then," Naruto said, his voice laced with amusement. "Let me show the genius of Uchiha clan how it's really done." With that, Naruto pulled a shuriken from his pouch. "A ninja strikes from the shadows," he declared, his arm whipping forward. Like a snake. He threw it hard. The shuriken shot forward like a cannonball. It didn't just hit the bullseye, it punched straight through the target. Without losing speed, it tore through 3 thick tree trunks behind it before embedding itself deep in the stone wall with a solid thunk. "If the first strike fails, you fall back," Naruto continued, calmly drawing a second shuriken, then a third, a fourth. "What matters is the one-hit kill." Each throw was the same. Each shuriken didn't just hit, it obliterated the target board. Crack. The 10th target couldn't take the force and shattered into splinters. "See?" Naruto dusted off his hands. No need for a dozen perfect little taps. This wasn't throwing shuriken, it was launching cannonballs. The Konoha instructor recording scores felt a bead of sweat trickle down his neck. He swallowed hard, staring at the pulverized remains of the final target. If that hit a person, he thought numbly. Even standard ninjutsu doesn't pack that kind of punch, does it? Naruto announced with a completely serious face, "This is the correct way to use shuriken." "Correct my ass," Sasuke seethed silently. "That girly delicate way you throw," Naruto went on, gesturing dismissively, "won't kill anyone. Might scratch, that's about it." Before Sasuke could even form a retort, Naruto grabbed Hinata by the hand and took off, not looking back. Naruto's violent shuriken display left the group of inexperienced kids completely stunned. Throwing them like cannonballs, it was unheard of. Everyone stood frozen in shock, including Sasuke, who started seriously doubting his own approach. Sasuke didn't snap out of it until he was almost home. Wait a minute, he thought, brow furrowed. Aren't shuriken supposed to just injure? Who actually expects to kill someone with one? That's ridiculous. Name one strong shinobi who got taken out by a shuriken. Or stabbed to death with a kunai, for that matter. The sun dipped towards the horizon as a dejected Sasuke walked back through the Uchiha compound, finally reaching his house. "I'm home," he mumbled, shoulders slumped as he pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped inside, a burst of laughter echoed from deeper within the house. Sasuke froze. That was his father's laugh. Fugaku Uchiha, stern and serious, rarely laughed. Sasuke couldn't remember the last time he'd heard it or even seen him smile, especially not in the past 2 years. Could Itachi and I be back? Only his brothers returned from a mission ever seemed to draw praise, or laughter, from their father. Itachi and I. Hope surged through him. Sasuke ran eagerly to the inner room door and slid it open forcefully. He froze. His mind went blank. A few seconds later, reality snapped back, sharp and unwelcome. Sasuke pointed a trembling finger at the figure sitting across from his father. Why is this guy in my house? Sasuke. Before Naruto could respond, Fugaku fixed Sasuke with a stern glare. Is that any way to speak to a guest? Where are your manners? But he dash. Sasuke. The single word, heavy with warning, cut him off. Sasuke wilted under his father's gaze. He instinctively looked to his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, for support. But Mikoto simply said, Sasuke, Naruto-kun is your classmate. You shouldn't speak to him that way. His own mother siding with him. Sasuke felt a surge of indignant betrayal. Pouting, he mumbled towards Naruto, sorry. Naruto. That was rude. It's alright, Naruto said easily, waving a hand with infuriating magnanimity. Admitting you're wrong is the first step, right? That's what makes a good child. He had that look on his face, the I'm the mature one here look, clearly enjoying pushing Sasuke's buttons. TCH. Sasuke looked ready to explode, but another sharp look from Fugaku stopped him cold. With no allies left, feeling tears prickle behind his eyes, Sasuke turned and fled to his room, slamming the door shut behind him. My apologies for that display, Fugaku said, turning back to Naruto with a sigh. No worries, Uncle Fugaku, Naruto waved it off. I actually have high hopes for Sasuke. He's got incredible talent, and he's a good kid at heart. Takes after both you and Auntie Mikoto, I think. Naruto added smoothly, he's got a bright future. Flattery rarely hurt, anyway, Naruto thought privately. Flattery never hurt. No matter what Naruto actually thought of Sasuke, it was always wise to start with praise. Besides, in the canon, Sasuke's future was pretty impressive. Actually, Naruto didn't dislike Sasuke. Not only that, he even found him quite likable. He just enjoyed teasing him. And despite Sasuke's obvious frustration and anger, Naruto never sensed any real malice from him. So, why was Naruto sitting in the Uchiha family home? It traced back 3 months, to the day Sasuke, stubborn as ever, had challenged Naruto and ended up crying after a single punch. That same day, Naruto had run into Fugaku and Mikoto. He'd recognized them instantly. Naruto never forgot it. Facing the hateful villagers, he had nearly lost control, nearly fallen into a trap set by someone, because the reaction seemed clearly orchestrated. He'd only just begun his turtle school training then, his power was nothing like it was now. If Fugaku and Mikoto hadn't stepped in when they did, the consequences, he didn't like to think about them. Would he have become the first 5-year-old Jinchuriki defector in history? Fugaku and Mikoto were the only ones in Konoha who had offered him help back then, genuine kindness, free of any hidden motive or malice. Naruto held on to that memory tightly. A drop of kindness received should be repaid with a spring. That was Naruto's way. Naruto Uzumaki held grudges, yes, but he also repaid his debts. So, Naruto had arranged things. A coincidental encounter here, some unintentional help offered to the Konoha military police force there, again and again. Over time, he'd gotten to know Fugaku and Mikoto better. A connection had formed. Chapter 24. At first, Fugaku had been hesitant about letting Naruto get close. The Uchiha clan's standing in Konoha was precarious, to say the least. They held power, but not enough to truly matter, not enough to get them into the village's inner circles, yet just enough to grant them small privileges that bred resentment. Thanks to their control over the Konoha military police force, the Uchiha had already alienated multiple clans within the village, big and small. Then came the Ninetales incident. The suspicion cast upon them the sight of the Sharingan reflected in the Kyuubi's eyes led to their relocation, pushed to the very edge of the village borders. A few more steps, and they'd be outside Konoha entirely. Tensions kept mounting. It felt like the whole village was practically shouting for their heads. Fugaku could see it clearly enough, someone was deliberately fanning the flames, provoking conflict, but he was powerless to stop it. Whoever it was knew exactly how to exploit the Uchiha pride, turning their inherent arrogance against them until they were the target of everyone's scorn. To make matters worse, Shisui Uchiha, one of their strongest assets, had vanished without a trace a year ago. All signs pointed to murder, quite possibly with Konoha's own hands involved. The whispers grew louder within the clan, the voices demanding action, demanding they fight back, becoming harder and harder to ignore. Even the most patient man could be driven to violence under such pressure, let alone the notoriously proud Uchiha. Fugaku, the clan head, found himself struggling to contain the growing calls for secession. Internal strife and external threats had kept Fugaku wound tight for 2 long years. Finally, something in him just broke. He let go. What more could they possibly lose? Their situation was already desperate. How much worse could it get? Fine. Let it happen. He'd just take things one day at a time. His son, Itachi Uchiha, had joined the ANBU, acting as a fragile link between the Uchiha and the village leadership. Buy time, delay. That was the strategy. When the clan's war hawks grew restless, suppress them. Stall. Delay as long as humanly possible. And if the dam finally broke? If suppression failed? Then let it all fall apart. Let everyone end together. Just let it all burn down quickly, Fugaku thought, weariness settling deep in his bones. I'm tired. Whoever thought they could lead these stubborn Uchiha was welcome to try. Fugaku had done all he could. With that weight lifted, or perhaps simply accepted, Fugaku stopped trying to keep Naruto away. The boys' situation wasn't so different from their own, was it? Konoha wouldn't be what it was today without the Uchiha's strength at its founding. And without Naruto, without the Minato and his wife, Konoha would have been wiped out by the Ninetales. Heroes, all of them. Yet none were treated as such. Only suspicion greeted them. They were dealing with people who had forgotten, or perhaps never cared, about gratitude. Both Naruto and the Uchiha were ostracized, feared by the leadership, treated as dangerous elements needing control. Once Fugaku gave his tacit approval, Mikoto needed no further encouragement. Her heart ached for her late best friend's child, seeing the state he'd been left in. But her reserved nature meant she'd never push the matter with her husband or add to his burdens. Now, given the chance to care for Naruto, she embraced it wholeheartedly. You want to help Fugaku and the others, the Minato's voice resonated in Naruto's mind. Their time together had given Minato a sense of Naruto's character. The boy rarely acted without reason. Coming to the Uchiha compound like this? He had a purpose. Of course, Naruto admitted freely. He did want to save the Uchiha, or, more accurately, he wanted to save Fugaku and Mikoto. Saving the entire clan? That was a long shot, especially given their internal divisions. They might even see his interference as an obstacle to their planned coup. You couldn't trust the Uchiha not to twist things that way. Why? Minato asked. Call it paying back a debt, Naruto replied. Or maybe I just can't stand watching how some people operate. Konoha driving its own people to destruction, Kirigakure's bloody mist policy. Naruto considered them the 2 greatest acts of self-sabotage in the ninja world. It was sheer luck that Kumogakure hadn't swept in after the Uchiha massacre in canon timeline. Could the village, in that state, have truly repelled an invasion from Kumogakure? Who would have stopped them? The aging third Hokage? Danzo Shimura, who could barely fight couple jonins without using Izanagi. The advisors, who only knew how to nod agreement. Or the crop of jonin who hadn't yet hit their prime. No. They couldn't have stopped them. The Hyuga affair, just 2 years after the Ninetales attack, had already exposed Konoha's fragile state, strong in appearance, weak beneath the surface. Politics aside, they almost handed over the head of one of their own major clans. What did that tell you? Too bad the rakeage is mostly muscle, Naruto mused internally. Looks imposing, thinks he's clever, but mostly just charges ahead. If he'd been smarter, he could have allied with Suna after the Uchiha were gone, crushed a weakened Konoha, and taken everything. Fourth Hokage, Naruto continued aloud, if you were still alive, things probably wouldn't have gotten this bad for the Uchiha. No, Minato agreed softly. A month before I died, Fugaku and I had already discussed breaking up the military police force's singular power, bringing the Uchiha clan head formally into the village council meetings. But before we could make it official, Minato trailed off. He hadn't been the second Hokage's student, hadn't inherited that deep-seated paranoia about the Uchiha. He believed in unity. Keeping his people together, that was the path to strength. So, can you help them, Naruto? Minato asked, a hopeful note in his mental voice. He wished his old friend didn't have to face this. The Uchiha were Konoha citizens, they didn't deserve this treatment. They're beyond help, Naruto stated flatly, without a second thought. Incurable. Might as well just wait for them to die. Minato was momentarily stunned into silence. What? He expected Naruto to offer some kind of plan, some possibility. Not that. How can you say that? Look, the Uchiha have 2 paths right now, Naruto explained calmly. Compromise with Konoha, or launch a coup. And when I say compromise, I am becoming invariably crippled in a manner that would make them no better than Hyuga branch house, and even that might not stop their demise. They definitely can't win a fight against Konoha. Minato started. Exactly. Launching a coup is suicide, Naruto confirmed. Sure, they have the Sharingan. Awaken 3 Tomo, and you can maybe match a Konoha Jonin. Sounds impressive, right? But how many Uchiha actually have 3 Tomo? And how many can even awaken the Sharingan at all? Taking a pause, Naruto continued, it's way harder than activating the Byakugan. Plenty of Uchiha have no ninja talent whatsoever. Even with 3 Tomo, how many Jonin can one person fight off? 10. They'd get swarmed. A single clan trying to take on an entire village. The last ones who tried that were the Kagaya clan, and all that's left of them is one Kagaya clansman. Unless you have someone like Madara Uchiha leading the charge, it's just a fantasy. So, the second path, Naruto continued, his tone grim. Compromising with Konoha. That's also a dead end. The village leadership wants the Uchiha gone. They're actively pushing them towards destruction, no matter how much they compromise, no matter how much they give, in the end it wouldn't matter. You want to compromise with people who are trying to kill you? Maybe it buys you a little time, but the end result, it's still death. Breaking out of this cycle. For the Uchiha, it was almost impossible. Minato sighed mentally. So we just watch. Fourth Hokage, Naruto said suddenly, a knowing look crossing his face. Don't tell me you didn't already figure this out. You don't need to keep asking simple questions to gauge me. Minato didn't become Hokage by being naive. He'd seen the problem brewing even before his death and had a plan with Fugaku that might have actually worked. He couldn't possibly be playing the naive listener this whole time. Caught, Minato gave a sheepish mental chuckle. I just wanted you to feel a sense of accomplishment. He paused, then asked, unable to help himself, Naruto, are you really only 8? 9, actually. Turned 9 this year. E/N, massacre was pushed further by couple years due to Hiruzen and Danzo being suspicious of Naruto's behavior, as he wasn't behaving like they expected him to, while Naruto acted in accordance to their estimation to an extent. They still focused more on their most powerful asset they have, i.e. their Ninetales Jinchuriki, and once they felt their suspicions were unwarranted, they focused back on Uchiha. Chapter 25. There's a third option, Naruto thought, weighing the Uchiha's grim prospects. Beyond fighting a losing battle or surrendering to slaughter. Leave Konoha, he murmured aloud. It seemed simple. If they couldn't win and wouldn't bow, why not just run? Given their compound's location on the village outskirts, the Uchiha clan could likely break through Konoha's defenses if they committed to fleeing. Some civilians might not make it far, true, but surely a few skilled shinobi with the Sharingan could escape and survive. Find a quiet corner of the world, live out their days in peace. The Uchiha bloodline would endure, perhaps even rise again someday. Unfortunately, there was a catch. That straight-up defection. Could the proud Uchiha truly stomach running like stray dogs, abandoning their history and position? Giving up all their efforts and sacrifices they've made for Konoha over the years? Their infamous arrogance wouldn't allow it. They'd rather die, Naruto considered grimly. Just like those warmongering fools of Kagaya clan from Kirigakure, not just eager to fight, they would shift circumstances in a manner that they will have no choice but to fight. They were blinded by their own pride, unable to see the bigger picture. For the sake of honor, a flimsy concept for shinobi, who weren't samurai, they'd choose annihilation over retreat. Minato had seen this fatal flaw in them. He and Fugaku had even worked out a potential solution, a way forward. But before they could act, Minato died during the Ninetales attack. With the fourth Hokage gone, Fugaku hesitated. The village elders clamped down, isolating the Uchiha, forcing them into the corner they were in now. Barring some miracle, like every Uchiha suddenly awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan with strong abilities and manifesting Susanoo capable of leveling the village, their fate seemed sealed. The odds of that were practically zero. That left only one painful choice: cut off a limb to save the body. Sacrifice some to save the rest, Naruto explained. Abandon those two blinded by pride to see reason, and transfer the others, the future of the clan, somewhere safe. It sounded like fleeing, but it was different. One path meant letting Konoha dictate terms, the other meant the Uchiha retain some control over their destiny. Minato listened intently, nodding slowly. It was, tragically, the only viable path he could see. So, Naruto, he asked, his voice echoing slightly in the seal space, do you have a way to transfer that part of the clan? To get them out? Naruto gave a wry shake of his head. Me? How would I manage that? He still hadn't learned instant transmission from Goku, and besides, the Goku he met didn't even know it back as he had just finished training with King Kai. Leading a mass escape wasn't exactly his forte. Fighting was one thing, but this. It's not like I can just Kamehameha Konoha out of existence the way I am now, though the thought held a certain dark appeal. But blowing it up just didn't feel like enough sometimes. Minato just stared at him, a spectral eyebrow raised. Then why bring it up, his expression seemed to say. I don't have a way, Naruto clarified. But you do, fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage had the power of the fastest speed in the shinobi world, capable of freely traversing space. Flying Thunder God. Exactly. The fourth Hokage's ethereal eyes dimmed. He shook his head decisively. Me? That's impossible. I'm dead, Naruto. Maybe, Naruto countered, but that doesn't mean you can't still use the Flying Thunder God. Minato paused. How about you learning it? I want to learn this technique, Naruto nodded, not hiding his desire for the Flying Thunder God, but not now. There isn't enough time. Then. I have an idea, Naruto said quietly, leaning forward conspiratorially. Theoretically, it could work. But it depends on whether you're willing, fourth. Minato's expression grew serious. What is it? Naruto lowered his voice, explaining his plan. Behind the massive seal gate, the Ninetales, curiosity piqued, strained its massive ears to listen. He could only faintly make out 3 words, Ki, Chakra. Shadow Clone. The principle was simple, really. A fusion of Naruto's unique energy and Minato's chakra. Naruto would create a shadow clone. Minato would then infuse a portion of his own spectral chakra into it. Since a shadow clone was essentially a projection of the user's consciousness manifested as chakra, Minato's infusion could, theoretically, allow him to control the clone remotely, provided Naruto didn't actively wrest control back. Minato mulled over, analyzing the mechanics. It's feasible, he conceded internally. Almost like a puppetry. But without the chakra threads. The main drawback was proximity. The clone couldn't stray too far from Naruto himself. Later that night, the wind picked up under a dark, moonless sky. Perfect conditions for infiltration, or murder. Inside the Uchiha compound, Fugaku sat alone in his study, cross-legged, nursing a cup of bitter tea. The clan's position grows weaker by the day, he thought, the lines on his face deepening. Today's clan meeting had been particularly tense. The war hawks were gaining ground, their calls for action growing louder, fiercer. Nearly 70% of the clan now favored confrontation, and even he, the clan head, could barely keep them in check. He'd heard whispers they held another, smaller gathering after the official one adjourned. Plotting? Probably. The resentment towards Konoha felt thick enough to choke on. That wasn't his only worry. His eldest son, the supposed bridge between the Uchiha and the village leadership, had been distant lately, secretive. He's hiding something. Fugaku sighed inwardly. He supposed it was natural for sons to keep secrets as they grew older, but the timing felt ominous. Just as the weight pressed down on him, a familiar, faint scent reached him. A warm presence pressed against his back, and slender fingers gently began to massage his temples. Mikoto, he murmured, reaching back to grasp her hand. Thank you. A rare softness touched his eyes. Mikoto simply shook her head, her gaze filled with concern as she noted the new streaks of white in her husband's hair. Worry was aging him prematurely. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice soft but firm. Fugaku, why don't we leave? Leave Konoha. Since Fugaku had become clan head, smiles had become rare on his face. The oppressive atmosphere in the clan, the cold shoulders from the villagers, even Mikoto, who tried to stay out of politics, felt the mounting tension acutely. The pressure on her husband was immense. Fugaku sighed again, a wry, tired smile touching his lips. Leave? And go where, Mikoto? Can we even leave? Konoha wouldn't simply let the Uchiha walk away. And most of the clan wouldn't agree to go, anyway. I am the clan head, he started, the familiar weight settling back onto his shoulders. There are responsibilities I must uphold. He trailed off. The air in the room shifted, subtly charged with an unfamiliar presence. Fugaku stiffened, his eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Who's there?" His gaze snapped towards the window. Where there had been only empty night moments before, two figures now stood silhouetted against the darkness, one tall, one noticeably shorter, both cloaked and hooded. Intruder. Fugaku rose smoothly to his feet, his expression hardening. His Sharingan flared to life, three tomos spinning within the crimson irises. They bypassed the patrols, didn't even sense them until they were right here. Skilled. He assessed their attire. Not ANBU. Not root. Friend or foe? Shink. A glint of steel appeared between Mikoto's fingers, moonlight catching the edge of a kunai she'd produced seemingly from nowhere. She might be a homemaker now, but her instincts as a skilled kunoichi remained sharp. Forgive the intrusion, the taller figure said, their voice calm. Slowly, they reached up and lowered their hood. Fugaku's breath caught. Mikoto gasped beside him, her eyes wide with disbelief. The visitor offered a somber smile. Fugaku. Mikoto. It's been a long time. Chapter 26. The figure who appeared so late wasn't just a visitor, it was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, a man who should have been dead. Fugaku couldn't possibly believe such a thing. The red in his eyes deepened, the tomo spinning faster, almost blurring into a solid line. His voice was low, edged with clear anger. Minato died sealing the Nine Tails. I saw his body buried with my own eyes. That wasn't a fake. He glared at the man. Who are you? How dare you impersonate the fourth Hokage? If the man's answer didn't satisfy him right away, Fugaku was ready to attack. Fugaku. Minato's voice was low, completely different from his previous wry tone. It is me. Remember, that night after the Third Great War ended? He paused, letting the memory surface. It was Itachi's birthday, and you came to see me. Then we secretly met at the Naka shrine. His gaze held Fugaku's, steady and knowing. You brought me the mission reports, the ones with the abnormal death rates. Even for B-rank missions. He continued, his voice soft but clear, recounting a secret buried deep between them. You didn't have concrete proof, but strongly suspected that someone high up was manipulating assignments or accessing the mission files. Rigging them to fail. Another pause, heavy with shared weight. You had to suppress this information to minimize the conflict within the clan. Fugaku froze. No one, absolutely no one outside of himself and Minato would know about that meeting. Minato paused as he offered a wry smile, scratching his chin a little awkwardly. He spread his hands. As you said. I died that night, sealing the Nine Tails. This is, a bit tricky to explain. That line genuinely took Fugaku by surprise. But my soul didn't entirely cross over to the Pure Land, Minato continued. A part of it stayed inside Naruto's body. And then, well, I ended up like this. He kept it short, explaining his impossible state in just a few sentences. A soul. Fugaku's expression tightened further, the initial shock giving way to solemnity upon hearing this. You're saying you're just a soul now? The concept of souls was a known secret in the ninja world. Forbidden jutsu like the impure world reincarnation, while less known, and the spirit transformation jutsu used by Dan Kato, which was well known in Konoha, were proof enough that souls existed. But a soul leaving the Pure Land and manifesting on its own? That was unheard of. Fugaku then looked towards the smaller figure standing nearby. Naruto. Uncle Fugaku, I'm sorry for visiting so late, Naruto said calmly. As he spoke, he pulled back the hood covering his head. Some things are better discussed under the cover of darkness. It really is Naruto. Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged glances, their shock visible. Countless questions flooded their minds in that instant. While the fourth's presence and chakra signature felt strangely different from the man they'd known, Naruto was undeniably the same Naruto they knew. What exactly happened? Fugaku settled back into his seat, his gaze fixed on Minato and Naruto. He spoke in a deep voice, subtly inclining his head towards Mikoto, a silent signal for her to close the doors and windows, ensuring no one could listen in. It all began on the night of the Ninetales attack. Minato's familiar voice filled the room, and as he spoke, Fugaku's thoughts drifted back to that terrifying night years ago. The Ninetales' descent, the Root's interference, the fourth Hokage's sacrifice. Everything had changed since then. You're saying a masked man attacked you that night? After hearing Minato's account, Fugaku's already serious expression grew even sterner. His brows were furrowed deep enough to crush a fly. And that masked man's Sharingan was the real reason the Ninetales was controlled. As Fourth finished his speech by mentioning sealing a part of his soul into Naruto, did Fugaku regain his composure. So that's the truth of that night. He murmured. It was because of a masked man, an Uchiha with the Manjikyu Sharingan who had appeared out of nowhere. An Uchiha wandering outside, shouldn't exist, Fugaku said, thinking aloud. Since that night, I've reviewed every piece of information on every Uchiha clan member since Konoha was founded. All our clan's records are complete. He paused, eyes narrowing. There isn't a single Uchiha unaccounted for outside the village. He blinked, then spoke again, a new thought dawning. Wait. He possessed Mangekyo, right? Could it be? Suddenly, Fugaku's body stiffened. He'd just thought of a possibility, a terrifying one. There was one person, one Uchiha who wasn't officially accounted for, and who held the deepest resentment towards both the Uchiha and Konoha. Amidst his growing alarm, Fugaku slowly uttered a name. Ghost of the Uchiha, Madara Uchiha. He corrected himself. Or perhaps, a descendant of Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha, an ancestor, practically a legend, among the current Uchiha generation. Years ago, Madara had returned from wandering the world, declaring his intention to lead the clan away from Konoha. But the clan, content with their place in the village, refused to follow him. Betrayed, Madara ultimately fought the first Hokage in the Valley of the End, where he was supposedly defeated and killed. Madara Uchiha did die in that battle, but who knew if he'd left any descendants in his travels? If Madara did have descendants outside the village, one of them could very well be the masked man who fought the fourth. And if the masked man was truly Madara's descendant, they would undoubtedly continue his grudge against the Uchiha and Konoha. Avenging his ancestor, destroying the clan that betrayed him. It all made a twisted sort of sense. A descendant of Madara Uchiha? Minato murmured the name, considering it carefully. Having grown up hearing stories of the first Hokage, Madara often featured as the ultimate villain, so the name was certainly familiar. To think he might have faced the descendant of such a legendary figure. Fugaku, Mikoto, and Minato all wore grim expressions. Only Naruto seemed unfazed, with an expression that didn't quite match theirs. He knew the masked man's real identity. While the others' guess made logical sense based on the information they had, it was still just a guess. Madara died when he was over 90, how would he have had descendants walking around? Maybe Obito, as Madara's inherited will, could be considered a descendant in a symbolic sense. Probably not, Naruto thought. Regardless of who he is, his identity isn't the most important thing right now, is it? Seeing their conversation heading further and further off track, Naruto spoke up to redirect them. They hadn't come here to figure out who the masked man was. Based on the current situation, the Uchiha clan didn't have much time left. That's right, Naruto's right, Minato agreed, turning his attention back to Fugaku. Fugaku, my purpose here is to help the Uchiha clan. Your situation is dire. He sighed. If I were alive, this would be much simpler, but I'm, well, dead. He looked Fugaku in the eye. Fugaku, do the Uchiha want to leave Konoha? Leave Konoha? If they could, of course they would. The entire clan felt ostracized, targeted by the village they helped build. Not everyone could bear that feeling indefinitely. If anyone else had suggested such a thing, Fugaku likely would have dismissed it as foolish or a woman's naive idea, as he had before. But the fourth Hokage? He actually could make it happen. He could get the Uchiha out of Konoha. Using the Flying Thunder God. Spatial ninjutsu could bypass barriers, slip past the Konoha border, and take them directly to a destination. Then where could the Uchiha go? Fugaku asked, the question of how to leave replaced by the problem of where. The land of water? Earth? Lightning? Wind? Where could an entire clan of Uchiha, whose Sharingan was infamous and priceless on the black market, possibly go? A common saying came to mind, commoners are guilty for possessing treasures. Without sufficient powers, they would be besieged, but if they had sufficient power, they wouldn't be in this situation. The Sharingan could instantly elevate an genin to Tokubetsu Jonin level, and despite its side effects, its value was immense. After all, they had special squads for routinely hunting down any non-Uchihas possessing Sharingan, the side effect of Sharingan being permanently on, along with another side effects of getting sudden power boost was the ninja would brag about it and display their ill-gotten power, making it easier to locate them. Naruto held up a single finger and shook it slowly. None of those. it's the land of whirlpools. E/N, for those wondering why Minato didn't directly mention that his soul didn't go to Pure Land rather into Shinigami's stomach for rest of eternity, as he believes it. It is because it would derail the talk and it's pointless to talk about, as Minato already accepted that choice when he used Reaper Death Seal. Chapter 27. The ninja world largely consists of the 5 great nations, surrounded by numerous smaller countries. Beyond the land of fire, home to Konoha, lie the lands of wind, earth, lightning, and water. Sunagakure, the hidden village in the land of wind, suffered defeat in the Third Great Ninja War. They were forced into an alliance with Konoha, shackled by treaties that severely hampered their growth. Their vaunted, elite policy, had devolved to the point where they could barely sustain their own shinobi. In such a state, protecting the Uchiha clan was out of the question, they couldn't even guarantee their own survival. Worse, the current Kazekage was notoriously jealous and known to sell out his village's own talented ninja. If the Uchiha defected to Suna, there was no guarantee they wouldn't simply be handed back to Konoha. The land of wind was not an option. Kirigakure, the hidden village in the land of water, was consumed by its own blood mist policy. This brutal internal conflict had led them to nearly exterminate their own Kekkei Genkai clans. They certainly wouldn't welcome outsiders like the Uchiha. The land of water was not an option either. The lands of earth and lightning remained possibilities. Neither Iwagakure nor Kyumogakure discriminated against Kekkei Genkai clans, in fact, they often welcomed them. Kyumo, in particular, was known for doing almost anything to acquire unique bloodlines. However, both lands were distant from Konoha. More importantly, who could say for sure that either village would choose to shelter the Uchiha, rather than simply exploit them for their Sharingan? It was foolish to gamble their fate on the whims of others. A different path was needed. And the smaller nations? As for the smaller nations, the land of iron was permanently neutral. Interfering in ninja world affairs went against their founding principles. Taking in the Uchiha would be seen as choosing a side, something they would never allow. The lands of rain and rice paddies were unsuitable for reasons that didn't need stating. Others, like the land of grass, birds, rivers, or waterfall, had their own small ninja villages. They were barely capable of protecting themselves, let alone guaranteeing the safety of a clan as prominent and targeted as the Uchiha. They were too vulnerable, too exposed. But the land of whirlpools, that was different. The Uzumaki clan who once thrived there had been wiped out by Kiri forces in alliance with Iwa and Kyumo forces, and the land itself became a vassal state of Kiri. Now, however, Kirigakure was so torn apart by its blood mist policy that it couldn't even manage its own affairs, much less occupy Whirlpool. The land was essentially abandoned, no ruling daimyo, no central government, no official ninja village. Sometimes the most dangerous place is the safest, Naruto thought. It was the perfect place for the Uchiha to lay low and rebuild. No one would expect them to hide practically under Konoha's nose. Of course, the lands of snow and land of waves were also potential, if less ideal, options. After hearing Naruto's detailed assessment, Fugaku had to admit the plan had merit. When he asked how they would manage to rebuild. In the land of whirlpools, Naruto summarized the strategy succinctly: conserve our strength. Lie low. Wait for the right moment. Then, make a comeback. Build fortifications, store grain, and increase strength, then make a swift and deadly attack when enemy is weak. Fugaku mused silently, recognizing the classic strategy. Just like Minato. It seems he taught his son well. Naruto sees things, analyzes problems, maybe even more clearly than Itachi. Fugaku couldn't help but feel a grudging respect, attributing the boy's sharpness entirely to Minato's influence. If Naruto knew Fugaku was comparing him to Itachi, he wouldn't have been pleased, it would have felt like he was being cursed. He had no fondness for Itachi, not now, not ever. This relocation would mean leaving some clan members behind. It was a harsh necessity, Fugaku knew, though the thought pained him. The task of choosing who would stay and who would go fell to him alone. As clan head, he knew his people, their strengths, their weaknesses, their loyalties. Uncle Fugaku, Naruto said, his tone serious as he prepared to leave. Decide on the list and the timing quickly. We can't afford delays or complications. He met the older man's gaze. This needs to be handled only by those you trust completely. Naruto's reasons for helping the Uchiha weren't simple. There was a sense of repaying a debt, a disapproval of how Konoha had treated them, but also self-interest. The current Konoha leadership was Naruto's enemy, just as it was the Uchiha's. As they say, the enemy of his enemy. Helping the Uchiha served his own goals too. And choosing the land of whirlpools, well, that had its own advantages beyond what he'd stated. Everything went smoothly. Leaving the Uchiha compound, Naruto met up with the figure who looked like Minato deep within the Konoha forest. Minato nodded, a touch of melancholy in his voice. I expected more resistance. Fugaku agreed almost too easily. He's usually much more cautious. It seems he truly felt backed into a corner. Like a drowning man clutching at reeds, Fugaku had grasped the lifeline offered, perhaps not even caring if it was real. It was his only hope. Though, in this case, what Naruto and the disguised clone had offered was real. A shame, still, to see Konoha's once proudest clan brought so low. Poof! With a burst of white smoke, the Minato vanished. The chakra flowed back into Naruto, its source. The figure Fugaku had spoken with was merely a clone, skillfully manipulated by the real Minato sealed within Naruto, its appearance crafted by the reverse harem jutsu. It even came with a built-in filter that enhanced its handsome features. That explained the slight strangeness Fugaku might have sensed in the figure's aura and chakra signature. The reverse harem jutsu was far more sophisticated than a standard transformation technique, it had fooled even Kaguya. Ordinary shinobi wouldn't stand a chance of seeing through it. Hokage Tower, the Hokage's office. Bang! The door slammed open, and Danzo stormed in, leaning heavily on his cane, his face a mask of fury. Hiruzen. I demand an explanation. Only two things tended to rile Danzo up this much, matters concerning the Hokage seat, or matters concerning the Uchiha. If it wasn't the former, it had to be the latter. Danzo. Hiruzen glanced towards the shadows, signaling the hidden Anbu to withdraw. Swish, 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 several figures melted out of the room, pulling the door shut behind them as they vanished. The Uchiha have been meeting with the Ninetales Jinchuriki far too often lately, Danzo spat, his voice tight with anger. You're aware of this, aren't you, Hiruzen? Why haven't you put a stop to it? Calm yourself, Danzo. Hiruzen knew all about it. He'd read Naruto's diary, which clearly explained everything. Why did Naruto have such a good impression of Fugaku and his wife? Because of the sins you committed back then, Danzo. You should know, Danzo, Hiruzen thought wryly, Naruto isn't a child anymore. He can't be handled the way he once was. He needs. Hiruzen suppressed a sigh, the influence of love. The Ninetales Jinchuriki can't even access the fox's power yet. Danzo paced, growing more agitated, gripping his cane tightly. That cursed clan cannot be allowed near him. If they somehow gain control over the Ninetales, the consequences would be catastrophic. According to his academy instructors, the boy shows promise in taijutsu, Hiruzen said, deliberately changing the subject. I was thinking Guy might be a suitable Jonin sensei for him. Hiruzen. Are you listening to me? Danzo almost roared, incensed by the deflection. The Uchiha are meeting with the Jinchuriki. This is dangerous. His voice grew strained. Have you forgotten what happened 9 years ago? If the Ninetales breaks loose again, there won't be another Minato to stop it. Mentioning the Minato was a mistake. Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen's voice cracked like a whip, sharp and sudden. Danzo became alert. Hiruzen rarely, if ever, used his full name with such force. It meant he was truly angry. Meeting Hiruzen's hardened gaze, Danzo felt a flicker of unease. Since you've brought it up. About that night, Danzo, Hiruzen said, his voice low and cold. There are a few things you need to explain to me. Chapter 28. What happened that night? Hiruzen sat upright, his expression cold as he looked at Danzo. He knows something, Danzo thought. Hiruzen must have found some evidence I don't know about, otherwise he wouldn't be so certain. Could it be? Impossible. No one else knows about that except me. I made sure of that by discarding even my root operatives present for it. Hiruzen, what are you getting at? Danzo asked, keeping his voice calm and neutral. His mental fortitude was immense. Even as memories of dozens of past deeds flashed through his mind, he spoke flatly, the Uchiha clan had to be behind what happened back then. We just haven't found concrete proof yet. Whatever Hiruzen had discovered, Danzo would pin it on the Uchiha first. Whether the Uchiha were truly involved, that's debatable. Hiruzen neither confirmed nor denied it, instead staring intently at Danzo. Someone saw you meeting with that masked man before that night. What explanation do you have for that? That masked man. He killed Hiruzen's wife, Biwako. He attacked Kushina during childbirth, released the Nine Tails, he was the true culprit behind the attack on Konoha. And Danzo had met this culprit right before it happened. The implication was clear. This, more than anything, was what angered Hiruzen. Danzo was testing his limits, again and again. For the Hokage seat, Danzo had even plotted to assassinate Hiruzen when he retook the position, let alone the subtle sabotages he tried against the fourth Hokage, Minato. Get rid of the fourth, frame the Uchiha, kill two birds with one stone. Then Danzo could make his grand entrance as the fifth Hokage. Who could have predicted that after Minato died, Hiruzen would actually step back in, reclaiming the Hokage's position? Most people didn't expect this, even Hiruzen himself didn't want to after Biwako's funeral. But he did it regardless for the village. What explanation do you have? Hiruzen pressed, his voice dangerously low. Explanation. The question hammered at Danzo's mind like a drumbeat. Damn it. Hiruzen really found out? Shock and anger warred within Danzo, but composed as ever, his expression remained a mask, betraying nothing of the storm brewing inside. I am so close to achieving my goals with Uchihas. I didn't expect this. He had met the masked man before the Ninetales rampage. Otherwise, how could he have preemptively deployed root shinobi around the Uchiha compound? What masked man? Danzo scoffed. I don't anything of such a person. I can't admit it. Absolutely not. Knowing Hiruzen, Danzo reasoned, if he really had solid proof, he wouldn't be confronting me like this. He'd have acted already. He's bluffing. He has to be bluffing. As long as I don't admit anything, he can't touch me. I cannot confess to colluding with murderer of his wife. He might execute me if I admit it. Danzo steadied himself inwardly. This was a psychological game. The first to show a crack would lose. Danzo's denial was absolute. Even with evidence laid bare before him, he wouldn't admit what he didn't want to. Hiruzen didn't seem to see through Danzo's facade, nor did he linger on topic of the masked man. Instead, he asked another question, though it sounded more like an accusation. Last year. Shisui Uchiha's death. You were involved, weren't you? He let the silence hang for a moment. His body was missing its eyes. The autopsy report said they were gouged out. Hiruzen leaned forward slightly. And Orochimaru's experiments, fusing the first Hokage's cells. You were part of that too, weren't you? Danzo. What haven't you reported those to me? How much are you hiding? Hiruzen stared at Danzo, his expression grave, his voice holding a warning sharper than any before. Danzo. You've overreached. Know when to stop. Humph. Danzo forced calm, but the almost imperceptible tremor in his hand gave him away. I don't need to explain my actions to you. Over the years you haven't asked me for reports yourself. Because of the gruesome actions I took in the shadows. He was genuinely rattled now. Before, I suspected Hiruzen was just guessing. Now, I am certain Hiruzen knows something. Proof of any one of those accusations would be enough to seal his fate. Everything I do, Danzo bit out, is for Konoha. He didn't even realize that, in saying it, he'd implicitly admitted his involvement. Hiruzen still hadn't produced any concrete evidence, relying only on his words. But his conviction was so absolute that Danzo had believed him. This time, Danzo had lost the psychological battle. The conversation ended badly. In the end, Hiruzen didn't punish Danzo. After all, Hiruzen reasoned, Danzo's methods, however despicable, served Konoha. Konoha needed its darkness, as Hiruzen believed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn Hiruzen. Danzo seethed as he walked away from the Hokage's office, his expression dark. Accusing me of colluding with outsiders. The issue wasn't whether he had colluded, it was true, of course, but that Hiruzen dared to suspect him, after decades of sacrifice for the village. That was the offense. His visible eye held a venomous glint, and as his gaze drifted towards the Uchiha compound in the distance, a flicker of greed surfaced. In Danzo's view, the only good Uchiha was a dead Uchiha. Like Shisui, whose eyes Danzo himself had taken. Letting such powerful abilities rot in the eyes of naive Uchiha was a waste after all. My plan needs to move forward. Now. The Uchiha problem must be dealt with. Soon. No more delays. I need the Uchiha's power, the first Hokage's cells, as soon as possible. Then Hiruzen, he won't be a threat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After Danzo left, Hiruzen sat alone, drawing heavily on his pipe. He seemed to deflate in his chair, the lines on his face deepening, aging him years in moments. Hattori, Hiruzen murmured to the empty room, you were right about everything. What happened back then? Shisui, it really was Danzo. As Hiruzen spoke, a figure emerged silently from the shadows, a middle-aged man with a cold face, wearing a light blue kimono. There had been a third person in the office all along. Someone even Danzo hadn't detected. Hokage-sama. The man, Hattori, adjusted his glasses. Now that it's come to this, there's no point indulging in grief. The priority now is resolving the Uchiha situation. Swiftly. It cannot wait. Hiruzen had managed to corner Danzo thanks to Hattori's advice. Anbu, Hiruzen ordered, his voice heavy. Bring Itachi here. I need to speak with him. You may take your leave, Hattori. Yes, Hokage-sama, Hattori responded respectfully. Soon after, summoned by Anbu, Itachi arrived outside the Hokage's office. Dressed in standard Anbu gear, he stood waiting. As Hattori passed him on the way out, Itachi frowned, a flicker of recognition making him glance back. This man, he felt familiar, somehow. Like I've seen him somewhere before. The thought vanished as quickly as it came, and Itachi pushed open the office door. Hattori walked out of the Hokage building, crossed the bustling market, and slipped into a deserted alleyway. He took off his glasses, swept back his hair, revealing vertical, beast-like pupils. Then, poof, he dispersed in a cloud of white smoke. He had been a shadow clone all along. Chapter 29. Night settled over the village, the moonlight piercing through trees' branches. Itachi returned to the Uchiha compound, his thoughts weighing on him. He found his father sitting quietly, sipping tea. Father, Itachi began, have you been spending much time with the Ninetales Jinchuriki lately? Naruto. Fugaku lowered his cup. He's a good kid. A touch of warmth entered his voice. If it weren't for that boy, Fugaku thought, I'd still be drowning in worry over the clan's future. Father. Itachi paused. Seeing his father's dismissive air, Itachi knew he had to be more direct. Is the clan getting too close to the Jinchuriki? Who do you think you are talking to? Fugaku's voice was a low, sharp snap. He stared hard at his eldest son. In what capacity are you speaking to me right now? As my son? Or as a member of the Umbu? He leaned forward slightly. Are you warning me? Your father? The head of the Uchiha clan? Itachi. Remember who you are. You are an Uchiha. Fugaku's anger wasn't unfounded. From his perspective, Itachi had overstepped. Yet, from Konoha's standpoint, Itachi's warning was perfectly reasonable. Itachi took a slow breath. Forgive me, father. That was disrespectful. Has it really come to this? Fugaku wondered grimly. Can Konoha no longer wait? For the clan's last hope, for Sasuke. I have to accelerate the plan. Itachi watched his father, considering another angle entirely. Father's been different lately, less stern. The worry lines on his face aren't as deep. And this connection to Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Then it clicked. So the Uchiha can't hold back any longer, he thought. They intend to control the Jinchuriki, control the Nine-Tails itself. Use its power for a coup. So many people will die. I have to act quickly. They stood worlds apart, seeing the same situation through entirely different lenses. Father and son arrived at vastly different conclusions, their words missing each other entirely. With their own hidden purposes driving them, the conversation ended abruptly. Unseen currents pulled taut beneath the surface, casting a shadow over the whole of Konoha. Time trickled by, day after day. Both the Uchiha elders and Konoha's advisors seemed poised, waiting. The stalemate continued until the voices of the clan's war faction finally drowned out Fugaku's authority. Having exhausted their patience with Konoha, the Uchiha were indeed plotting a coup. At Konoha, acting on intelligence received, confirmed the unrest, and plans were drawn up to move against the Uchiha clan soon. ********. Itachi. The voice came from the shadows. A figure emerged, black robe, orange spiral mask. Your clan is preparing to make its move. Those arrogant fools, the masked man continued, his voice dripping with disdain. They have no idea their choice leads only to the grave. Always the same. Short-sighted, grasping, they never learn. Itachi stared at him, the man from the night the Nine-Tails rampage. He had approached Itachi some time ago. Their objectives, however different their reasons, aligned on one terrible point, the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Itachi said nothing, methodically wiping his katana clean as the masked man spat his venom against the clan. When will you act? The masked man's tone shifted, seemingly finished venting, his tone returning to its usual calm. As we agreed, I will assist you. Itachi paused his polishing. Tonight. Sasuke will be training late at the grounds. Such a considerate older brother, the masked man chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. Can't bear for him to see the slaughter. He'll know soon enough. My goal is his Sharingan, Itachi stated flatly, his face blank. As you said, only the eyes of a sibling can unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I look forward to claiming that power. Is that so? The masked man tilted his head slightly. Such power is intoxicating. You may find you develop a taste for it. He didn't press further, simply watching Itachi through the single eye hole of his mask. Whatever the reasons, after tonight, the Uchiha clan would be reduced to history. Only 3 would remain in the entire world, Obito Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and Sasuke Uchiha. *******. Elsewhere, within the Uchiha compound. The Flying Thunder God guiding thunder seals are set, the former Hokage continued. Everything in the land of whirlpools is prepared. We can begin whenever you are. Tonight, Fugaku sighed, his gaze lingering on the familiar lines of his home, a pang of sadness tightening his chest. I can't hold back the war faction any longer, and Konoha is poised to strike. There's no room left for reconciliation. Naruto and I will remain here tonight, to help. Naruto? Fugaku frowned. Is it safe for him? Isn't it too dangerous for him to stay? If anything goes wrong. Minato shook his head gently. Don't worry about Naruto. The power he holds, it's more than you imagine. It seemed fate itself had converged on this single night. Konoha's leadership, the masked man, and Fugaku's desperate gamble, all set to unfold under the same moon. The streets lay silent, deserted under the dim yellow glow of the lamps where moths fluttered. High above, the moon hung full and blood-red. An ominous crimson. Just like the night the Ninetales rampaged. Fugaku tilted his head back, looking at the sky, a knot of unease tightening in his gut. Something felt wrong. He took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Let's begin. Under Fugaku's quiet direction, Uchiha clan members slipped from the shadows, stepping onto the complex seal array laid out on the ground, for Flying Thunder God guiding thunder. A flicker of light, the brief flare of the seal activating, and they vanished into the night. 120 men, women, and children. A fraction of the clan's full strength, yet a significant number, more than many smaller clans possessed in total. These were the ones Fugaku could reach, the ones he knew he could trust with this secret exodus. They were the vanguard, the seed carriers for the Uchiha's future. With tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha stretched to the breaking point, conflict felt inevitable. If the worst happened, these 120 were the clan's only hope for survival. Fugaku watched until the last figure disappeared, the seal fading, and only then did he allow himself a quiet sigh, releasing some of the tension gripping him. Now, only the most fervent war hawks, the uninvolved civilians, and Fugaku's own family remained within the compound walls. I need to try and talk to the others who remain, Fugaku said, turning back to Minato. He wouldn't leave yet. If I can convince any more. I may need your help again in a few days. He was still the clan head. They were all Uchiha. How could he abandon hundreds of his own people without trying? Hundreds of lives hung in the balance. Don't worry, Fugaku, Minato assured him. Leave it to me. The words had barely left Minato's mouth when the night's fragile peace shattered. Chapter 30. On the lookout platform overlooking the Uchiha compound, the masked man and Itachi Uchiha stood side by side, gazing down at the quiet district below. Behind them, 3 Uchiha ninja lay still in widening pools of blood. 3 Uchiha, the masked man observed, his voice flat, betraying no emotion. 2 with 2 Tomo, 1 with 3. Is the clan's night watch usually this generous? It was as if he were merely remarking on the weather. Neither attacker bore a single scratch, there wasn't even a hint they'd been in a fight. Whether 2 Tomo or 3, it made no difference. Their power far eclipsed that of ordinary clan members. They simply weren't playing the same game. Let's go, Itachi said, his voice cold as steel. He slowly drew the katana strapped to his back. Time is short. No sense wasting it. Let them die in their sleep. You're letting them off easy, the masked man murmured. As he looked down at the houses, a flicker of raw hatred sparked in the single eye visible through his mask. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, unseen by Itachi, who seemed lost in his own grim thoughts. Dong, dong, dong. The Uchiha clan's distinctive alarm bell suddenly rang out behind them. Both figures stiffened, whirling around. One of the clansmen, presumed dead in the blood pool, had somehow pushed himself up and sounded the alarm. Itachi. The masked man rounded on him, anger flaring in his visible eye. He assumed Itachi had shown mercy. But Itachi knew he hadn't held back. The injuries should have been fatal. Why the man hadn't died immediately was a mystery, but now wasn't the time to puzzle it out. This wasn't the time for explanations. Itachi leaped forward, appearing instantly before the clansman. The katana in his hand sliced across the man's throat. Blood sprayed. The alarm bell, just beginning its frantic peal, fell abruptly silent. The night watch ninja was dead. But those few short rings were enough, especially for shinobi. A warning had been sounded. The Uchiha clan's elite would be mobilizing, moving at top speed. Any hope of a silent, surgical strike was gone. Looks like this will take some effort after all, the masked man said, his composure unshaken. And I was planning on giving them a quicker end. For the two of them, the difference between assassination and a frontal assault was negligible. Because beneath the gaze of the Mangekyo Sharingan, all others were merely ants. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Bang! The door to Fugaku's house burst inward, and an Uchiha clansman stumbled through the opening, covered in blood. He saw Fugaku, and a desperate hope lit his eyes. He used his last breath to gasp, "Clan head, Sama. It's bad. Enemies." The elder took Elite Squad 3, support. You, quick dash. Before he could finish, his head lolled, and he collapsed, silent. Konoha. The thought struck Fugaku and the Minato simultaneously. Damn it, Fugaku cursed under his breath. Sasuke isn't back yet. He hadn't expected Konoha to move against them so soon. His own plans had accounted for at least a few more days. Minato-sama, Fugaku said urgently, turning to the fourth Hokage. Please, take Mikoto away first. He entrusted his wife's safety to the Minato while he prepared to find his sons, saving whoever else he could along the way. Fugaku. Mikoto looked at her husband, her face etched with worry. He gave her a firm nod, a silent promise that he would bring the children back. All right, Minato agreed without hesitation. Activating the Flying Thunder God, he vanished with Mikoto into the night. His voice echoed faintly, "Be careful. It will take time before I can use the technique again." The Flying Thunder God wasn't limitless, especially teleporting others over distance. And this Minato was only a shadow clone. Watching them disappear, Fugaku murmured, "Let's see." He slowly opened his eyes, the tomo spinning wildly within the blood-red irises. Just how much strength Konoha has gathered to deal with the Uchiha. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Itachi. It's you. The first Uchiha elites to arrive stared, hatred instantly flaring in their eyes as they saw Itachi standing among the fallen. Did you kill Yuto and the others? Itachi, do you realize what you're doing? You traitor. You've betrayed your own family. Betrayed the Uchiha. If looks could kill, Itachi would have been torn apart. The elderly shinobi leading the group glared, the three tomo in his Sharingan spinning furiously. I will kill you myself and present your head to the clan head. For the Uchiha, betrayal of the clan was the highest crime, punishable only by death. Only you? Itachi asked softly. Not enough. He leveled his katana at his former kinsman. His dismissive stance ignited their fury. In an instant, their own three-tomo Sharingan blazed to life. As the enraged clansman charged, Itachi slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the familiar tomo had merged into something far more terrifying. Mangekyo Sharingan. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Soon, the Uchiha compound was lit by bursts of flame. Giant dragons of fire roared into the night sky, the fire release techniques the clan prided itself on. But they vanished as quickly as they appeared, snuffed out like illusions. Moments later, the clansmen who had vowed to kill Itachi lay broken in pools of their own blood. Itachi calmly wiped his katana clean. Even without the Mangekyo, his skill surpassed ordinary Uchiha. And beside him stood the masked man, self-proclaimed inheritor of Madara's legacy, wielding power more terrifying still. The elites the Uchiha clan held in such high regard were like helpless infants before Obito. A flick of his wrist, a phase through an attack, an overwhelming ninjutsu, none could survive a single exchange. His phasing ability made him untouchable, his attacks unstoppable. Another squad of Uchiha arrived, finding only their fallen comrades and Itachi standing impassively, wiping his blade. Red filled their vision. They attacked with desperate fury. Again, the familiar sight of the three-tomo Sharingan. Again, the cold power of the Mangekyo. Battle cries echoed briefly through the compound. And again, the fighting subsided quickly into silence. The entire district fell into an eerie, deathly quiet. The disparity was too vast. Beneath the Mangekyo Sharingan, all truly were ants. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. The Uchiha compound sat at Konoha's edge, separated from the bustling village center by nearly the entire forest of death. Even with the fierce battle raging, the rest of Konoha remained undisturbed. Perhaps a ninja or two noticed something amiss in the Uchiha district, but they paid it no mind. They wouldn't report it. They were Uchiha, after all, arrogant, disliked. What did it have to do with anyone else? Lacking political foresight, they wouldn't grasp the concept of interdependence. When one pillar crumbles, the whole roof weakens, that the fall of one could leave others vulnerable, until it was far too late. Chapter 31. Captain, a hushed voice reported through the trees, the Uchiha compound is showing activity. Flickering firelight briefly illuminated the Uchiha district before plunging it back into shadow. Hidden nearby, concealed within the dense forest, were figures clad in black, their faces obscured by animal masks. 135 shinobi lay in wait. Each one pulsed with chakra levels easily matching an elite chunin. In any other village, or even within Konoha's clans, a single one of them would be hailed as a talented. As many of them were talented shinobis of clans taken by Danzo. Most shinobis don't rise above genins, even fewer rise above chunin, becoming elite chunin, on verge of becoming tokubetsu jonin. They were the elite. Danzo's root. Their orders were stark: annihilate the Uchiha clan. Should Itachi Uchiha falter, these root operatives were the blade meant to finish the task. Danzo had clearly spared no expense, mobilizing nearly the entirety of root to ensure the Uchiha's extermination. The restrictions placed on him by the third Hokage had been lifted years ago, granting him the freedom to deploy such a force. These 100-plus shinobi represented the peak of the strength he had grown since taking command of Root, and perhaps his most vital asset in his ambition to claim the Hokage title. Had it not been for the losses sustained in Amigakure some years back, their numbers might have doubled. Ignore it. That's part of Danzo-sama's plan, the Root ninja wearing an owl mask instructed, his voice flat, devoid of inflection. Maintain high alert. Status on the Ninetails Jinchuriki. Asleep. At home, another operative replied, their tone just as lifeless. It was the defining trait of Root shinobi. Good. The owl-masked leader nodded curtly. Effective immediately, seal off the entire Uchiha district. No one gets out. He paused, his next words carrying lethal finality. If you encounter any survivors, kill on sight. The Root ninja fixed their gazes on the Uchiha compound, waiting. Waiting for the final verdict on the clan's fate. They were like hyenas circling a dying lion, anticipating the moment they could tear into the remains. Silver moonlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the dark forest floor. The gaunt trees lining the path dripped with dew, catching the light. Drip, drip, drip. Liquid slid from the leaves, pattering softly onto the earth below. It wasn't dew. It was blood. The owl-masked captain suddenly stiffened, his gaze snapping away from the distant compound. He scanned the immediate surroundings, a slight frown creased beneath his mask. The forest was too quiet. Utterly silent. Even the usual chirping of insects had vanished. An autumn wind rustled through the leaves, sharp and cold, feeling like it could pull the soul right out of your body. Branches swayed restlessly, painting countless dancing shadows in the moonlight. Dark clouds drifted across the moon, plunging the world into deeper darkness. The forest, which had seemed menacing moments before, now felt steeped in a deathly stillness, utterly limp and powerless. A faint, coppery scent tainted the air. Enum dash, the word died in his throat. A sharp crack echoed through the unnatural quiet. The sound jolted every root operative. They snapped their heads towards the source, only to see a hooded figure standing where their owl-masked captain had been just a second ago. The captain himself now hung limply from a nearby branch, his neck twisted, hanging limp. Dead. Night Owl, report. What just happened? A root ninja hissed, the trained lack of emotion in his voice fraying, revealing an edge of fear. As despite being trained to suppress emotions, emotions are a fundamental part of human mind. The owl-masked ninja had been their commander for this mission, the strongest among them. To be taken out so silently, so instantly. A chilling realization spread through their ranks. It wasn't just their captain. Nearly half of the 135 root elites were unaccounted for, their presence having simply vanished without a sound. These weren't mere recruits, they were Root's finest. Hence, while they suppressing emotions was one thing, primal fear was something else entirely. The ninja known as Night Owl, their designated censor for this operation, pointed a trembling finger towards the newcomer. That position. I can't sense any chakra. No chakra. The words hung in the air, terrifying in their implication. Since the Sage of Six Paths had shared his gift, every living being in the world possessed chakra, however faint. To have none. No chakra meant, not living. If not a living being, then what is their enemy? As shock rippled through the remaining root ninja, a strange, grating voice echoed from beneath the hood, it didn't sound entirely human. Looks lively over there. No reason you should stand around doing nothing. Why don't we all? The figure tilted its head. Come play. Before the last syllable fully formed, the hooded figure vanished and reappeared beside a root ninja. A sphere of pure white light bloomed in its hand, engulfing the ninja. Pop. The operative dissolved into fine dust, scattering instantly on the wind. Just as a slaughter had begun in the Uchiha compound, another had started here. Only this time, Root, so often the butchers, were now the ones being carved apart. Over 100 elite Root ninjas were as helpless before this hooded figure as newborn infants, much like the Uchiha were proving against Obito. Their ninjutsu, their secret techniques, dissipated harmlessly before reaching the figure. Yet, the slightest touch from those white spheres of light meant instant oblivion or crippling injury. Ninjas, for all their skill, were fragile. Against an opponent faster and overwhelmingly more powerful, the result was simple, annihilation. It was a massacre. Even so, the remaining root ninja held their ground. Their orders were clear: eliminate the Uchiha. Retreat without a command from Danzo-sama was unthinkable, even facing certain death. Their emotionless conditioning was both their strength and their fatal flaw. Finally, the relentless slaughter proved too much. A few operatives, their minds shattering under the pressure, broke ranks by mentally justifying their reasoning. Risking mission failure, risking the cursed seal that would kill them, they sprinted desperately towards the village. The hooded figure didn't pursue. It merely watched them go. Just as the fleeing ninja reached the edge of the forest, nearing Konoha's outer boundary, there was a brilliant white flash. Suddenly, they were back. Back where the nightmare began. Back beside the hooded demon. Spatial ninjutsu. The thought flashed through the mind of the last conscious root ninja before a white sphere enveloped him, turning him to dust that drifted away on the cold night air. Naruto, a calm voice observed as a figure shimmered into existence beside the hooded youth, the former fourth Hokage. The white flash that had returned the fleeing root ninja, that had been the Minato's flying thunder god. That power of yours is quite remarkable. A Kekkei Genkai you developed? Still got a ways to go compared to you, fourth, Naruto replied, not answering directly. He pulled down his hood, revealing his face briefly before replacing it with a blank mask. You took out 50 jonin in an instant back then. Shook the whole world. He looked towards the distant, dying fires of the Uchiha compound. Me? I'm just following examples. Nothing special. Chapter 32. Those are some good eyes, Madara, Obito, remarked, his gaze condescending as he looked down at a member of the Uchiha clan. He waved a hand casually, effortlessly deflecting the opponent's attack. Before him stood a beautiful woman in a purple kimono, wrist guards cinched on each hand. Her long, jet-black hair framed a face marked by a beauty spot just below her right eye. She gasped for breath, kunai clutched tight, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she glared at her enemy. This was Izumi Uchiha, a genius of the clan. She'd awakened her three-tomo Sharingan at 13, a rare feat for an Uchiha Kekkai Genkai user. Bodies of several Uchiha lay scattered around her. Among them was her mother, Hazuki. The tomo in Izumi's eyes spun fast. She usually disliked relying on her Sharingan, but facing the enemy who just murdered her mother, she couldn't hold back now. But the gap in power between them was simply too vast. It's useless, Madara said, dismissively. You can't possibly defeat me. The genjutsu the three-tomo Sharingan prided itself on was meaningless to him. Its copying and observation abilities? Even less worth mentioning. Madara easily knocked Izumi down with just a single finger. It was a widely accepted fact in the ninja world, an Uchiha with the three-tomo Sharingan had strength comparable to a Jonin. Gaining the Sharingan brought a qualitative shift in power. Most Uchiha fought relying entirely on their eyes, it was their greatest tool for rapid growth. More tomo meant more power. Except for a few rare individuals, the vast majority poured all their training into mastering that single pair of eyes. A person's energy is limited, focusing so much on the Sharingan naturally meant other foundational training suffered. This had become the Uchiha's defining fighting style. Perhaps it was true for many Kekkai Genkai clans. Why bother with repetitive, boring basic training when you had a built-in cheat code? But this system held a fatal flaw, over-reliance on the Kekkai Genkai, on the Sharingan's power. Without that advantage, an Uchiha's strength became fragile. And in situations with extreme level suppression, lower-tier eyes were utterly useless against higher ones. 3 tomo could perfectly suppress 2 tomo, 2 tomo easily suppressed 1 tomo. But before the Mangekyo, 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, it made no difference. If a Chunin could easily overcome a 1 genin, and a Jonins could easily overcome 10 Chunin, then the Mangekyos user can overcome 100 the 3 tomo. It's why the saying went, below the Mangekyo, all are ants. Just like now. Facing the Mangekyo of Madara and Itachi, these so-called 3 tomo elites were little more than easy targets, no matter their numbers. An absolute counter. The natural enemy of the Sharingan wasn't some other jutsu or Kekkai Genkai, it was the Sharingan itself. These Uchiha elites might have been strong if placed individually in the wider ninja world, but here, they were made by the Sharingan and ultimately broken by it. Wounded, Izumi bit her lip hard, a trickle of blood running down her chin. She glared fiercely at her enemy, who loomed like some dark entity. She knew she was no match for the invader, but she couldn't possibly retreat. Behind her was the Uchiha clan's shelter, filled with children, from 10 years old, to just a few, to infants not yet a year old. The young children were huddled together, peering through the gap in the shelter's iron door, their eyes filled with panic and fear. Izumi had never hated herself more than in this moment. If only she had trained harder, maybe she could have landed a blow, even just injured him. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. The giant fireball passed right through the masked man, unobstructed, as if he didn't exist. In the same instant, masked man appeared before Izumi like a ghost, his hand closing around her neck. Suffocation seized her, twisting Izumi's features into a mask of pain. Still, she held his gaze with her 3 tomo Sharingan, staring intensely at the masked man, trying to burn his image into her memory. Itachi. Itachi won't let you get away with this, Izumi choked out, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Itachi. The name made her enemy pause, and the pressure on her neck eased slightly. Seizing the chance, Izumi immediately counterattacked, pulling the short sword from her waist and slashing at Madara. His body became intangible again, the blade passing right through him, the attack hitting nothing but air. But this gave Izumi the opening she needed. She used a body flicker, flashing to the side, buying herself a moment to breathe. Are you talking about Itachi Uchiha? Madara didn't seem to care at all. In his eyes, killing Izumi was a trivial matter he could handle whenever he pleased. He looked at her with renewed interest. So, he said, your hope is Itachi. You know Itachi? Izumi asked with difficulty. She gently rubbed the spot on her neck where he'd choked her, the 5-finger marks clearly visible. Hold on, Izumi thought desperately. Just a little longer. Reinforcements have to arrive soon. All I can do is buy time. He'll be here soon, she insisted. He's a genius of the Uchiha. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for him. Madara let out a low chuckle that quickly swelled into booming laughter. Ha 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 ha. You said Itachi? Ha ha ha. It sounded like he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. He repeated the name, Itachi. Itachi. Then, as if a new thought struck him, he tilted his head, focusing on Izumi. A cruel smile twisted his lips beneath the mask. Pitiful girl, he said, his voice low. Do you know, it was Itachi you spoke of who brought me here. He wants to destroy everything in this compound. To destroy the Uchiha clan. Itachi, he's the one behind all this. He chuckled again, a dry, cruel sound. And you think he's going to save you? The great genius of the Uchiha? That's rich. Absolutely hilarious. Consider yourself congratulated. You actually made me laugh. At her enemy's words, Izumi's expression flickered, faltering for just a moment. But then her eyes hardened, becoming resolute again. Impossible. You're lying to me. Izumi had grown up with Itachi. She believed she knew better than anyone what kind of person he was. Itachi was such a gentle, kind person, he would never betray his clan and his comrades. She believed it with every fiber of her being. She wouldn't let this masked monster twist the truth. Lying. Madara snorted, his eyes narrowing behind the mask as he studied Izumi. Let me guess, you and Itachi are quite close, aren't you? Closer than quite close. She was Itachi's childhood sweetheart, his lover. Masked man's gaze seemed to pierce right through her, guessing everything. Ah, he murmured, a new note of cruelty in his voice. No wonder he left you for me to deal with. He went to the other side while I handle this. It's because of you. He wants me to kill you. Doesn't want to dirty his own hands with his precious lover, does he? I don't know if I should call that merciful, or just plain cruel. He paused, then his voice shifted, almost conversational, but chilling. Wouldn't you agree, Itachi? Chapter 33. You talk too much. Itachi. A familiar voice cut through the chaos. The moment Izumi heard Itachi, a wave of relief washed over her. But it vanished the next second. When she saw him, her eyes flew open, she clapped a hand over her mouth, frozen in place. Shock and disbelief twisted her features. How? Impossible. Impossible. This isn't real. The heavy scent of blood clung to Itachi. His katana was stained crimson, and he had emerged from the Uchiha shelter, the very place Izumi had risked her life to protect. The shelter gate stood ajar, and through the hazy moonlight, dark, still flowing blood was vaguely visible inside. Izumi felt the blood drain from her face, her body freezing from shock. She couldn't speak, her lips trembling uncontrollably. It felt like a sharp knife had been plunged into her chest, twisting. One moment, she was clinging to hope, the next, she was plunged into a nightmare. "Are you finished?" "Yes." Madara's calm question, Itachi's flat reply, they confirmed the sickening truth twisting in Izumi's gut. A gentle breeze stirred, rustling leaves around Itachi. They scraped together like whispers, like countless wronged souls weeping, their silent cries telling Izumi of the horrors within. They were just babies. Barely toddlers. They were your own clan. Your family. How could you? Izumi wanted to scream, to demand answers, but when she opened her mouth, only a choked gasp escaped. The overwhelming smell of blood from Itachi, the horrifying contrast between her image of him and this reality, made her dizzy. Weakness flooded her limbs. She sagged, gasping for air, hot tears mixing with snot streaming down her face. The person who had been her last hope was, in truth, the architect of the Uchiha's destruction. Itachi walked past her without a glance. As if she were a stranger. In that moment they passed, something inside Izumi shattered. Broken into irreparable pieces. "Why?" she whispered with ragged voice. "Why did you do this?" Itachi paused. He raised a hand, pointing to the spinning pattern in his eye. "To test my capacity." "For these eyes," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "You can only gain them by killing the person closest to you." The Mangekyo Sharingan. His tone was cold, as if discussing the weather. "Just for that? You killed our clan, everyone, even the children." "Yes." The simple, affirmative reply stole the last flicker of light from Izumi's eyes. Clap clap clap, the masked man's slow applause broke the silence. "Quite a performance, Itachi." He tilted his head. "Kill her. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I can finish the job. I will execute her myself." Itachi's voice remained emotionless. He drew his katana and vanished, reappearing instantly before Izumi. The blade plunged into her chest, piercing her heart. There was no hesitation, no flicker of doubt in his movement. Blood welled from the wound, quickly soaking the ground red. Izumi Uchiha didn't react at all. Her vacant eyes stared sightlessly at the pooling blood. As Itachi reached out to gently close her eyelids, a new voice, grave and filled with shock, rang out. "Itachi." Fugaku had arrived with the last remaining Uchiha elites. He took in the scene, Itachi, the masked man, the ground littered with Uchiha bodies, and spoke, his expression grim. "Colluding with an outsider, you have betrayed the Uchiha." "Don't say that," Madara chuckled, a cruel sound. "I was part of the Uchiha once." He surveyed the scene with twisted amusement. "A lover first, now family. What's next? Let's see how much more entertainment tonight holds." Fugaku led the remaining Uchiha in a desperate charge towards Itachi and Masked Man. No one saw the subtle twitch of Izumi's fingertip, or how the crimson blood around her seemed to gradually fade away. Fire release, Great Dragon Flame Jutsu. A massive fire dragon erupted from Fugaku's mouth, hurtling towards the two figures. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire release, Garuda. Several Uchiha elites unleashed their own techniques, unwilling to be outdone. A vast wave of flames swept over the compound, the heat so intense it could be felt dozens of meters away. "It's useless." Madara remained untouched by the fire ninjutsu. With a single, swift movement, he took the life of an Uchiha elite. His attack, however, brought Itachi and Fugaku face to face. "Itachi." Fugaku glared coldly at his son. The look was utterly foreign, as if he were seeing Itachi for the very first time. "I apologize, father. I have disappointed you." "It seems," Fugaku said, his voice heavy, "you chose Konoha over the clan." He knew Itachi had his own ideas, but relocating the clan was too delicate a matter. Any mistake could spell their annihilation. Itachi working in ANBU was a constant worry. Fugaku feared he might accidentally leak information. He hadn't had time to talk to Itachi properly, planning to send the first wave of clan members away secretly to ensure the bloodline's continuation before informing him. He never imagined Itachi would go to such extremes, not only colluding with the masked man early on, joining Konoha's side against the Uchiha, but also ruthlessly murdering his own kin. Looking at this horrific scene now, he realized it was fortunate he hadn't confided in him sooner. What about Sasuke? Sasuke will be safe in Konoha. For the first time, Fugaku's expression twisted into a bitter, sarcastic smile. It seems you've arranged everything with Konoha already. Konoha, Konoha, Konoha. Konoha, co-founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Through 3 great shinobi wars, the Uchiha never once shirked their duty. They were always on the front lines, in the most dangerous spots, taking on the hardest missions. Countless clan members died for Konoha. The Uchiha clan had made immeasurable contributions. Suspicion. Exclusion. Suppression. Even being forced out of the village heartland to this isolated borderland. Was this the fairness Konoha preached? Repeated forbearance only resulted in constant coercion. We Uchiha treat Konoha as our home, Fugaku thought bitterly, but does Konoha treat us Uchiha as family? Or merely dogs to be leashed and controlled? For peace, Itachi stated, as if it were the most obvious truth. Rebellion would only cause war. Many people would sacrifice, many families destroyed. He paused. I had to do this. Are the people of Konoha human with lives that matter, but we Uchiha are not? For peace. Peace, ha ha ha. Fugaku roared with bitter, resentful laughter. He pointed a trembling finger at Itachi, his voice raw with fury. Are the people of Konoha human with lives that matter, but we Uchiha are not? Why do you value their lives above ours? His voice cracked. Many people in Konoha will sacrifice, many families destroyed, and what about the Uchiha, Itachi? Is that not already our fate? He gestured to the corpses around them. Your hands, they're stained with the blood of countless clan members. Yes, Itachi replied, his gaze steady, unwavering. But I have no regrets. Truly stubborn, Fugaku breathed, looking at his son as if at a stranger, someone possessed and unreachable. He took a deep, ragged breath. Then, his voice dropped, serious and low, echoing through the blood-soaked compound. I, Fugaku Uchiha, head of the Uchiha clan, hereby declare, from this day forward, Itachi Uchiha is stripped of his Uchiha identity. His gaze met Itachi's. From now on, he is no longer of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 34. No matter what identity you take in the future, do not call yourself Uchiha again. Fugaku's voice was flat, devoid of warmth. He looked at Itachi as if seeing a stranger. Otherwise, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and kill you. Scarlet tomos spun in his eyes. Ha ha ha, you can barely protect yourself, yet you talk about expelling Itachi from the Uchiha clan. How ridiculous. The masked man scoffed while mocking. Around him, the few Uchiha elites who hadn't been instantly slaughtered lay scattered, broken figures on the ground. After tonight, the Uchiha clan will be erased from the entire shinobi world. Itachi started, Father Dash, but under Fugaku's cold gaze, he corrected himself. Fugaku-sama. His own eyes changed. In front of these eyes, you have no chance of winning. Mangekyo Sharingan bloomed in his gaze. Is that your confidence, Itachi? Fugaku stared, startled by the sight of those legendary eyes. Wondering when could he have awakened it. And I fear this masked man also possesses them, Fugaku thought, his gaze flicking casually towards the masked figure still cutting down clan members nearby. It seems I'll die here. His resolve hardened. But I won't tarnish the Uchiha name. Uchiha never retreat. Just as he braced himself, an anomaly occurred. Itachi! A shrill scream tore through the air. Izumi Uchiha, who should have been dead moments ago, somehow pushed herself upright. The wound that had pierced her heart was gone, as if time had rewound, but one of her eyes was now completely white. This was Izanagi, a forbidden Uchiha jutsu that could cast genjutsu on reality itself to restore the caster's body state at the cost of permanent blindness in the activated eye. Staring at Itachi, her one remaining eye blazed with hatred. The three tomo within it spun frantically, blurring faster and faster, until they fused into a single, swirling pattern. As Mangekyo Sharingan bloomed in Izumi's eye. Itachi, I swear I will kill you. Whoosh, Izumi sprang forward, in a blur of motion. Her speed was incredible, even Fugaku, with his activated three-tomo Sharingan, could only see an afterimage. The kunai in her hand plunged mercilessly into Itachi's abdomen. Blood immediately gushed out. Where is he? Instead of celebrating her hit, Izumi's gaze darted around, vigilant. The Itachi she'd stabbed suddenly burst into a cloud of crows that scattered into the night. A crow clone. Humph, masked man scoffed, glancing at Izumi. So she achieved the Mangekyo. It's only one eye. His voice was dismissive, though a calculating glint entered his visible eye. Yet against two pairs of Mangekyo against you. He spread his arms slightly. Tonight, the Uchiha clan will be annihilated, regardless of your struggles. With that, Masked Man abandoned his previous target and moved to join Itachi in attacking Izumi. It made a twisted kind of sense, his own Mangekyo was missing an eye. Your opponent is me. A cold voice. Masked Man felt a sudden gust of wind behind his head, thick with scorching heat and overwhelming power, whistling towards him at blinding speed. His instincts screamed danger, and he instantly activated his intangibility. A powerful fist punched straight through where his head had been. Boom, the ground where Masked Man had just stood cratered inwards. Spiderweb cracks split the earth, sending dirt and gravel splattering outwards. A giant pit, several meters wide, appeared before everyone's eyes. E/N, using Obito's name now, because Naruto knows who he actually is. During the scenes where others don't know his true identity, I used Masked Man, Madara, Toby depending on context. Naruto would be used for his name as he is MC, unless he is specifically disguising himself. That kind of strength-enhanced punch. Obito thought, swallowing hard. If I'd been hit, even I would be severely injured. He was lucky he'd reacted so fast. Naruto appeared before them, also wearing a spiral mask. Next time, I won't give a warning. He pointed a finger towards where Obito's head had been, mimicking the gesture of shooting a gun. Someone from Konoha? Obito ignored the threat, speaking to himself, then answering. Probably not. If he was from Konoha, he wouldn't save the Uchiha. He'd be killing them with me. He mused on his own ability. His intangibility was the perfect counter to any taijutsu user. As long as I'm a little careful, this guy can't hurt me. No matter how high your attack power is, what's the use if you can't hit? Itachi, quickly kill her and take her eye. Not that he was afraid, but Obito was wary of further unpredictable events. Enough surprises for one night. Just as Obito moved to team up with Itachi, Naruto was there again, blocking his path. Are you deaf or something? I said your opponent is me. Obito snorted. Don't overestimate yourself. His body flickered, becoming ethereal like a wavering image. Since you're so eager to die, I am kind-hearted enough to grant your wishes. Behind Naruto, another Obito coalesced, wooden spikes already forming in his outstretched palm. Would release, thrusting spear jutsu. But just as Obito's palm neared the back of Naruto's head, Naruto subtly tilted his head as if he had eyes in the back of it, easily evading the attack. In the same instant, he swung his left fist, delivering a heavy blow to Obito's abdomen. Obito doubled over, spitting a mouthful of blood directly into his mask. That punch nearly sent him to the Pure Land to meet Madara. Obito's intangibility should have made him invulnerable to pure taijutsu attacks like that punch. The ability's only weakness was the split second the user had to become tangible to actually interact with the world, to attack. That moment of turning solid created a subtle ripple in the air, a flow of gas due to the friction. Naruto, possessing a form of ki sensing akin to Goku's ability to sense movements even without seeing them, like during the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, could perceive this minute flow. He hadn't predicted Obito's attack, he'd simply felt the instant Obito solidified behind him and reacted in that same microsecond window. This information gap was how he'd caught Obito completely off guard. Reeling from the devastating blow, Obito immediately turned intangible and retreated. Seeing this, Naruto didn't pursue. For a moment, the two simply watched each other, a silent agreement to pause the fight. Obito couldn't hurt Naruto easily, but for now, as long as Obito didn't attack, Naruto couldn't land a blow either. Intangibility truly was a frustrating ability. Without spatial ninjutsu, harming Obito was incredibly difficult. Obito, unable to understand how Naruto had hit him, suspected some unknown jutsu. Unwilling to risk further surprises or gauge Naruto's full strength, he didn't dare act rashly. A stalemate had formed. But he knew if Naruto moved to help Izumi, he would have to intervene. Fugaku, preparing himself to enter the battle to protect Izumi, paused, sensing someone. He turned his attention to surrounding, looking at the defeated, but not yet dead, Uchiha scattered nearby. A figure appeared, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Sorry for the wait, everyone." It was the fourth Hokage, Minato, who had finished re-establishing the Flying Thunder God guiding Thunder Barrier. Chapter 35. They're all putting on a show. Another one, Obito muttered impatiently, eyes on the new arrival. You people are just like a bunch of cockroaches. It never ends. Victory had been so close. Kill Fugaku and those few Uchiha elite, and the Uchiha clan would be officially wiped out tonight. Of course, Obito didn't know that a part of the Uchiha had already been relocated. In his eyes, the only Uchiha left were these people right in front of him. Such a simple plan, and yet it kept getting complicated. First, Izumi unexpectedly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Luckily, it was only one eye, and its specific ability seemed underwhelming. Besides, her overall skill level was far below Itachi's, she wasn't a real threat. Then some unknown taijutsu expert's arrival later had been a genuine surprise. Not only his terrifying, monstrous strength, he'd nearly brought Obito on his knees with a single punch, though the limitations of a pure taijutsu specialist were significant enough that he could be accounted for. Now taijutsu expert also brought his ally, whose abilities and specialties are unknown, he thought, though based on standard formations, since one if taijutsu specialist then this guy must be ninjutsu specialist. If he stayed longer, who knew what else would pop up? Truthfully, Obito was already considering retreat. But he just couldn't bring himself to abandon the Mangekyo in Izumi's eye. That was a Mangekyo, not some expendable 3-tomo. The high-tier, most valuable eye of the Uchiha. Throughout the entire history of the Uchiha, a Mangekyo was an incredibly rare existence. Even Obito, who had walls lined with Sharingan, though most of it was collected by Madara using Zetsu, didn't have any spare Mangekyo besides his own. If he left now, wouldn't he just be handing Konoha and Danzo a free gift? Obito figured Root Ninja must have been lying in wait all around since earlier. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Die Itachi. You scum. On the other side, Izumi recklessly unleashed the power of her Mangekyo, attacking Itachi like a madwoman. Blood and tears streamed unchecked from her single eye, but she paid them no mind. Even if I go blind today, she thought, I have to avenge those dead Uchiha children. Her love for him had been immense, her hatred now was just as fierce. Unfortunately, even after awakening the Mangekyo, Izumi was still no match for Itachi. While Izumi attacked frantically, Itachi remained unervingly calm, easily keeping her at bay. With Sharingan of the same level, the fight came down to the strength of their Mangekyo Dojutsu and their individual skills. Regrettably, Itachi was simply far superior to Izumi in Taijutsu, Genjutsu, and Ninjutsu. Moreover, unlike Izumi with only one eye remaining, he possessed two fully functional Mangekyo. Although Itachi still couldn't figure out what Izumi's Mangekyo ability was, the fact remained that Izumi couldn't hurt him. Izumi had only managed to hold on this long by burning through her Mangekyo's power without reserve. As soon as her Dojutsu power was exhausted, Itachi would be able to end her effortlessly. That's enough. Naruto appeared instantly behind Izumi. Izumi, whose attention was solely on Itachi, didn't notice Naruto's arrival at all. By the time she realized, one of Naruto's hands was already resting lightly on back of her neck. With a gentle press, Izumi lost consciousness. He scooped Izumi up and tossed her towards Fugaku. "Fugaku-san," Naruto said in a low voice, glancing at Itachi. "Konoha's already picked up on this. I figure the Umbu are already on their way. Take her and let's retreat." Fugaku nodded at Naruto, lifted Izumi, exchanged a look with the remaining Uchiha elite, and turned to run back decisively. As for Sasuke, it seemed they couldn't worry about him right now. Trying to leave. Obito, who had been wavering between staying and going, immediately lunged forward to stop them as he saw their intention. But as soon as he moved, the disguised Minato's figure appeared instantly before him. "Your opponent is me." The disguised Minato gave Obito a strange feeling, "I feel like I've met him before." But he didn't have time to think about it now. Obito recognized spatial ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. Or another spatial ninjutsu. Did Konoha create another teleporting menace? No, if that were case he wouldn't support Uchihas. Did another village crack it? Obito flinched at the sudden appearance. He relied on his own dojutsu, Kamui. Kamui was a powerful spatial ninjutsu. If his opponent could break through it, things got tricky. During the Ninetales attack, he'd been seriously hurt by 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God. If Minato hadn't been in a rush back then, he probably would have finished Obito off. But the next thing he saw surprised Obito even more. In the hand of the hooded man blocking him, a blue orb appeared. Obito knew it instantly. Rasengan. At that moment, the memory of being instantly defeated by the 4th Hokage nearly decade ago, hammered into the ground by one move, flooded back. The sheer memory, the old trauma, made Obito instinctively activate his phasing and warp away. However, this was exactly what the 4th Hokage intended. He had no intention of getting truly entangled with Obito. After a feigned attack, he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished instantly, reappearing beside Fugaku and the rest. "I've been tricked. This man is the key to their escape." Realizing this, Obito was both shocked and enraged. But from his current distance, there was no way he could stop enemy from escaping. "Itachi! What are you doing? Go stop them." Obito could only place his hope in Itachi, but Itachi was currently facing Naruto. The same Naruto who'd made even him struggle earlier with one punch. The Mangekyo in Itachi's eyes spun faster. The best way to deal with a taijutsu specialist was Genjutsu, and Itachi was the Uchiha clan's ninja most skilled in Genjutsu. However, Naruto already had a countermeasure. Naruto spread his fingers, placing both hands on his forehead, and bellowed, "Solar Flare." Solar Flare, once Tien Shinhan's signature technique. Goku himself had used it against Tien Shinhan in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. A technique converting internal ki into blinding light, intense enough to temporarily blind the enemy. FH. Intense, bright light suddenly erupted from Naruto's hands, instantly illuminating the entire Konoha district. Across Konoha, hidden ninja observing the district suddenly cried out, their vision gone. "Is it morning already?" For a moment, everyone had the same thought. Directly facing the blast, Itachi squeezed his eyes shut against the blinding white. No matter how powerful the Sharingan, he thought, it's still just an eye, and eyes are fragile. And at night, solar flare's effect was amplified. Worthless. Obito barely managed to open his eyes a crack, watching helplessly as the teleporting enemy taking Fugaku and the others and vanished. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, unsure if he was cursing himself or Itachi. If that had been the Minato's real body, Naruto might have had him engage Obito. But this was just a shadow clone. Even Obito, weakened as he might be, wouldn't be held by a mere shadow clone. Distracting Obito long enough to get Fugaku and the others away, that was the real win. However, while the Minato had escaped with Fugaku, Naruto didn't plan to leave so early. He still didn't have an accurate grasp of his strength since he'd begun training. He knew he was immensely strong enough, physically, to pound the Nine Tails into the ground. But how that raw power translated into the dynamics of the ninja world? That still needed testing. And now, he would get that appraisal. Heed. Chapter 36. As for Itachi, his Tsukuyomi was undeniably powerful. Naruto wasn't sure he could endure 72 hours of torture. But with solar flare at the ready, he didn't truly fear Itachi unless he found a countermeasure. As long as the Sharingan required direct sight, it would be vulnerable to solar flare. While the solar flare's effect lingered, Naruto launched himself forward, appearing instantly before Obito and throwing a straight punch at the masked figure. Are you done yet? Obito activated his intangibility without missing a beat. You really think I can't kill you? Obito, pushed to his limit by Naruto's constant needling, finally snapped. By now, Obito believed he had completely figured out Naruto's fighting style. No secret techniques, no spatial ninjutsu. Just a taijutsu specialist, it seemed. Obito having no concept of ki, so he couldn't comprehend that Naruto was predicting his attacks before they even happened. After observing him closely and seeing no signs of ninjutsu or Kekkei Genkais, Obito chalked up Naruto's earlier hits to simple taijutsu intuition, just coincidence. Just needed to be careful this time. Taking him down would be no problem. His plan would clone plus intangibility plus Kamui plus sneak attack. Obito once again used Genjutsu to deceive Naruto, circling behind him once more. The same tactic, executed just as before. Naruto quickly fell for Genjutsu. The instant Obito attacked, Naruto landed another heavy punch, this time squarely on his chest. Obito coughed blood under his mask, sent flying like a rag doll in a perfect arc across the sky. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I inherited everything from Madara Uchiha. I'm invincible. Naruto wasn't finished. He seized the opportunity, pushed off, and reappeared instantly before Obito, his right fist blurring as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Normal series, consecutive normal punches. Fist after fist, connecting solidly. Obito, who moments ago had dismissed Uchiha elites as mere weeds, was now taking a merciless beating from Naruto. Obito felt like every bone in his body was broken. He gritted his teeth through the pain and activated intangibility, letting Naruto's subsequent punches pass harmlessly through, avoiding further damage. Despite this, one Thritomo Sharingan covered by his mask turned white. TCH, still not dead after all that. Naruto muttered, watching Obito stagger back to his feet. Naruto's quick, brutal assault, using at least 90% of his strength, was meant to blast Obito into slag. One punch would have obliterated a standard root Umbu, leaving nothing behind. Naruto had wanted to see if the so-called ultimate Genjutsu, that could manipulate reality could truly restore someone after they'd been reduced to a pile of meat. In the end, he'd killed him, but not completely. Obito had merely burned through one of his lives. TSK, his body is really tough. Obito's body was indeed tough, at least compared to ninja of a similar level. Now, even though he'd used up a life, he wouldn't be permanently dead unless Naruto finished him off again. Even in the original he had been beaten nearly to death in later encounters but never actually died, holding out until the final battle before taking Kagaya's all-killing ash bones and finally succumbing. This fool had plenty of the 3-tomo Sharingan to spare. I should have given him a ki blast. Even if Obito had the IQ of Raza, what kind of idiot would keep trying to kill his Jinchuriki son? He should have realized Naruto could predict his attacks. These two encounters with Obito also gave Naruto a better grasp of his own strength relative to the ninja world. He was strong, yes, but not invincible. 90% of his power hadn't been enough to finish Obito, he still needed to get stronger. As for why he didn't use 100%. Obito wasn't alone, Itachi was still hanging around nearby, waiting for opportunity to kill the intruder who interrupted his goal. If 90% power couldn't kill him outright, 100% wouldn't make a huge difference. Besides, Naruto's greatest strength was ki, the very root of his power. His physical body was merely a byproduct of that training. More importantly, he was only 9 years old, his body would continue to develop over the next few years. It just went to show how utterly immense the potential of the ki he drew from the Dragon Ball world truly was. Techniques like tapping into the Nine-Tails chakra mode, the Shadow Clone Barrage, or the Kamehameha were still in reserve. Of course, Obito had held back too, not resorting to powerful would-release ninjutsu or even the Susanoo, clearly holding several trump cards in reserve. Because Obito didn't trust Itachi and believed that the moment Itachi believed he could beat Obito, Itachi would do it without hesitation. If Naruto hadn't understood Obito's Kamui dimension, and if Obito hadn't possessed such arrogant confidence in his own ability, recklessly leaving himself open, he wouldn't have been beaten down by Naruto twice now. Even though he had thoroughly suppressed a formidable opponent like Obito, not just once, but twice, Naruto didn't become complacent. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. Still incredibly weak, critically weak. Not strong enough. He needed to get stronger. Far stronger. At least be able to blow up a tailed beast with one punch. A tailed beast. Yeah, that felt like the next benchmark for power. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto glanced at Itachi, who had long since recovered his sight and was standing by, clearly holding back. Though Itachi's thought process is too insane to guess, but his fighting talent was undeniably high. He had his own cold logic for assessing the situation. Most importantly, he and Obito weren't truly aligned. Itachi was using this exchange to gauge Obito's strength. He was coldly calculating and, damn is he horrible at math. Naruto's voice was muffled through his mask. I'm done playing with you guys. See you next time. You think you can come and go whenever you want? The single eye visible under Obito's mask burned with resentment. Naruto ignored him completely, his body shimmering as he slowly floated upwards, shaking off gravity. Flight. He can fly. A trace of gloom flashed in Obito's visible eye as he watched Naruto ascend. Earth release, lightened boulder jutsu of the third Tsuchikage. Is he from Iwagakure? Countless guesses about Naruto's identity flashed through Obito's mind. Obito possessed spatial ninjutsu and had inherited all of Madara Uchiha's ninjutsu and secret techniques. Even Orochimaru, the ninja world's foremost scientist, body modification expert, bioengineer and master of forbidden techniques, couldn't claim greater mastery than Madara. In the decades he spent underground, most of it was spent on research with assistance of black and white Zetsu. However, Obito was lacking one thing compared to Naruto. He couldn't fly. Even with his Hashirama Senju cells, his Mangekyo Sharingan, and his spatial ninjutsu, Obito couldn't fly. Ninja capable of flight were anything but ordinary. Their mobility was beyond that of standard ninja, second only to spatial jutsu itself. He'll be a significant threat in the future. Obito mentally marked his masked enemy as a future problem. Looking at Naruto's slow ascent, Obito desperately wanted to kill him, but the fear of being tricked again into a trap held him back. 2 consecutive defeats had left him wary, losing another life might be the end. And Itachi was clearly still hanging back, with no intention of fighting their enemy to the death. In the end, all Obito could do was watch, seething. Seeing that Obito didn't take the bait, Naruto dropped the pretense, accelerated his ascent, and with a swoosh, shot into the air. That bastard was indeed bluffing. Obito felt a surge of pure hate. Today had been a constant string of humiliations. Naruto, now high in the air, looked down at Obito. Humph, he snorted coldly. Before Obito could react, he vanished into the silent night sky with a swoosh. The cold snort he left behind seemed to mock Obito. Didn't you say I couldn't leave? Although he couldn't see Naruto's face through the mask, the sheer disdain in that snort made Obito clench his teeth in anger. Itachi, he said, after couple seconds. I'll leave things here to you. Obito felt too humiliated to stay any longer, phasing away in a hurry. His authority severely undermined tonight, Obito didn't care about appearances anymore. He had more important things to do. The corpses of the Uchiha clan scattered across the ground. There were many eyes. Watching Obito leave, Itachi, still in his Anbu attire, perched on a streetlight, silently looking at the sky. Fugaku's words echoed in his mind, etched deep into his heart. Are the people of Konoha human with lives that matter, but we Uchiha are not? Why do you value their lives above ours? Remembering the moment he raised his katana and plunged it into the bodies of those children, a wave of self-loathing washed over Itachi. His hands were stained with the blood of his clansmen, a sin that could never be washed away. Was he wrong? No. He wasn't wrong. After coming this far he cannot be wrong. He had stopped the war. He had prevented countless deaths. The Uchiha were wrong. They caused this. They forced me into this position. Sasuke is coming soon. Chapter 37. An island built upon the sea, the ruins of the land of whirlpools. Fugaku. Mikoto, waiting anxiously, spotted Fugaku and the others arriving. She rushed forward instantly, holding her husband in a tight embrace. Fugaku gently patted Mikoto's shoulder, a quiet reassurance that he was all right and she needn't worry. Thank you, Minato. Fugaku said, turning to acknowledge the one who had brought them back. However, the distance between him and Naruto had been too great. The Minato clone remained unresponsive, his presence dimmed, offering little reaction to Fugaku's words. Where are Itachi and Sasuke? Mikoto's emotions steadied, her gaze sweeping the group, searching for her sons. Neither was among those who had returned. A faint, unsettling dread began to stir within her. Could it be that they? Sasuke is fine, and Itachi is fine too, Fugaku assured her, his hand still resting on her shoulder. Years of marriage meant Mikoto understood the unspoken weight behind his gesture. Though anxiety still gripped her, she held back the questions bubbling up, unwilling to add to her husband's burden. Fugaku then turned, bowing deeply to the Uchiha gathered before him. Everyone. I'm sorry. The surviving Uchiha were taken aback by his gesture, exchanging confused glances. Taking a deep breath of the salty sea breeze, Fugaku began to recount, slowly and deliberately, everything that had happened that night. He spoke in detail, occasionally weaving in his own thoughts and perspective. When they heard that the Uchiha clan, men and women, young and old alike, had all been killed, their eyes turned red with grief. A clan passed down for over 1,000 years, gone. Just like that. From over 1,000 clansmen, only 100 or so remained. Friends, relatives, one day sharing meals and laughter, the next simply gone. Few could accept such a brutal reality. At the thought of their crushing loss, several of the 100+ Uchiha present activated their 3-tomo Sharingan. More than 10 awakened the 2-tomo. To Fugaku's disappointment, not a single Mangekyo flared among them. He supposed it made sense. The Uchiha clan had endured 3 shinobi world wars, countless dying in battle. Yet, Mangekyo users in their history were few and far between. If awakening it were easy, the Uchiha would have dominated the ninja world long ago. The Mangekyo wasn't something you could seek out, it was something you stumbled upon, if ever. A few 3 tomo and 2 tomo were good enough. It was certainly better than everyone being slaughtered only to awaken a single tomo. Itachi is my child. That he did this, it is because I, as his father, failed to raise him well. I am a failure as a father and clan head. It is precisely because of this that this tragedy has occurred. From today, I resign as Uchiha clan head. Fugaku's voice held an unprecedented solemnity. Someone had to bear responsibility for the night's events, someone had to pay. As clan head, Fugaku couldn't shirk that, especially when one of the primary culprits was his own son. Faced with his resignation, the Uchiha stood stunned, looking at each other, unsure how to respond. Indeed, Itachi was Fugaku's son, and Fugaku shared responsibility for the Uchiha's dire state. Yet, if it hadn't been for him, perhaps even this small group wouldn't have survived. They would have truly been annihilated. From the surviving Uchiha elites, those in the land of whirlpools learned of Itachi's strength, of the masked man's strength, of the power of the Mangekyo. No matter how powerful a 3-tomo user had been considered within the clan before, they couldn't last more than a few rounds against those two. In the face of such absolute strength, they were forced to see their own weakness. So, the 3-tomo wasn't invincible after all. Their pride, their arrogance all felt hollow. So, above the 3-tomo, there were eyes even more powerful. The Mangekyo, the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. The official databook even praised the Mangekyo Sharingan as the strongest eyes blessed by Sage of 6 Paths, being able to see through all illusions, strongest dojutsu. Everything they'd known before was like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. A coup had been an impossible victory, doomed to failure from the start. Leaving was the only right choice. Though not all Uchiha were arrogant and conceited. Most were simply awkward tsundere. They didn't know what to say in this situation, what words were even appropriate. Most importantly, all the Uchiha present could be considered Fugaku's confidants and loyal followers, otherwise, they wouldn't have followed him to the land of whirlpools. Uncle Fugaku, this isn't your fault. Naruto's voice echoed from the sky. He descended like a meteorite, impacting the ground with a crash, creating a deep pit more than a meter wide. Naruto stood in the center, arms crossed, an almost divine aura radiating from him. The fault doesn't lie with you, he said slowly. It lies with Konoha. If it weren't for Konoha's constant oppression, if it weren't for Konoha's repeated persecution, if it weren't for Konoha's unreasonable exclusion, how could the Uchiha have fallen to this point? Throughout the 3 shinobi world wars, the Uchiha gave everything, every time. Every time, the Uchiha suffered the highest casualties. The Uchiha have made unparalleled contributions to Konoha, undeniable contributions to its very establishment. But what did you get? Honor? Power? Or the position of leader? You got none of it. All you got was betrayal. It was Konoha that gradually pushed the Uchiha to the edge of the village. It was Konoha that induced your clansman, Itachi, to turn against you. It was Konoha that set up this scheme against the Uchiha. You were just innocent victims. You are not wrong. The Uchiha are not wrong. The root cause of everything that happened tonight, is Konoha. Naruto's voice was like the whisper of a demon from hell, guiding the Uchiha's thoughts. Though he spoke the truth. His words stirred many of the Uchiha, prompting them to voice their agreement with Fugaku. Yes, clan head Fugaku. If it weren't for you, perhaps all of us today would have. Clan head Fugaku, you can't. It wasn't that none of the Uchiha blamed Fugaku, losing friends and relatives overnight left no one untouched by grief or anger. But they were more lost, uncertain about their future, adrift. The only one they could cling to was Fugaku. While other clansmen had pursued a disastrous coup, Fugaku had rationally chosen to preserve the Uchiha bloodline. And that decision had been proven right. But I no longer feel fit to be clan head, Fugaku said, shaking his head in dejection. He made a lot of mistakes, the constant possibilities of what else he could have done to prevent tonight's massacre kept repeating in his head, but in the end he was tired and afraid. Tired from trying to maintain balance within and outside the clan and afraid that he might create another Itachi. It was too much. Looking towards Izumi, who remained in a coma, Fugaku seemed to reach a silent decision. She is our Uchiha's hope. She has the drive, desire and power to rebuild the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha before the massacre had been deeply irrational, internally fractured, with factions harboring their own schemes and calculations, the surviving Uchiha in the land of whirlpools were now united as never before. Reality had delivered a cruel slap, shaking them awake and forcing them to confront the chasm between themselves and the true powerhouses of the ninja world. Weakness wasn't the greatest original sin. Arrogance was. A powerful enemy wasn't scary, a needlessly stubborn teammate was. The goals of the surviving Uchiha were now frighteningly consistent, deep blood feuds could only be settled with blood. Fugaku turned his head, looking towards the distant direction of Konoha. We will go back. We will go back. The day we return, will be the day Konoha is destroyed. At that moment, Naruto turned his head, looking thoughtfully in another direction, towards the Uzumaki clan shrine located elsewhere in the land of whirlpools. There lay the greatest secret of the Uzumaki clan. But now was not the time. Naruto-kun. Sasuke, he. Mikoto asked, looking between Naruto and her husband. Don't worry, Naruto said, his expression softening slightly as he met Mikoto's gaze. Leave Sasuke to me. Chapter 38. Shocking news ripped through Konoha the next day. The arrogant, proud Uchiha clan, was gone. Wiped out. It happened last night, the whispers said. Over 900 ninja killed, another 100 missing. Only 9-year-old Sasuke Uchiha remained. And the culprit? Sasuke's own older brother, Itachi Uchiha, the clan's young prodigy. Konoha wasted no time issuing a wanted notice, S-rank missing Nin, Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke, the sole survivor, lay blankly in a Konoha hospital room, staring lifelessly at the ceiling. Villagers craned their necks for a look, whispering among themselves as they passed his room. Even those just outside the hospital walls couldn't help but linger. In times like these, any tragedy became fodder for hushed gossip. The Uchiha clan, the largest and strongest clan in the village meeting its end, was the biggest news Konoha had seen in years. It's so pitiful, the whole clan, gone. Heard his own brother did it. So tragic, his brother killing his parents and everyone else in the clan, leaving him all alone. That monster didn't even leave babies, he killed them too. I can't bring myself to visit that funeral, my daughter just gave birth to my grandson. If something like this happened to her. Some felt pity. Others tried to imagine it. If it was me, I wouldn't know how to keep going. Just, wouldn't know how to live. Some weren't so kind and gloated. The Uchiha, they had it coming. So that's what that white light last night was, almost blinded me. And of course, wild rumors started flying. Don't tell anyone I told you this, but I heard something else. That Itachi did it because he was going to be forced into marriage but couldn't let go of his love for Shisui and finally cracked. That's why he didn't even let go of his parents while letting only his brother live. I heard that, Itachi snapped because Fugaku forbade him from becoming a poet. He always wanted to publish haikus, you know. Actually word is Itachi found out he was adopted and lost his mind. Real parents? No one knows. Apparently clan secret, that died with the clan. Some say the massacre was a summoning ritual gone wrong. He was trying to summon the Sage of Six Paths to ask him for power. I don't believe it, how can a clan that big disappearing overnight? It was clearly aliens. The Uchihas were abducted. That kid Sasuke? A clone left behind to spy on us. Itachi didn't kill them. They were all in on it, faked their deaths to start a secret ninja village under the sea. Uchiha. I believe, the real reason Itachi spared Sasuke. Sasuke knew where he hid his embarrassing childhood diary and made arrangements to leak it, if he died. All sorts of outlandish stories emerged, but Sasuke and the Uchiha clan remained the focus. And then there were those who'd always held a grudge against the Uchiha. They spoke without restraint, airing long-held resentments. Their words were often harsh, but they found plenty of agreement. The Uchiha clan's reputation hadn't been great to begin with, especially in recent years. Few were willing to defend them. If you're bad-mouthing the Uchiha, consider us allies. Much like how they used to speak about Naruto. Well, almost. At least some people pitted Sasuke. He was better off than Naruto had been, at least. It's been 3 days, a full 3 days, a young nurse at Konoha Hospital reported to the head nurse, her voice edged with concern. He's just been lying there, not drinking water nor eating food, hasn't even said a word. He just stares at the ceiling. Perhaps only the hospital staff showed him genuine care. The head nurse glanced towards his room, sighing softly. I hope he can get through this, she murmured. It's just too much for a child, especially at 9 years old. Inside, Sasuke still stared at the ceiling, his mind a blank landscape. His mind played back the events of that horrible night on repeat. His father and mother, lying in their blood. Itachi's blade, dripping with it. He'd rushed forward without thinking, only to be casually knocked down by a single punch from Itachi. He'd screamed, demanding to know why, only to hear the cold reply. To test my capacity. For such a pointless reason. Father. Mother. Granny Hanako, next door, who always sneaked him candy. Auntie Kazumiko, down the street, who loved her garden. Uncle Ryohei at the smithy, loud and cheerful, who promised him custom gear when he became a genin. Ryohei's daughter Kyoko, so bright and mischievous. And Uncle Koji's baby Renji, born just 2 days before, hadn't even opened his eyes. I even got to help name him. His beloved clan, all of them, gone. Now, everything was gone. One night was all it took to go from a happy family to utter desolation. Naruto started with nothing and still had nothing. Sasuke. Sasuke had everything, and now had nothing. I can endure darkness, if I have never seen the light. That was Sasuke's reality now. He was only 9 years old. Most adult would crumble under this. Hey, Sasuke. A voice cut through the silence, a ripple in the stagnant dark of Sasuke's mind. Sasuke, eyes still blank, turned his head towards the voice and saw a shock of golden hair. Naruto was sitting on the windowsill, leaning against the frame, chin resting on his hand. How long are you gonna lie there? Sasuke's gaze flickered. Gonna stay like this? A total wreck? Naruto pushed. Think Uncle Fugaku and Auntie Mikoto would be happy seeing you like this? Or maybe you just don't care about them. Someone like you. Itachi should have just finished you off too. The mention of Itachi finally sparked something. Sasuke's blank gaze sharpened into an angry glare aimed at Naruto. A hot, inexplicable rage flared in Sasuke's chest. Was it at Naruto? At myself for being weak? Or at Itachi? Naruto ignored the glare, pressing on. Oh, wait. You're not even worthy of being killed by him. Naruto's words hit Sasuke like a match in a barrel of oil. What the hell do you know? Sasuke finally yelled, his voice rough from thirst. What could you possibly know? You have no idea what I've gone through. Course I know, Naruto cut him off, his tone flat, distant, like he was talking about a stranger. My parents died right in front of me. The day I was born. I saw it. With my own eyes. Sasuke froze, the fight draining out of him. Parents, died right in front of him. The day he was born. He saw it, with his own eyes. How? How could he speak so calmly about it? Never knew what having parents felt like. Not ever, Naruto continued. That word. Parents, feels like another language. I envy you. At least you had yours. For a while. Naruto's tone remained unchanged, but in Naruto's stomach, the Minato's expression clouded over. He'd been an irresponsible father. You know about me, right? Naruto crossed his arms, settling more comfortably on the windowsill. You've probably heard things. The adults avoid me like the plague, even crossed the street to avoid me. The kids won't play with me. Can't buy anything from the shops as not a single shop in the village will sell me anything. I've been on my own since I was a little kid, taking care of myself. But guess what? I'm doing just fine. Everything I've been through is just a stepping stone to make me stronger. What doesn't kill me, makes me stronger. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Narrator, will Naruto's discount therapy and unique brand of trauma bonding snap Sasuke out of his angsty spiral? Will Sasuke ever stop glaring long enough to realize he's talking to the only kid in the village who actually gets him? Will Kurama be able to stop himself from gleefully dancing at Uchiha clan being crippled? Will Naruto beat up Kurama if he does dance? Will Obito suspect Itachi for sabotaging the clan extermination, leading to a conflict between them? How will Danzo overcome his recent massive shortage of manpower? Stay tuned for next chapter of Son Goku's disciple Naruto. And remember, when tears stop flowing, the kunai starts flying. Chapter 39. Sorry, Sasuke mumbled, his face flushing. Heh, Naruto thought. Sasuke apologizing? Now that's a sight you don't see every day. The end times must be coming soon. Sasuke wasn't stupid, Naruto was bringing up his own scars to make him feel better. Still, he was a little confused. They weren't related, and they'd even clashed a few times back at the academy. So why was Naruto going out of his way to help him? Naruto just shook his head, like he could read Sasuke's mind. Because we're brothers, Sasuke. It was an obvious double meaning that Sasuke couldn't grasp. Indra and Ashura had been brothers, after all. And in the canon timeline, Sasuke and he had been practically half-brothers themselves. But now that he was here, who knew if any of that still counted? At least he hadn't felt any trace of Ashura's chakra yet, nor any strange influence from it. Maybe you didn't know, Naruto continued, but your father and mine were close friends and trusted partners in battle. And our mothers were even closer, like confidants. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. So that's why he came to my house that day, and why Mom and Dad were so nice to him. Naruto nodded, confirming it. That's right. How does he know what I'm thinking? Is it telepathy? I don't have that kind of thing, Naruto said. Liar. Sasuke vehemently disagreed mentally. Seriously, I don't. Sasuke just stared at him with blank expression. You've got a lot of important stuff ahead of you, Sasuke. Don't waste time wallowing. You need to pull yourself together. Naruto wanted to shake him out of it. He knew the kind of power Sasuke could wield, the strength he'd need by his side. His strength and achievements down the line would be second only to his own. As long as they stood together, they could crush the Otsutsuki into dust. While physically Otsutsuki might not be matched for Naruto as he grows older and gets stronger, it's the varied mental and soul techniques they could utilize that is the issue. It's always better to have some ally for support. You have more important things to do, right? Naruto pressed. You don't want to stay stuck here, do you? I want to get stronger, Sasuke said, clenching his fists tight. I want to take revenge on him. I want power. He looked at Naruto then, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes, clearly afraid Naruto would say no. You'll help me, won't you, Naruto? Naruto's performance back at the academy had definitely left an impression. No one, boy or girl, had escaped without getting beaten until they cried. Naruto nodded. If you're willing. He stood up. Then stop lying around. Get up. Okay. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A day passed. Konoha Forest. Naruto's taijutsu training crew was gathered, Lee, Niji, and now, the cold and arrogant Sasuke Uchiha. I really have to carry that thing. Sasuke stared with pure disgust at the heavy turtle shells strapped to Niji, Lee, and Naruto. Why? Simple. It was unbelievably ugly. If anyone saw him like this, he'd die of shame. Niji, already grinding through basic drills under the shell's weight, spared Sasuke a glance of disdain. Complaining already? Just like I thought, a pampered brat. He claimed he wanted revenge, wanted strength, but he couldn't even handle a heavy shell. Someone like that, Niji thought, will never escape their fate. They'll always be bound by it. So. You gonna carry it or not? Naruto jiggled a smaller shell in front of Sasuke, one he'd outgrown years ago. Sasuke looked from the training Lee and Niji to Naruto, a fierce internal battle raging on his face. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Fine. He snatched the shell from Naruto's hand. Being cool is temporary. Getting strong is forever. The moment he grabbed it, a crushing weight settled in his hands, threatening to pull him straight down. So heavy. His hands trembled as he wrestled the shell onto his back. He managed a few agonizingly slow steps before his feet slipped and he went down with a thud. Humph. The great Uchiha prodigy, brought low by just this much weight, Niji scoffed inwardly, conveniently forgetting how he'd looked the first time he tried to lift one. Hey, it's fine, Naruto said, pulling Sasuke back to his feet and dusting him off. Happens to everyone their first time. You'll get used to it. Sasuke's face flushed. He wasn't sure if it was from shame at misjudging the task or just the sheer effort of holding the weight. He glanced at the shell now digging into his shoulders, then at the massive one on Naruto's back. I'm struggling with this, the smallest one. Naruto's is, easily twice the size. How heavy must that thing be? Naruto followed his gaze and patted the shell behind him. This one? About 5 times yours. He shrugged. Yours is the starter shell, only about 100 kilos. That was my training weight when I was 4. Maybe 5. 4 years old. A single thought flashed through both Niji's and Sasuke's minds simultaneously. Monster. Lee, meanwhile, just kept training hard, his face a mask of pure focus. Beating Niji had given him all the motivation he needed. All he wanted was to push himself further. You guys are being rude, Naruto commented. You said you couldn't read minds, they both thought. I really don't, Naruto insisted, looking completely innocent. He was met with 2 utterly unconvinced stares. It took Sasuke a week to barely adapt to the shell's weight, and he could only manage a few basic movements with it on. Niji never let him forget that it had only taken him 6 days to get to that point. Though, they were way slower than Naruto had been at their age. Alright, next up, swimming. Facing a rushing waterfall, Lee obediently plunged in. He promptly vanished beneath the surface. Naruto had to dive in and haul him back out. Seriously? Naruto thought. Why jump if you can't swim, Lee? Niji and Sasuke, both decent swimmers, froze and exchanged a look of dread before Naruto kicked them both into the waterfall, sending them tumbling into the torrent with wide, desperate eyes. Next up, plowing the fields. After that, Naruto was teaching Niji, Rock Lee, and Sasuke the turtle school martial arts, just like Goku had taught him. He was using almost the same methods to train them. Speaking of Goku, who had to appeared and disappeared inexplicably within the seal, Naruto had a hunch. Teaching these 3 was partly to build his own reliable team, and partly to test his suspicions. As it turned out, he was right. No matter how Naruto taught them, or even pumped ki into their bodies, they felt nothing except more energetic and recovered more quickly. They simply couldn't sense ki. It seemed Ki was Naruto's alone. Only he could sense it. This had its upsides and downsides. The good news was that only Naruto could enjoy it. Unique abilities were the most valuable. There was nothing special about something that everyone could do. The bad news was that the three probably couldn't rely on Ki to rapidly improve their combat power like he could. Forget things like Kamehameha or flight. If they could even manage the afterimage technique, that'd be incredible. Their path would primarily be through chakra. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Narrator. Will Sasuke's pride survive the horrors of fashion disaster turtle shells, and waterfall training that doubles as an impromptu drowning attempt? Can Niji keep his superiority complex from imploding? Will Rock Lee finally learn to ask questions before jumping into waterfall while he can't swim in? Is Naruto a telepath, a genius, or just really good at guessing what everyone's thinking? Can Sasuke unlock his springtime of youth, or just unlock back pain? Will any of them survive Naruto's insane training methods without emotional trauma? Find out next time. Same sweat, same shells, same Naruto madness. Chapter 40. Days passed, and soon 2 weeks had gone by since the Uchiha clan massacre. For the most part, Konoha's villagers were untouched by the Uchiha clan's destruction. For them, the Uchiha being gone simply meant fewer troublesome faces and a fresh topic for gossip. Otherwise, life went on as usual. Who could blame them? The Uchiha's arrogance had made them profoundly unpopular, and being police force, they had already accumulated a lot of resentment. It was as if Konoha's unspoken rule was, rag on the Uchiha, and were practically best friends. Not everyone could say the same, however. Root, for instance, had suffered devastating losses on the night of the massacre. Gone, it's all gone, Danzo thought. All my years of effort, vanished. Since the night of the Uchiha's annihilation, Danzo had been reeling. Danzo had spent half his life growing a force of over 100 root elites during his years in charge. These weren't just warm bodies, not average low-level ninja or cannon fodder chunin, and certainly not the kind of random recruits the academy churned out. Raising each one demanded immense resources and energy. Many still held great potential for growth. Among them were true experts. They covered almost every specialization: reconnaissance, offense, medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, sensory perception, practically the full spectrum except sealing, as Danzo couldn't take risk of anyone cracking the cursed tongue eradication seal. They could operate alone or strike in force. A single operative could easily lead a small village, and even a medium-sized village would struggle against their combined assault. Such a force was now gone. Danzo's heart felt like it was hemorrhaging. A wound that wouldn't close, completely unacceptable. To eliminate the Uchiha, Danzo had invested heavily, even colluding with the masked man again, hoping to turn the situation to his advantage. Instead, he was left gutted. He was back to square one overnight. All that remained of Root were 3 stragglers. Rebuilding would be nearly impossible. Danzo would have to lay low for a time. However, Danzo's misfortune was just beginning. Danzo, the 3rd Hokage said, tossing a stack of papers onto the table. I need an explanation. Ignoring my direct orders, you brazenly mobilized a large number of Root shinobi to lie in wait within the Uchiha compound. What exactly were you planning? Why should I explain my actions to anyone? I did this all for you. For Konoha. I already know I will be taking blame for this. Danzo snapped back, reeling from his own losses and in a foul mood, the words escaping before he could stop them. Exasperated by Danzo's bluntness, the 3rd Hokage cut straight to the point. What about the rest of the Uchiha? Hand over their bodies. The rest of the Uchiha the 3rd Hokage spoke of were the more than 100 clan members who hadn't been accounted for among the dead. Konoha meticulously tracked its clans, especially the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha roster was known down to the last member, the powerful, the weak, those with Sharingan and those without, even newborns. Their files included everything, photos, personal data, mission history, estimated strength, possible weaknesses and even their peculiar habits. With records so thorough, how could they not investigate why over 100 people were missing after that night's massacre? As the third Hokage saw it, the Uchiha clan's annihilation had been a clandestine operation orchestrated by Danzo, with the silent backing of Konoha's two elder advisors. These missing clan members were most likely killed by root ninja, and their bodies subsequently hidden by Danzo. He knew Danzo had a history of clandestine activities, including colluding and corrupting his disciple Orochimaru, and conducting forbidden human experiments behind his back. He suspected this incident was no exception. I don't know. Danzo roared, slamming his fist on the table. For once, the third Hokage was entirely mistaken, not out of some sense of respect for the fallen Uchihas. Danzo wished he had those 100+ Uchiha bodies. But his root ninja had been wiped out, leaving Danzo utterly devastated. How would he know where those 100+ people went? He didn't even know whether Root had fallen to Itachi or the masked man. Hiruzen slammed his own hand down, glaring at Danzo. Danzo, he bit out. Stop pretending. Unfortunately, to the third Hokage, this could only be the result of a disastrous clash between Root and the Uchiha. Danzo's long history of underhanded dealings had eroded his credibility completely. The third Hokage was convinced Danzo had hidden their bodies, including Fugaku and his wife, who had also disappeared. Sasuke, upon waking from his coma, was certain Itachi had killed their parents. He insisted he'd witnessed it himself. The Yamanaka clan's jutsu had corroborated his account. Hiruzen had even considered, could Itachi's genjutsu be strong enough to deceive Yamanaka's secret techniques? It seemed unlikely. Why go to such elaborate lengths to create a false image of killing his parents after massacring the entire clan? Therefore, it seemed irrefutable, Fugaku and his wife must have died by Itachi's hand. And with their bodies missing, they must be hidden by Danzo. Who else but Danzo? Who else in Konoha possessed the means and the motive? They couldn't have simply vanished into thin air. The idea was absurd. Danzo was in an impossible situation. He'd been saddled as the perfect scapegoat. Like I told you, I don't have them, I really don't have them. Danzo fumed as he protested loudly, I am Hokage's advisor, Konoha elder, leader of Root, one of the most influential people in Konoha. After all I have sacrificed for this village, why should I suffer such injustice? Damn it all. Danzo. Hiruzen pointed a trembling finger at Danzo, speechless for a moment. In the face of what he saw as ironclad evidence, Danzo's absolute refusal to admit anything was infuriating. Hiruzen took a shaky breath, visibly trying to rein in his fury. Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen said, his voice tight. I can no longer tolerate your independent actions. Effective immediately, I am relieving you of your duties as Hokage's advisor and Konoha elder. Hiruzen, you can't do this. Danzo was stunned and furious. Losing these titles, now that Root was decimated, would mean being completely sidelined, abandoning his life's work entirely. How could I ever hope to become the fifth Hokage now? However, the third Hokage's next sentence sent a jolt of ice through Danzo. Furthermore, Hiruzen added, his voice firm. Root is hereby disbanded. Hiruzen, you can't do this. Danzo lunged forward, pointing a trembling finger at Hiruzen, his voice choked with disbelief, repeating the same desperate words. Root. Root was his trump card, his life's work. Ninja could be replaced, eventually, but power, once lost, was gone forever. Hiruzen wasn't just stripping his political influence, he was stripping his military force. He was being cast aside now that the Uchiha were gone. Was this, discarding the grindstone after it had served its purpose? Fury surged through Danzo. But with his subordinates decimated, his options were limited. He was facing the Hokage, the professor, hailed as the strongest ninja of their era. Hiruzen's tone was final, allowing no room for argument. I will formally issue the order for your removal soon. he stood up. Until then, you can stay in the confinement chamber. Hiruzen. Danzo could only glare at him, a storm of rage and injustice churning within him, forcing out the bitter words he'd spoken so many times before, "You will regret this." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Narrator, Danzo Shimura, humiliated, disarmed, and rootless. Will the elderly Warhawk ever recover his influence and achieve his dream of becoming 5th Hokage, or will his next big scheme involve writing salty memoirs titled, Rooted in Betrayal, My Life as a Misunderstood Patriot? As Naruto watches from the shadows, will he use this chaos to climb higher? Or is he already playing 4D shogi while Danzo's still stuck on bingo books? Will the 3rd Hokage's justice hold, or will Danzo slither his way back from irrelevance? Will Danzo ever bounce back? Or is his future as bleak as his fashion sense? Find out next time, where conspiracies are thick, grudges run deep, and ninja politics are deadlier than any jutsu. Chapter 41. Danzo Shimura considered himself a good man. Damn it all, gone. All gone. Stripped of power, authority, and status in a single day, Danzo walked down the deserted street, his shoulders slumped. With nothing left, he had no choice but to obey the Hokage's order and return home for confinement. The Hokage seat he'd spent his life vying for had ultimately come to nothing, leaving him utterly empty-handed. Gazing at the quiet, deserted street, Danzo's expression was so forlorn he no longer seemed like Konoha's dreaded darkness of the shinobi, but simply an ordinary old man leaning heavily on his cane. After sitting at the bench near the park for an hour. Go back, he thought. Let's just go back. Danzo slowly pushed himself up from the bench, shuffling towards his house, resignation etched on his face. He'd spent years entrenched in root, hadn't set foot in the place he still called home for well over a decade. But before he could take 2 steps, he staggered. A tightening sensation gripped his right arm, followed by an immense, pulling sensation. His chakra surged wildly towards the arm, as if desperate to escape. An unprecedented feeling of weakness washed over him, as if his body had been hollowed out. Damn it! That arm! It's the Hashirama-sama's cells. He immediately knew the cause. He started to bark orders for his subordinates to take him to the lab, but then the grim realization hit him, they were almost all dead. The few who survived were either gone or utterly useless to him now. He was completely alone. Why now? Why did it have to flare up now? The sudden, massive drain on his chakra made his head swim. His body swayed like a drunkard, his legs giving way as he stumbled forward. Is this it? Is this how I die? The thought flickered through his mind. Resignation washed over him. He stopped struggling, letting his body simply crumple. I have nothing left anyway, he thought. Might as well just, let go. There was no greater sorrow than a hopeless heart, death was secondary to that. Tears flowed before words could be spoken. Just as Danzo was about to hit the ground, a strong grip seized him from behind, and a pair of sturdy arms wrapped around him. Are you all right there, old man? Need a hand? A clear, youthful voice piped up from behind him. Old man. Ha. Never thought I'd hear someone calling me that, ha. It's nothing, Danzo rasped, a humorless chuckle escaping him. Saved by this stranger, he found he couldn't muster his usual sharp retort. But when he turned his head and saw his rescuer, a word almost slipped out, 9 dash. He bit the word back. The one holding him was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, likely heading home after training. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, helped me, he thought, stunned. You all right there, old man? Naruto asked, glancing up at the darkening sky. Need me to walk you home? It's getting late, not safe for someone your age to be out. This is my opportunity. It's my lifeline, he thought, a spark igniting in his chest. The moment he saw Naruto, Danzo's back stopped aching, his legs stopped hurting, and he felt like he could scale 5 flights of stairs in one go. Hashirama-sensei's cells. Who cares, he scoffed internally. You want to suck my vitality away? Suck as much as you want. As if sensing his change in fortune, the arm implanted with the first Hokage's cells did stop its frantic drain. Even fate is on my side, Danzo smirked. Danzo studied Naruto's seemingly innocent face. An audacious idea began to form. This might be it, he thought. My only chance to become Hokage. Hiruzen, his thoughts sneered. You wanted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to inherit your will of fire? To be completely loyal to you? For his dream to be becoming Hokage? What if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki became my successor? What if he stood by my side? Control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Danzo concluded, control the path to Hokage. Looking back at the history of the Hokage in Konoha, wasn't every Hokage connected to a Jinchuriki in some way? Or had a close relationship with one? Or kept one firmly under their control? Losing Root, losing his position as Hokage advisor, losing his seat as a Konoha elder, none of it mattered. What mattered was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If I could get my hands on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he plotted. If I could control him, that changes everything. The more Danzo turned the idea over, the more perfect it seemed. A glint of cold calculation lit up his single, open eye. Monkey, Danzo gloated inwardly. I told you you'd regret crossing me. At that moment, Danzo felt like he had grasped the key to becoming Hokage, and laughed inwardly. At the same time, Naruto, sensing the shift in Danzo's aura, the sudden surge of cold calculation replacing despair, also smirked inwardly. Danzo plastered what he hoped was a kind smile onto his face. Thank you, kid, he rasped, his voice still rough. What's your name? I am Danzo Shimura, I am a retired Konoha hero. He said with a smile that looked like a hungry dog staring at rabbit. Naruto tilted his head, barely managing to suppress a twitch of his eyebrow. He grinned back, wide and innocent. Naruto Uzumaki, he chirped. And I'm gonna be Hokage someday. Just like the fourth Hokage. Naruto ended up walking Danzo all the way back to the Shimura compound. Danzo practically begged him to stay, but Naruto only lingered a short while, making small talk before excusing himself. Danzo, ever the strategist, didn't push. He knew better than to overplay his hand. In the days that followed, Danzo began to, coincidentally, show up in places where Naruto was likely to be, every few days. These chance encounters were carefully timed, always managing to fall outside the periods when Hokage would likely be observing Naruto with his crystal ball jutsu. Their interactions became increasingly common. Before long, Naruto had shifted from just old man to Grandpa Danzo. During one particularly chance meeting, Danzo discovered Naruto's intense envy of his classmate, Sasuke Uchiha, especially Sasuke's mastery of the fire release, fireball jutsu. Danzo felt a surge of excitement. The hook was set. Gazing into Naruto's bright, innocent eyes, Danzo leaned in conspiratorially. Naruto, he whispered, his voice attempting an ingratiating tone. How would you like to learn some real ninjutsu? Yeah. Sasuke's fireball jutsu is so cool. Naruto burst out, his eyes shining with envy. Humph, Danzo scoffed, a flicker of genuine disdain crossing his face. Uchiha clan's fire release. Nothing special about it. He detested Sasuke, just as he detested the entire clan, even now that they were all but annihilated, with only Sasuke and Itachi left. Konoha's remaining Uchiha were still loathful to him. He shifted, lowering his voice to something confidential, almost ingratiating. As your grandpa Danzo, let can teach you, he murmured. Yeah, I knows all sorts of jutsu, he boasted. Back in my day, I was the finest wind release user in Konoha. If the malice radiating off him wasn't so strong, he might actually sound truthful. At this, Naruto's eyes widened in exaggerated surprise. Nodding his head eagerly. Yes. Seeing Naruto's feigned awe, Danzo's satisfied smile stretched across his face. "Oh Hiruzen." Danzo gloated inwardly. "I cannot wait to see your face when this plan succeeds." But just out of Danzo's sight, Naruto's own satisfied grin spread. "Okay, Boomer, let's play. It's your turn now." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Narrator, what was that sudden suction force? Did Hashirama discover someone desecrating his corpse from Pure Lands and take an offense? Or did fate just yank Danzo by the chakra collar? If their meeting was destined by fate, who's pulling the threads? Why do so many coincidences keep happening around Danzo and Naruto's meeting? How will Hiruzen react when he finds out Danzo is handing out ninjutsu for dummies to Naruto behind his back? Will Danzo succeed in turning Naruto into his personal Sharingan-seeking missile? And achieve his goal of becoming Hokage? Or is Naruto the one playing reverse Uno with Grandpa's chessboard? Stay tuned for, when Grandpa gets grabby, Danzo's last gamble begins. Chapter 42. Bonus chapter. Due to having achieved 50+ patron support last month, thank you everyone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Danzo had coveted the title of Hokage his entire life. He forever regretted the moment he hesitated, the moment that led the second Hokage to choose Hiruzen over him. But Danzo never truly grasped what it meant to be Hokage. The courage to sacrifice for comrades was just the simplest part of it. Blinded by his past regrets, Danzo would always be a step behind Hiruzen. Even after becoming Hokage's advisor and a Konoha elder, seemingly just a step away from his goal, Danzo's influence was entirely granted by Hiruzen. Root itself was a splinter group from the ANBU, and most of its members came from the ANBU ranks, an organization firmly under the third Hokage's thumb. Danzo might have believed his schemes were hidden, that he could deceive everyone, but could any of it truly succeed without Hiruzen's quiet assent? It felt like a familiar pattern, didn't it? Like a powerful vassal whose strength derived solely from the will of their liege, like a minister getting their powers from daimyo. If Hokage, the leader of Konoha, was the daimyo, then Danzo's root was the daimyo's guardian ninjas, and Danzo himself merely the seemingly powerful head of that guard. He saw himself as darkness of Konoha, just a step away from becoming Hokage, yet in reality, all his power stemmed from the Hokage's authority, which could be revoked whenever the true authority willed it. Yet, this head of root, Danzo, could never see himself for what he was. He constantly harbored his own ideas, his own plots, always scheming in the shadows, always striving to elevate his status to Hokage. And so, once the Uchiha clan problem was resolved, Danzo became expendable. He could be recalled only when needed again. Root had even been disbanded once before, during the Orochimaru incident. As long as Hiruzen lived, Danzo could never truly break free. Danzo believed that encountering Naruto at his lowest point was fate handing him an opportunity. He couldn't have known his every move was anticipated, his path already laid out. These coincidences were carefully orchestrated. Experiencing the road many of his victims did. Naruto had seen through Danzo completely long ago. This was a setup from the very beginning, and Danzo walked right into the trap. Danzo wanted to control Naruto, while Naruto valued Danzo's knowledge. Danzo would never have dreamed that after finally escaping one snare, he'd immediately step into another. Used his whole life, a tool both pathetic and hatefully persistent. In this elaborate dance, Danzo stood on the first layer of planning, Hiruzen on the 5th, and Naruto, far above them both, on the 10th. Since he was tasked with teaching Naruto ninjutsu, Danzo wasted no time and began immediately. To learn ninjutsu, you must first determine your chakra nature, Danzo explained, taking out a chakra paper. Everyone has an innate nature and those elements are easier to master and utilize, though you can also learn others later, though the power will be weaker while chakra consumption and training time would be higher. He handed it to Naruto. Inject your chakra into this paper. Chakra paper, as the name suggests, detects a ninja's chakra nature. It's simple, inject chakra, and the paper reacts differently depending on the element. It can only test the 5 basic elements, not yin-yang release. Fire makes it burn, wind makes it split, lightning makes it wrinkle, water makes it wet, and earth makes it crumble. Danzo paused, adding with feigned concern, "You know how to inject chakra, right?" Naruto took the paper, nodding dutifully. "Yeah, the sensei at the academy showed us." Actually, while the academy sensei was lecturing, I was usually training, Naruto thought. My shadow clone supposed to be listening and was often asleep. It was actually Minato, who had taught him. Minato knew wind release, but Naruto figured he needed some believable reason for knowing ninjutsu, even simple stuff. He couldn't exactly open every fight with a Kamehameha, cool as that would be, it was too flashy and made it impossible to work his angles from the shadows. Actually, if he were being honest, the main reason was that Naruto just didn't think Minato was a great teacher when it came to elemental jutsu. Aside from single-hand sign jutsu like the shadow clone jutsu, I trained with him for ages and barely grasped one of the 5 nature transformations. As Naruto channeled his chakra, the paper in his hand reacted instantly. It split cleanly down the middle. Wind nature. Danzo's single eye gleamed. Fate truly is helping me. Wind nature, just wind nature chakra. It matches my own perfectly. Naruto might only have one chakra nature, which was common throughout the shinobi world, but his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki made him anything but ordinary. Even with just one nature, I will forge him into a powerhouse, Danzo vowed. He looked at Naruto, his intense gaze. Once the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki inherits my legacy, once he bears my mark. Let's see what you do then, Hiruzen. Thinking this, Danzo felt a surge of power. However, reality, as it often does, delivered a harsh blow. It felt less like a slap and more like a punch to the gut. Danzo thought his lungs might explode with frustration. 3 months. 3 full months under his meticulous, constant guidance, and Naruto couldn't even manage the simplest C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. 3 months. Just for one ninjutsu. Even the dullest ninja would have learned it by then. Sasuke Uchiha took only a week to go from novice to mastering fire release, great fireball jutsu. Danzo swore on his eye, he had never encountered someone so talented in other areas, yet so utterly inept when it came to elemental ninjutsu. Compared to his talent for ki, which he'd intuitively grasped within 7 days under Goku's tutelage, Naruto truly had practically zero talent for ninjutsu. Aside from techniques that didn't require hand signs, which he learned instantly, mastering the 5 nature transformations was agonizingly difficult. Just as Minato had once put it, Naruto was a born taijutsu user. Naruto sighed inwardly, looking with a mix of envy and resignation at the scrolls Danzo kept, filled with powerful wind release jutsu. If he couldn't even manage a C rank, the others were definitely out of reach. Wind blade, vacuum bullet, vacuum wave, pressure damage, forget it. Maybe it was better just to focus on the simpler things, the things he could do by just bringing his hands together and trying really hard. There was a saying, wasn't there? If God opens a door for you, he'll surely close a window. Or, am I butchering the quote? Regardless, it seemed the door open for me was talent for ki, and the window slammed shut was for elemental ninjutsu. Maybe training under Goku had changed something fundamental within me. So this might have been the cost for being able to use ki. It looked like he was destined to walk the path of a martial artist, whether he liked it or not that he didn't like it, there is certain enjoyment in punching people in the face. Yet, in his spare time, he picked up the dance of the crescent moon, one of Konoha's assassination techniques. Watching Naruto instantly split into 3, carving the stone wall before them into matching pieces with extreme efficiency, Danzo fell silent. In that moment, he remembered what Hiruzen had told him long ago. This child has good taijutsu talent. Looking at Naruto's amazing knack for instantly grasping even the most complex taijutsu, Danzo fell silent. Damn you, Hiruzen, he thought, the familiar bitterness rising. Was this also within your calculations? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Narrator. Danzo's dreams of molding the Ninetales Jinchuriki into the ultimate wind release weapon have blown away. Danzo thought he'd found a prodigy. Instead, he found a punch enthusiast with the elemental finesse of a brick. While Danzo wants to impart his legacy to Naruto, could the true legacy of root be protein powder and green spandex? Despite Naruto's taijutsu talent having nothing to do with Hiruzen, will Danzo ever stop seeing Hiruzen's shadows at every corner? Or has Hiruzen already foreseen Danzo's slow descent into madness? And Hiruzen has been aware of this? And now that Danzo knows Naruto is destined for taijutsu greatness, will he start fearing the ultimate threat, a chance meeting with the green beast of youth, might Guy? Could Guy infect Naruto with his youth? Will Konoha survive the explosion of energy, eyebrows, and green jumpsuits? Stay tuned for, From Elemental Zero to Muscle-Bound Hero.